wonderful good morning to you, Grenada, Caribbean, Martinique, the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, or to you wherever you are. Welcome to this, the 23rd 2023 edition of the Whitsuntide Games. Well, we're coming to you from the picturesque, when I say picturesque, I really mean the picturesque Kirani James Athletic Stadium, nestled in the best part of the planet in downtown St. George in Grenada. We're here for what promises to be two days, two really great days of exciting and sporting events, and indeed it promises to be really excited as we converge here. Well, as you said, I mean, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium needs no introduction. Kirani, Grenada, the home of Kirani James, our former world champion and former Olympic champion. The national stadium here, the home of Atlas St. Peters, our world javelin champion, and so many other Grenadians that have found exploit here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. But here's what's happening today. We're here for the Whitsuntide game, a game that owes its origin to the back in the days of the 50s, and certainly it has a rich heritage that would unfold and be unveiled over the next couple of days. Let's put things into perspective. Some 54 events is on the cards today, so it promises to be a really great one. We start at 11, and the program is set to end just around 7 o'clock this evening. The games itself boast of having in excess of some 900 athletes from across clubs. We're representing clubs and schools, Grenada and across the region. Among some of the countries that's been represented today, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, British Virgin Islands, and St. Lucia. And together there's a host of other clubs from across the region and here at home, the likes of Track Blazers, Ace, and others. Those coming in from across the region, of course, there is Rosedale from St. Vincent, Performance Track Club from Barbados, Mustang from St. Vincent, Rose Academy. So certainly it promises to be really great. If we look at the weather, nice sunshine here at the Athletic Stadium. Humidity set at just about 81, with a 31% chance of rain, but from the looks of things, nothing to worry about. However though, if we allow ourselves to look over my shoulder, we do see a bit of a dark, some heavy clouds in the background that's just over the Dabo Hills. There's a constant breeze that continues to flow across the face of the National Stadium, and certainly it really augurs well for what promises to be really two great days. We want to say, reminding you that this is in fact a TNR communication production, and we want to say thanks to the entire team for ensuring that we provide you a really quality broadcast. And certainly, I'm Joseph Cador, and certainly I will be joined on the inside by the man Davis Adams and Bernard Antoine for the next 2 days to bring you all the highs and lows. Another element of the game that certainly that we must highlight, the fact that the 2023 edition of the game, it literally features the NACAX events, which is in fact the North American, Central America, and the Caribbean. There's some combined events which have already started. So as the day progresses, we're also going to get into that, which is specifically female athletes that's competing in the heptathlon. What it is, 8 events stretch across the 2 days. So certainly you want to keep your eyes open for this. Again, we say thank you and welcome to St. George's. Welcome to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, the home that's for the next 2 days that's going to speak all things Grenada. As we get ready, we have to say proud again as to let the world know we're also getting ready for CAFTA 2024, and certainly we intend to put on quite a show. From the entire team is here reminding you, stay focused, keep it locked in. We're going to bring you all the highs and lows, and for those of you wherever you are, this is the picturesque Kirani James Athletic Stadium as we get ready for the 2023 edition of the Whitsuntide Games in the Spice Island country of Grenada. Adams and Bernard, take it away.
Thank you, Joe, for setting the stage for a tremendous 2 days of activities that's going to be held at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We are proud to be part of the commentary team, compliments TNR and the Grenada Athletic Association. We're happy to be able to bring you the sights and sounds, the competition, whatever is going to take place. We know it's going to be to benefit the athletes, not just of Grenada, but Grenada, Carriacou, Martinique, and the wider Caribbean. So it's indeed a pleasure to be able to come here and to be able to bring you the sights and sounds of track and field at its best in Grenada. Bernard.
And welcome everyone. 2 days of exciting track and field expected today, and we have competing some 41 clubs from across the region. That speaks well for the development and the growth of track and field in these our Caribbean. In recent times, I would think that the successes of that would have followed the traditional people that we would have had in the past, Otto Bolden and so forth. But now with the recent addition, and we see the Anderson, Peters, and so on, I think that in of itself, certainly in Grenada, has put some growth where the clubs are concerned. And so today, they would be on exhibition, and the Whitsuntide Games traditionally have been something on the track and field calendar that was circled very early. And so it's a real good thing that track and field is back at Whitsuntide.
You couldn't have said it even better, Bernard. I just want to roll it back even more. You'd have seen this year, for example, how the explosion of track and field just blew up in Grenada due to that thirst that was there, the fact that we were holed up over the COVID-19 period. And it seemed as if everyone was waiting for that period to exhale, not just in Grenada, but in the Caribbean as a whole. And here we see, if we look at the primary school games, the secondary school games, the national champs, you'd have seen that pent-up passion to come out and to compete. And this has continued. If you pay attention to what is happening, the number of clubs and people who have come to Grenada for this Whitsuntide game, it shows the same thirst and desire has been there throughout the Caribbean, and it's indeed showing with what's happening in Grenada. So I think Grenada is in a very proud position, a very energetic position to be able to bring these games to the nation and to the Caribbean, and to assist in allowing all the athletes to bring the skills and potential to the fore.
Absolutely, and it is really good. It's early days yet here, and as the day progresses, we can expect it's not just a competition among the athletes themselves. What we would have seen is that the test is also among the spectators, the fans, the people who like track and field, and one would expect that sometime in the early afternoon towards mid-afternoon period, we should see a significant growth in the attendance. And
I think it will be. I think the public relations that have gone out, it has been pretty well done. The stage was set by the officials and the organizing committee, and we must give them kudos for really putting this event together, advertising it to the Caribbean, and being able to bring so many hundreds of people to the shores of Grenada to display the talent and to have our athletes compete against them. And it's not just international athletes, it's age groups. So starting from the under-9s, go right up to the adults, you have competition, and we believe that we have competition from all the islands in those age groups. Schools are represented from Grenada, clubs are represented, and as you would have said, we anticipate that all of the supporters of these, they are going to be down in the stadium to support as we have the under-9s getting ready.
You're not missed anything on the track just yet, and the first event on the track will be the under-9s, the 80 meters dash for girls under-9s. It is a final event, so 80 meters dash under-9 for girls.
Yes, and we see 6 athletes represented there. We have the officials who are getting them ready. We will supply with the names in a short while, but we anticipate that these are students from the various schools or clubs who have shown interest and who have decided to bring their children, the young ones, the young athletes, the budding athletes to come and to compete on a stage where the experience will only improve what they have in them. The experience will do them well in the future. So we do have our athletes, our under-9 girls, getting ready as the officials place them together.
And on the track, it's lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 are occupied. The under 9 girls, 80 meters dash.
My apologies if we are unable to bring you the names as yet. We are hopeful that we can get that list to let you know who they are. And now that they're taking off for further preparation, I believe we'll be there in a short while with the names.
To participate, that at the end of it all, we will bring glory and honor unto you. We pray protection over all of our athletes. We pray, oh God, that you may even be to our officials as they execute the rules and everyone that's involved. I pray, oh God, a very special blessing. And so we thank you for what you've done, what you will continue to do. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. And at this time, we invite Makendu DeGale, a student of the T. Marshall Community College, to bid homage to our nation and it's the national anthem on Pan. Let's all stand where we are for the national anthem of Thank you, Mackenzie, for that beautiful rendition of the national anthem on Pan. To welcome us all and to make opening remarks to this 2023 Whitsuntide Games, we invite Mr. Aaron Moses, the Deputy Chair of the local organizing and the former President of the Grenada Athletic Association.
Honorable Minister of Sports, Mr. Ron Redhead, distinguished officials of the Grenada Athletic Association, ladies and gentlemen, coaches, athletes, it's my pleasure to welcome you to Whitsuntide Games 2023. We are particularly happy to be able to host these games after a 3-year hiatus occasioned by the pandemic. For those of you who may not know, the Whitsuntide Games originated during the 1950s, and it evolved into one of the largest and most important development games within the Southern Caribbean. During that period, we had participation from virtually every Caribbean territory. It's a game that all our affiliates look forward to because this game is unique in that it's designed to expose all our athletes from kindergarten way up to the professionals. It also incorporates not only country teams, but it allows participation from athletic clubs all around the Caribbean. For a period of time, this game was suspended with the introduction of the OECS Texaco-sponsored games. However, we are very happy that we have been able to reconvene these games. And it is a plan and objective of the Grenada Athletic Association to have these games form a permanent feature in the calendar of athletic events throughout the Caribbean. It's a games that is eagerly anticipated and supported by all our affiliates because it allows our athletes at all levels throughout the region to engage in healthy competition. It allows our spectators to see who our future stars are going to be. And at the same time, we have some of our outstanding Olympians, in many cases, also participating in these games. So we are extremely happy that on this occasion, we can convene the games with over 900 participants from across the Caribbean and within Grenada. And I think this indicates a significant commitment to the growth and development of athletics throughout the Caribbean. Today, we'll see athletes from 11 countries, including Puerto Rico and the US. Today, we have athletes from 24 clubs across the Caribbean. And in particularly, I want to shout out our friends from St. Vincent, who have actively participated. And today, we have over 200 athletes from St. Vincent. Let's give them a round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness 2 days of very competitive, exciting athletics meet. And as the spectators coming later in the day, I want you to savor the moments, enjoy the performances, and please tell your friends what is happening down here, and we look forward to a much bigger crowd tomorrow. I want to end by thanking our sponsors, Puba, National Lottery, and other sponsors who have found it prudent and smart to support the largest sport in Grenada, which is athletics. We want to thank our clubs from across the Caribbean. We want to thank our affiliates for supporting us. And we want to wish all our athletes well. Please savor the Grenadian hospitality. Please do your best. Enjoy the competition, make new friends, and let's have an enjoyable 2 days of exciting athletics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moses, the Deputy Chair of the Local Organizing Committee. From the onset, we are so happy to have the Minister of Sports with us today. And to tell you, the discussions and the sort of collaboration we have with the Ministry of Sports now would certainly bear fruit to the sport later on. And so we invite the Honorable Ron Redhead, the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, to bring remarks at the 2023 Whitsuntide Games.
Thank you very much. LOC, GA representatives, good morning everyone, and welcome to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Government is pleased to congratulate the Grenada Athletics Association for once again demonstrating the capacity to develop our national athletes. Your consistent execution of well-managed and local regional sports meets will go a long way in government achieving its ambitious goal to ensure that Grenada becomes a premium sports tourism destination in the Caribbean. We are extremely happy to have the opportunity to collaborate on a wonderful athletics sports season thus far and pledge our continued support to this end. We are satisfied with the combined effort and commitment of yourself and your parent organization that the Whitsuntide Games, which dates as far back as the 1950s, will continue to be hosted for a long time to come and become a permanent feature in our agenda for the years. Grenada, take this opportunity to encourage, at the same time, greater private sector support and investment in the Whitsuntide Games so that we can continue to develop these games. Government will continue to do its part in building out a robust policy of sports development and our national agenda, so to speak, and has started by commencing the enforcement of our national policy on sports and physical activity, which will see focus on grassroots, community, and school programs to feed into our overall national development plan. So to our visiting teams, you have demonstrated a commitment to ensure that you continue to keep Whitsuntide Games alive. And I take the opportunity to single out a few, such as St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Lucia, and all the other islands participating. And we'll ask the question customarily before I declare it open, who will it be? Who do you believe is going to take it? Whitsuntide 2023, will it be St. Vincent and the Grenadines? By your applause, it seems that it's a foregone conclusion, but don't forget, you're in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. So at this moment, I now declare officially open the Whitsuntide Games 2023, and I wish all participating teams their very best. Thank you very much, and may God bless.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ron Redhead, Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, for declaring the meet open and giving government's continued commitment towards the development of sports here in Grenada. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the athletes and officials, we now have Ms. Alia Gidhari and technical official Renee Cooper to deliver the athletes' oath and official oaths on behalf of the varying stakeholders.
In the name of all competitors, we the athletes promise that we shall take part in the 2023 Whitsuntide Games, abiding by the rules which govern the meet, and for the glory and honor of our teams and in the true spirit of sportsmanship. Thank you.
In the name of all technical officials, we promise that we shall officiate in the 2023 Whitsuntide Games with complete impartiality, respect, and abiding by the rules which govern them in the true spirit of sportsmanship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aliyah, and for giving the athletes and the officials commitment towards ensuring the continued smooth running of the Whitsuntide Games. And so we want to thank you. We want to thank Mr. Mitchell for delivering, calling the Lord's blessing upon this weekend's proceedings. In the same way, we thank Mackenzie DeGale for the lovely rendition of the national anthem. We also thank for the remarks Mr. Aaron Moses and Honorable Ron Redhead, and we saw him giving government's commitment towards the development of sports. And thank you very much, Renee and Aliyah, for the delivering of the athlete's oath and the official's oath. And this brings us to the end of the official ceremony for the 2023 Whitsuntide Games. Ladies and gentlemen, we move straight into the...
And welcome back on the track. And the first event on the track today is the girls under 9 80 meters dash. Girls under 9 80 meters dash up next.
And we have 6 athletes represented here, various clubs or schools. We do not have the names. It might just be in groups, in hits. We will wait to confirm those details that you would need to know as we bring your commentary here from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. But the first heat, the first group of students, the under-9s, they're on the track and waiting on the officials to send them off.
And this really is where it all starts. Under-9 levels get the interest, and the young ladies are all there just about getting ready to start it. 80 meters dash girls, under-9.
So it's lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, all right up through to lane 7. It's occupied by an athlete, and it's almost a full slate here, Bernard, as they await the officials to send them off.
And once again, we must apologize. We do not have the names of the athletes just yet. And once that come to hand, we will let you know. Just reminding you that we have on show today and tomorrow some 44 clubs and national teams from Grenada and across the region. Some 23 clubs from outside of Grenada today. And we would have heard just now that the St. Vincent and the Grenadines contingent is the largest, some 200 plus athletes from that island on the starters orders.
They're on the starters orders, waiting to be sent off. And they're off. It's a good, clean break as they make their way down 80 meters right through to the finish. And you can see the athletes in the lanes 2 and 3 that seem to be 3 and 4 that seem to have made the running. We do not have the official decision yet in terms of who would have placed first or second, but it seems as if it's the athletes in lane 3 and 4, numbers 751 and 823.
And those young athletes would have been at this for the past few months. Of course, they would have had their individual school sports, and then coming out of that, they would have had their area sports, and then from that would have been their primary school games. The second heats of the girls under 9 just about getting on the way.
And they are all 8 lanes have been taken, Bernard, which is again good to see the extent of participation, the energy to participate. We are seeing them all here. The fact that we have all our athletes, all the lanes represented. So lanes 1 through 7, they're all taken, and it seemed to be the same clubs and schools that are represented as they get ready for the official start.
In lane 1, Bascom from Trackblazers. Lane 2, Stanislaus from Runners. Lane 3, McKnight from South St. George. Lane 4, Pierre from Speedsters. Diriggs is in lane 5. Lane 6, Noel from Bolt and Velocity Track Club. Sydney Joseph, lane is 7.
Yep. So they're on the starters orders. They're ordering them, fixing them up. They're the young ones. These are the ones we enjoy so much, see the potential that they have. And they're waiting for the start. And they're off. Good, clean break. Let's see what is going to happen. We see that athlete in lane 3 really hearing down the straight, 80 meters through to the end. Let's see what will happen. She's doing well. And then the athlete from lane number 6 is also doing well, but lane 3 seemed to have come through, and lane 3 would have been
Natalia McKnight from South St. George.
From South St. George.
We will bring to you the official results just now, but from heat number 2, it seems to be Natalia McKnight from South St. George. And they are this was the second of the two heats. So from that we will get our winners. And Magdalena McKnight, she had a time of 13.28 seconds, and Dana Noel from Bolt was second in 13.34. Shia Pierre from South City Rising Star 13.35. Sydney Joseph from Velocity Track Club at 13.83. Diriggs, South City Rising Star, from 13.84. Tanya Bascom, St. David's Track Blazers 14.33, and Nevius Stanislaus 14.83 seconds. Those are the results of section 2 of the girls under 9 dash. Next event on the track would be the boys under 9. It's a boys edition of this. There are 4 heats in this one.
Again, and this speaks to the energies and that desire, that thirst to have our students participate, and it's really, really wonderful to see all these students being placed to run, and we are really, really, really happy to see that happening, Bernard, as we get ready to run through the list of athletes as they make their way through to the starting line. 4 hits, boys under 9.
In lane 1, Ryan Dolan from finish line. Lael Pompey, map. Ade Daniel from map. Mary Mark from map. Jehu Roberts, fusion. Japhet David from map. Johan Robinson from Burnley. And Keishon Cobb from finish line. That's what we have on paper. Seems to be in the lineup, athletes in lanes 8, 7, 5, and 1. So lanes 2, 3, 4, and 6, not yet occupied. If at all, they are going to be occupied. So in lanes 1, it's Ryan Donald from the finish line. In lane 5, it's Jehu Roberts from Fusion. In lane 7, Johan Robinson from Burnley. And Keishon Cobb occupies lane 8.
And we have seen Jehu Roberts already participate in previous events, representing, I think it's St. Mary's, not sure, but he's in a club now, but if he's been running throughout the season and has done pretty well. So Jehu Roberts, it's good to see him here.
And MAP really is maximizing athletic potential. It's one of the local clubs here.
So quite a few of these athletes are already tried and tested in the age group, as you would have heard from us, including Jehu Roberts, and we anticipate a very good competitive round in this heat for the boys. First of 4 boys under 9. And they're off. Good, clean start. And let's see what is going to happen. It's just 80 meters as they go. It's lane number 8 coming down, lane 8 and 7. They are fighting it out through to the end, almost a photo finish entwined between lane 7 and 8. And those 2 athletes would have been Robinson and Cobb here in this heat. They really, really, really competed right through to the end.
Good competition there, good clean competition there. And the next heat in the boys under 9, heat 3 of 4. We have in lane 1, Jaden Coffey, South City Rising Stars. In lane 2, Elijah Antoine from Velocity Track Club. Lane 3 is unoccupied. Lane 4, Ajay Pascal from Speedsters. Lane 5, Elon Sandy from Excel. Lane 6 is Dequan Desan from South St. George. 5 athletes on starters orders, and it's the boys 80 meters under 9, heat number 2 or 4.
So they're off. It's a good, clean start. They seem to have called them back, thought it was a good start. The starters thought otherwise, and so they're going to do that again.
So it's heat 2 or 4. And on correction, in lane 1 is Dre Abbott from That's out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Nathaniel Daniel from South St. George in lane 2. Lane 3 is unoccupied. Lane 4, Shekwan Stephen from Velocity Track Club. Lane 5, Zekis and Bernard from Runners. And Fusion occupies lane 6. Fusion occupies lane 6 in Aisha Douglas. The boys under 9, 80 meters dash. 5 athletes.
That lane number 1. That's out of St. Vincent.
And that really means integrated team development athletic talent. That's it. That integrated team developing athletic talent.
And they have had a history of competing at events in Grenada over the past couple of years. And they're off. This time, I don't think they'll call them back. And they're looking pretty good as they really tear down those 80 meters. It's lane number 2 that seemed to be leading. It seemed to be coasting all the way through to the end. Lane number 2, and that would have been Nathaniel Martin of South St. George Government School.
So unofficially, it's in lane number 2, Nathaniel Daniel. Up next is section 3 of 4. Lane number 2, Jaden Coffey, South City Rising Stars. Velocity Track Club is in lane number 3. Elijah Antoine.
We see the results of the second heat. Nathaniel Martin, 12:41, coming first, and Drake Abbott of Itdat, 12:97. Zig St. Bernard of Racing in 13. That's the results of heat number 2, boys under 9.
So occupied is the lane number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it's Coffey, Antoine, Pascal, Sandy, Descent, Church, South City Rising Scouts, Velocity Track Club, Speedsters XL, South St. George, and Runners in that order from lanes 2 to 7.
So the officials are making sure that they're in order so that they can have a good, clean start. There seem to be some twitching along the lines. Of course, they want to get the best for them, so they will try the best. And they learn from those experiences, Bernard.
Absolutely. At this age group, you expect things like this. By the time they get to the higher levels, it should be all worked out.
They should have gone through all of those already. They would have learned quite a lot.
The boys 80 meters dash under 9. It's section 3 of 4.
And they're off. They would not call them back. And they're looking pretty good as they go down the 80 meters mark. You see lanes 5 and 6, and they seem to be doing it. It would be lane number 6, it would seem. That would be Descent of South St. George Government School, who would have come through, once again winning the third heat of 4 for the boys under 9.
Young Descent of South St. George Government School seems to be the victor in this unofficially. And up next is section 4 of 4. 3 athletes are lined up in this one. In lane number 3, Kason George of Abilene. In lane number 6, Stephon Johnson of 473 MVP. And Amani Diaz, Burnley. 3 athletes in this one. Boys under 9, 80 meters dash. It's the final heat in this 80 meters dash for boys under 9.
Whitsuntide has gotten off to a really beautiful start. The weather has been really cooperative, nice sunshine, there's a breeze blowing across the field, and I think it shows that something good is happening down at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. I would make an appeal to everyone who is not doing anything at this time and want to come and see our young ones achieve their potential. Come down to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium and see our young boys and girls throughout the region and in Grenada compete in this year's Whitsuntide Games, returning after a number of years. And they're off. All three athletes, not looking too bad at all. They go tearing down 80 meters, and it's the athlete in lane number 7, looking really nice, who is going to run through to the end. A very big gap between him and the others, and that athlete would be the athlete in lane number 7 out of Burnley, Amari Diaz.
So there we have it. That is the conclusion of the boys' 80 meters dash on the 9. Up next on the track is the older kids. We are now into the under 15, so we move from 80 meters to 100 meters, beginning with girls. So it's girls 80 meters dash under 15. Lane number 1, Madison McIntosh from 473 MVP. High performance, Ariana Miller would be in lane number 2. Ciandra Scarborough, that in lane number 3. Deshelle Thomas is down to participate from St. Kitts. We know that St. Kitts is not here. They had some flight issues. Rosemary, so that's a loss there for this event. Rosemary Thomas from Velocity Track Club. TNTC Faith Cooper in lane number 6. So Faith Cooper, lane number 6. Gabrielle Rouse in Exceed, lane number 7. And in lane number 8, it's Annie Logie from Finish Line.
Under 15 girls, and they are the bigger ones so far that we are seeing. I can assure you, these students have done quite a lot throughout the athletic season so far in Grenada, and we can say we had a really successful athletic season in Grenada, and it seems as if it's culminating with a real blaze of glory here.
So it's the 100 meters under 15. Under 15 girls, 100 meters. Heat number 1 of 6. So we have six heats in this one, Adam. So this is going to be crowded. So 6 heats, and we heat number 1. With the exception of the athlete from St. Vincent, and I'm not seeing Annie Logie in lane 8 here. So lane 8 is also a scratch. So lane 8 and lane 4. So girls under 15. The game's record in this one is 12.68 seconds. This was established in 2017 by Talia Sampson. 12.66. Let's see how they do. The girls 100 meters dash under 15 up next.
So it's McIntosh in lane number 1, Miller in lane number 2 as they get ready. Lane number 4. It's Thomas. Lane number 5, Thomas. Lane number 6, it is Cooper, Faith Cooper. Lane number 7, Gabrielle Rouse. Lane number 8 is a scratch for the time being. So it's Rouse, Cooper, Thomas. They are in. Lane number 2, Miller, is in. And in lane number 3, we have Scarborough of Eat That. Bernard, there seems to be that energy from the St. Vincent contingent here.
Yes, it is. And just to highlight that is, as you said, is out of St. Vincent. Mike Oliver is the coach of that team. They have some 38 athletes here with us today. And they would have been at the last KFC relays when it was held last. And representing that in this edition of a Whitsuntide Games, they have a silver medalist and bronze medalist in Carifta in 2022. Under 17 boys, 100 and 200 meters. So there's some talent in that club.
Yep. That seem to be doing something extremely well, and it's not just that they're coaching and training and bringing along the athletes, but they're not sparing no end of resource to take them to get the competition wherever it is, including Grenada.
So one to look for would be Keo Davis when he comes around. So, Carifta athlete from IDAT. Now it's the girls.
And they're off. Good, clean start, looking well. It's the girls 100 meters under 15, and lane number 2 seem to be doing extremely well, and that's Miller. Miller is going to run away with it. Has done well, and the athlete from lane number 5. So Miller in lane number, that's McIntosh in lane number 1, and in lane number 5 it would be Rosemary Thomas of Velocity Track Club. So yes, Ariana Miller, followed by Rosemary Thomas and Ciandra Scarborough of Eat That.
So high performance, Velocity Track Club, and Eat That. It's 13.13 seconds. So remember, the game's record is 12.68 as we get ready for heat number 2 of 6. Heat number 2 of 6. So it's Miller, Thomas, Scarborough, Rouse in that order. Heat number 1. Heat number 6. In lane 1, it's Jaya Sandia Velocity Track Club. Lane number 2 seems to be empty. Lane number 3, Gianna Gilbert. In lane number 3, she's from Track Blazers. 4, Shakinia Dixon. Samara Alexis, she's in 5. Naima Nesbitt, lane 6. Arisha Regis in lane 7. And Elias Skerritt from IDAT in lane number 8. So all the lanes are occupied except lane number 2. This should be a competitive one. We have on paper a best time of 12.4 seconds.
And they're off. So it's lane number 4 that seemed to be making the running. In lane number 4, she is really pulling away from the rest. And that is out of lane number 4, Dixon, Shaina Dixon of High Performance Track Club. Dixon.
But she came in here very highly rated. In fact, she came in with a PB of 12.40 seconds. And remember we were talking about earlier that the game's record for this event is 12.68. Let's see what it is that she clocked it, but she did very well. She represented herself quite well, and true to form, it is
12.58.
Shakinia Dixon, 12.58 seconds. So unofficially, it's a new record. It's a game's record.
It's a new game's record, and Shakina Dixon of High Performance must be extremely proud. Her clubs and her coaches, they will be proud of her. She's come and she's laid down a marker to do well. Well done, Dixon of High Performance.
It's 12.58. That's good running. That's good running, 12.58. Up next on the track would be heat number 3 of 6. Heat number 3 of 6. And we have represented athletes in lane number 1. That is Makaya Ramsey from South City Rising Stars. In lane number 2, Zonis Brown from Roses. Lane number 3 seems to be a scratch. And 4, Kensha Richards, High Performance. In lane number 5, that is a scratch. And lane number 6 is the other portion of the Cooper's twin. This is Blessing Cooper. In heat number 2, we would have seen, in heat number 1, we would have seen Faith Cooper. There is the next edition of the twins. It's Blessing Cooper in lane number 6. And in lane number 7, Latonia Charles of 473 MVP. So this is the girls under 15, 100 meters, heat 3 of 6.
And we've seen the previous athlete lay down the gauntlet for them, Dixon of High Performance, 12.58. Unofficially, record for the games, and let's see what the others are going to do. She says, come catch me if y'all can in the final. She's in. Let's see what will happen with the rest of the athletes as heat number 3 of 6 is ready to lift off. And they're off. Good, clean break. It is looking pretty good. High Performance is doing well. She is in lane number 4. She's looking good, really tearing down to the finish line. She's going to finish miles ahead of the others. Antoine, that High Performance club is doing extremely well.
Yes, and it's time of 12.58 in heat number 2 out of High Performance. That was Dixon. Let's see what's on the clock for Kensha Richards.
13.02 she's done. It's quite down on what Cooper, the other athlete from High Performance would have done of 12.58. But nonetheless, she has won a heat and has booked her way into the final, I am sure.
So that was heat number 3 of 6. Up next on the track would be heat number 4. Heat number 4 of 6. All lanes seems to be occupied. In lane number 1, Shemaya Sandy, Velocity Track Club. Kashanti Mitchell, finish line in lane number 2. Melanie Alexander in lane number 3. Rihanna Thomas, South City Rising Stars, lane number 4. Kiana McIntyre, 473 MVP in lane number 5. In lane number 6, Kalia Christopher, Trackblazers, lane number 7. Nasafia Little, High Performance. And they're on the starters orders.
Yeah. So, hit number 4 of 15, Whitsuntide Games 2023, official edition, Whitsuntide, and we are looking already having some exciting races taking place down at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. They're on the starters orders. They're off. Good clean break. It is lane number 2, lane number 4, and lane number 6, that's doing well. Out of lane number 6, that is Kayla Christopher of High Performance. She's done extremely well. Kayla Christopher, of Trackblazers. She has done extremely well. Let's see what time she has put down, considering the wind and everything else. It's very windy. All records are subject to the wind conditions, and I'm sure Bernard will have to say something about that. 12:58 on the clock from the athlete from High Performance, but Trackblazers have done well with this one. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Trackblazers, 12.5.
12.58. Let's see what the wind looked like. It's plus 2.3 meters, so that will not go into a records book today. But notwithstanding, it's a pretty good time.
Pretty good time from Kayla Christopher of St. David's Trackblazers, and the athlete from High Performance has something to look forward to in the final.
In fact, I think we are developing a very good competition for finals there. On the track next is heat number 5. Heat number 5 of 6. In lane number 1 is Shanice Mitchell from Runners. Shani seems to be a scratch. In lane number 2, Shanice Mitchell from Runners.
She's in.
Aliana Gloucester from High Performance in lane number 3.
This one seemed to be a scratch also, Bernard. 2, 3, and 4 seem to be scratch. We seem to have 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those filled out from lane number 4. Filled out 2 and 3 seem to be out.
So Kayla Allen, she's in lane number 8. Sarah Sandy's in lane number 7. Joanna Patterson in lane number 6. And Denaya Modes in lane number 5.
It's a good, clean break. Once again, girls, 100 meter under 15. Hit 5 of 6, and it's lane number 5 that seemed to be taking it, and lane number 8. Lane number 8 is going to nick it at the end, and that would have been Kayla Aline of CSE club, I would suspect that's the one from St. Vincent, and lane number 5, Patterson, Denaya Modest of MAP, who would have done extremely well here.
Yeah, CSE is Carriacou Athletic Club. So Carriacou is on the map, and they would have won.
Yeah,
Unofficially.
Kayla Allen of Carriacou, 12.92, a good time. Patterson of Must, 12.9. He was really close at the end. Bernard, really close at lane number 8, just nicked it coming down to the finish line.
And a legal win, negative 0.7. So these are legal times, 12.92.
And this is going to be a really competitive event coming into the final because Kayla Allen looked extremely good as she teared down the last 20 meters and nicked it at the end of Patterson.
Very commendable time. And now we enter heat number 6 of 6. Heat number 6 of 6. There seems to be 4 athletes represented on the track here. In lane number 1, Kiana Roberts of Carriacou is again represented here. In Kiana Roberts in lane number 1. In lane number 2, Tishona Bascom from Trackblazers. Then we have lane number 5, Rachel Etienne from 473 MVP. And young Strawn, Natalia Strawn from TNTC. She's in lane number 8.
So 4 athletes all separated by some empty lanes, and this is going to make for an interesting finish through to the end. So lane number 1, 2, 5, and 8. Hit 6 of 6. 1, it's Roberts. 2, Bascom. 6, it's 5, sorry, it is Cyrus, Rachel Etienne, and in lane number 8, we have Strawn from TNTC. So these are the athletes that are there. 1, 2, 5, and 6. And they're rough. Good clean break. Lane 1 and 2, looking good. CAC, Carriacou Track Club. Lane number 2, doing well. So it's really close between lane number 2 and lane number 5. But lane number 2 seemed to have nicked it, and that's Bascom of Trackblazers.
Unofficially, Bascom or from Trackblazers, easy. This was almost like a walk in the park for her.
They're looking back at the time, they really would have gone out there. It's Bascom and 12.84, another good time, and Bernard.
But again, it's above the legal limit for the win here.
2.3.
2.3.
Yes.
But a good time nonetheless. Again, we are going to have a very competitive finals later on in the day in the girls under 15 100 meters.
Really looking forward to it as we move into even greater gear because the boys are now on the track as they get ready for the 100 meters under 15 boys.
So the young men are up next, 100 meters under 15 dash boys in heat number 1, and we have 8 heats in this one. So heat number 1, in lane number 1 from the grammar school in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Rudinio Roberts, he's in lane number 1. And lane number 3 is Andre Fletcher from Trackblazers. Lane number 4, Delron John from SAS. Delron made a name for himself at the recently concluded intercalls, so one expect much running from Delron John in this one. Lane number 5 is Noel Andrews. He's from Runners. Lane number 6, Keon Jacasal, PBC on Fusion. He's in lane 6, and Nathaniel Alfred, South City Rising Stars in lane 7.
So this is shaping up to be a very good run because we have the St. Vincent Grammar School testing himself against some of the better athletes in Grenada, including Dylan John, whom we knew did extremely well at 2023 Intercall Games.
This is a prelude. I would venture to go out on a limb here for Cariftia 2024 under 17 boys.
The 50th anniversary of independence. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a real spectacle, I believe, and I think the Grenada public will be out and about supporting in Cariftia 2024, celebrating the 50th anniversary of independence. It's not too early to start blowing the horns for that 50th anniversary. God forbid that we are not there to see it.
So much is expected of Rodinio Roberts from the grammar school. Let's see what he has today. Also, another name to look at is Andre Fletcher from Trailblazers and Delron John from SAS.
Delron has been really strong in the events that he took part in this year, and I expect to see good running from him. But I'm sure the athlete coming from St. Vincent would want to say something different. Jackasal also from PBC and Fusion. He did pretty well too at Intercol. So this is another opportunity to showcase the talent that they have.
Absolutely. Delon John is the favorite in this one. He looked like the man among boys at the recently concluded Intercol Games. They're on the starters orders. Boys, 100 meters, under 15.
Delron looked to be the big guy of the group. He looks strong, he looks athletic, he looks ready, he looks focused. Really, really good to see him showing that kind of focus at the boys under 15, heat 1 of 8. And they're off. Good, clean break. It's the athlete from St. Vincent. And of course, Delron, also John of SAS. He's going to really walk away with this one. He's looking brilliant and he's done himself proud. He's continued to showcase the talent that he has. Delron John SAS, looking forward to the future for Grenada. Not just here in Grenada, but at Carifta and international level.
No surprises in this one. Live up to the hype. And all in preparation for later on. Delron John it is. Unofficially, the winner of this heat number 1.
Let's see the time.
Of 8.
11.49, the legal win, and I think the record in this is 10 point.
This is Status Paul's record, 10.90 under 15. That's going to take some beating.
That's going to take some beating. But I remember Thadison, who was also a student at South St. George Government School. Minus injuries, he had tremendous talent. And just like many of the athletes in Grenada who we have seen, and we sort of look forward to seeing them grow, and they got cut short by injuries. But Thadison was a tremendous athlete then.
Heat number 2 up next. In lane number 2, it's Kelson Robertson from Mustang. In lane number 4, Ethan Geist, finish line. In lane number 6, Christian Lessie from St. David's Trailblazers. And in lane number 7 is Jacare Brewster from Extreme Velocity. The boys under 15, 100 meters.
So they're getting ready. They're on the starters orders. Lane number 2 is in. Lane number 4 is in. Lane number 6 is also in. And lane number 7.
Ethan Auguste is the favorite on paper in this one. So let's see what Ethan looks like in lane number 4.
Auguste again in lane number 4. And Auguste is from finish line. So let's see what they have to offer. Lane number 2, Robertson. Lane number 4, Auguste. 6, Lessie of Trailblazers. 7, it's Brewster of Extreme Velocity.
And the next voice you're going to hear on this end, at the end of this heat, will be Joseph Cadeau.
They look focused, Bernard. They look ready. It's like the season has just started. It's just a pleasure to see these guys, these young people that we have in Grenada, transforming the energy into some sort of a good potential, good output. It's really good to see them showcasing the talent that they have. So
absolutely, and so deep into the season for junior athletes to be on top of the game at this stage. It speaks volume really to the club structure and the training.
Correct. So they're ready, waiting. Whitsuntide 2023, under 15 boys, heat number 2, and they're off. Good clean break, and it's Ogis looking pretty well. Lane number 4, I don't think he'll be caught. So it's Ogis in lane number 4. Brewster in lane number 7 will not catch him. So it's Ogis in lane number 4. Brewster in lane number 7. It seemed to be a good run. Probably looking forward to seeing a good time. It's not too bad at all. They really held their way, held their form, and really powered through to the end. Brewster and Ogis Ogis and Brewster in that order, lane number 4 and lane number 7. Let's see what the time would show.
True to form, no surprises in this one. So it's Brewster and it's Ogis, sorry, from the finish line, Ethan Ogis in 11.79. 11.79.
So it's hit number 3, as I'm joined by Joseph Godor, lane number 1, Shaim Phillip, Westerhall Secondary, lane number 2, Aldon Clark, Westerhall Secondary, lane number 3, Joshua Morgan, St. Vincent Grammar School, Daniel Raim of High Performance, Xavier Barber, High Performance, Andre Sutherland, Runners, Keandre McCoy, Mustangs, out of St. Vincent, and also Brian Scott, Burnley, out of St. Vincent. We have lane number 1, that's Philip of Westerhall Secondary, he's there. Lane number 3, also there, Joshua Morgan, Grammar School. Lane number 4, Daniel Raim, High Performance. Lane number 5, also out of High Performance, Xavier Barber, Zavroy Barber. We have in lane number 6, Andre Sutherland of Runners. And in lane number 7, Keandre McCoy, Mustangs, followed lane number 8, Brian Scott of Burnley. So Westerhall has won in, and we have quite a few of the clubs from outside of Grenada, St. Vincent, represented here. Let's see what will happen. As we said, the record here, 1090, 2002, Thaddeus St. Paul would have done that out of South St. George Government School, and we look forward to seeing what these athletes can do with this record, Joe.
Well, indeed, we want to say thanks to our listeners, wherever you are, viewers. Thanks for being part of this TNR communication conversation, Whitsuntide 2023. And it seems as though Adams just want to set himself up to be another really great run. We saw Delron of Ogis. We've seen competition out of St. Vincent, and they have a relatively large contingent on island. And certainly it would be good to see what is, and I've always said, in order to measure your athletes, whoever you are, it's always good to run against your competing age groups across the region. And certainly this is what Whitsuntides, the sports, these 2 days is going to offer.
And we must give kudos to the organizers for being able to really attract so many participants from out of Grenada to come and participate. I mean, kudos to the Athletic Association. Well done. And if this is a forerunner of things to come, we look forward to a brilliant 2023-2024 season, especially Carifta Games 2024.
I mean, and just to contextualize this, there's some 45 clubs and schools that's been represented here. It's actually 45, and some 900 athletes thereabout. We had an unfortunate incident of St. Kitts actually not being able to get here to the games. But we're looking on screen. There is the height jump in progress. We will attempt to give you the height that they are attempting. But certainly, the Whitsuntide Games, Adams, sets to have its origin from the 50s, but we're just going to put our eyes, focus our attention on what's happening back on the track.
It's hit number 3 or 4, and they're off. It's a good, clean break. Let's see which lane is going to make the run. It seems as if it's lane number 8. That is Scott of Burnley. He's really tearing down to the end. Burnley, followed by the 2 athletes of High Performance, but it's Brian Scott of Burnley, followed by Daniel Raheem and Xavier Barber of High Performance. It's a really good run by Scott. And let's see what time he has put down, what marker he has put down, because the record is 10.90. That was done since 2002 by Titus and Paul. Let's see what is going to happen here as the time comes up. Well, it's a good run, Joe.
Indeed, he looked more like a runaway wreck train coming down, running out of lane number 8. And we've seen quite some competitive times with these junior runners. Brian Scott at a time of 11.55, Daniel Remy and 12.10, and Zeroy Barber 12.15. And that was your events, your time there, finishing times for Heat 3. Again, we continuing with Whitsuntide Games. Wherever you are, we say thanks for being part of this TNI Communication production. 2 days of glorious athletics prowess at the National Stadium. Kirani James Athletic Stadium, home of Kirani James, home of Anderson Peters, home of Aline Francique. I mean, the list goes on and on, Adams.
They are our trailblazers. They have made it. They are history makers for Grenada, and putting a small island of 130-odd square miles on the map, and I mean per capita being able to punch above the our line, punch above the line, really do well, and be able to have Olympic gold medals, world championship medals. I mean, also you can also consider on the track and field calendar, the Diamond League, being able to have first performances coming first in all of those, really putting Grenada on the map. We cannot pay them enough for what they have done for our country.
Indeed,
and it started here.
It started here. We're looking at the high jump. This athlete of the Fusion Club, they were attempting a height, it seems, of 1.85. And this athlete, and we're going to confirm his name for you, but from the Fusion Club. But right now we go back. As we try to give you a mix of what's happening, but we're back on the track as you look at the athletes on the status orders.
And they're off. It's lane number 2, lane number 4, and lane number 5. Let's see what is going to happen. It's a really good competitive run between lane number 2 and lane number 4. He's going to nick it at the end. Lane number 4, I mean, it really was a competitive race. They did not ask any quarter. Well done to the guys. They did excellent here. The heat number 4 of 8 in the boys under 15 100 meters. So out of lane number 4, it was Jaden Pierre of speed of South City Rising Stars. 11.92. Omarion Richardson, Westerhout Secondary, 11.97. Really competitive run between those guys. And the wind of 2.2, just above the running. So it would not be official, but it was a good run and a good time nonetheless.
There is a strong wind out there, Adams. I felt it this morning during the opening, when we would do the opening. Quite a strong breeze. Humidity is almost about 81%. But certainly, it's setting itself up to be a really great day of track and field. We continue with looking at the high jump, attempting 1.85 meters. There's multiple activities taking place on the field. What we're looking at now is the high jump in progress as they attempt 1.885. Again, it is Whitsuntide's 2023, a meet that has its origins, that takes us way back to the days of the 50, has seen some evolution over the years, but certainly it's good to know. There was a hiatus during the late 80s, some of the early 90s, but here the athlete, and again another foul attempt, and you can see, reasonably disgusted with himself, but certainly he would go back to the drawing board and get the form right. We coming back.
Heat number 5.
We're getting ready for heat number 5, and remind you that these are all prelims. The lane assignment of lane number 1, Malik Hall from Performers, Javal Brathwaite from Sprinters. There's Jaden Garrow from Idat. In lane number 4, Christoph Kelly's. Number 5, Rishon Daniel. Nestled in 6 is Sean Johnson. Out of lane number 8, Ethan White. From number 7, and out of lane number 8, Javel Briggs. Your lane assignment for the upcoming heat 5 of 8. Quite an extensive field, no doubt. It's the boys 100 meters. And they're off. Adams,
It's a good, clean break. It's the athlete in lane number 5. The SAS athlete is also bearing down on him, just getting past him. Let's see what is going to happen. But the athlete from SAS in lane number 4 is just going to nick the athlete from lane number 5.
That's
but the
Christoph.
athlete from SAS has
Christoph
done
Kelly's.
well.
Yes, that's Christoph Kelly's, nicking him almost at the end. And looking at this long, this lanky figure coming down the track. He's looking back now as you look at him. Christoph out of lane number 5 was being pushed there by Rashawn Daniel out of MVP. So we look at the official times.
12:02, Christoph Kelist of SAS, Rashawn Daniel, MVP, 12:03. It was a really tight race between those two, and the rest just came along. 12:75, Brathwaite, 12:88, Briggs, Ogarov, hit that, 12:94, who would have come in, Malik Hall of PRF at 13, but it was a good run. Christoph Kelist of SAS, he was not pushed. He looked just taking his time and measuring his steps and just deciding winning is what's important, not going to bother with time because he's going to go through to either the semifinal or the final straight. But it's a good run by Christoph Kellis, and the athletes from SAS in the under 15 category, they're doing extremely well.
Fouled attempt there by the athlete of Concord as we continue here at the National Stadium. At the most picturesque as it is, certainly the Dabo Hills to aside, the Caribbean Sea, and there's a gentle breeze that continues to stretch itself across the face of the National Stadium. We're looking now at attempt. The athlete psyching himself up. It's always interesting, those pre-run rituals that they go through.
But it works for them.
It works for them. Well, in this case, he did quite exceptional in climbing 185. And you can see the exuberance, pumping his fist in the air, saying, yeah, yeah. I mean, all of these athletes, not just here, but you've seen it on the international scene, they have some serious pre-delivery rituals.
Yep, and that's what helps them, and so you encourage them, whatever helps them to get the best out of themselves, you allow them to do it, and the athlete from Exceed seem to have done that and able to clear 1.88, I think, and he's really feeling good about himself and maybe can push this quite a bit some more. As we get ready for heat number 6 of 8.
We continue with the boys, 100 meters dash. Your lane assignment, Dimo Michael, he runs it of 1. Kamal Joseph occupies 2. Running out of 3 is Nicholas Francis. Vico Hines runs it of lane number 4. Occupying lane number 5 is Nathaniel Douglas. Isaiah John is nestled in lane number 7. Leonardo Grant runs out of lane numbers. So John is in 6, Grant is in 7, and Demar Barnwell runs out of lane number 8. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track at Whitsuntide 2023. It's the boys 100 meters dash under 15.
Heat 6 of 8.
Heat 6 of 8. Let's see how this one turns out.
They're on to the starters' orders. So it's Michael, Joseph, Francis, Hines, Douglas, John, Grant, Barnwell. Out of lane 1, Michael isn't there, so it's 2. Joseph, Francis, Hines, Douglas, John, Grant, and Barnwell of high performance. Both athletes 7 and 8, high performance. Leonardo Grant and Dimmer and Barnwell, all out of St. Vincent. And they're off. Good, clean break. Let's see what is happening. Lane number 2 is making the running. Lane number 2, that is Joseph of Speed. South City Rising Stars. He's looking good. South City Rising Stars is going to nick it, followed by the athlete from high performance, that's Leonardo Grant. But South City Rising Stars, Kamal Joseph, actually a student at the Grenada Boys Secondary School, past pupil of the South St. George Government School. He looked well there. Well done, Kamal Joseph. And he really looked absolutely good. His form was good. He really kept it right through to the end. And even when he came under pressure, he held his own and was able to nick it. Let's see what time he does. But that's Kamal Joseph, South City Rising Stars, followed by Leonardo Grant of high performance.
You know what's interesting about that race, though, Adams, that we had our eyes focused on Joseph running out of 2. But then you had Grant running out of lane number 7. Who literally, you could say, came out of nowhere. Was he conserving? Not sure, but certainly came in and he understood the whole concept of running through the tape and to take a second place there in this one. High jump.
1190 was not a bad time, but let's see, he's going to go through to the, just an update on the girls' long jump under 17 that took place this morning. We were not able to bring it to you. It's still taking place, but leading at this time is Natalia King of Concord 5.0, Temrick Vincent of Concord 4.86, and Shaphonia Houston of South City Rising Stars. She's jumping 4.83, not much between them. But at this time, it is King who's leading 5.0, 4.86, Vincent of Concord, and Shaphonia Houston, whom we know being one of those really rising stars in Grenada in track and field, and she seemed to be an all-round athlete. She's doing well at 4.83. So not much between first, second, and third, Joe. I'm sure we're going to hear some more of the under 17 long jump.
We'll indeed continue to monitor that. On our screen, there is the high jump in progress. They are attempting 1.85. Well, that's sorry, 1.88 because they've cleared one. So they've moved up to 1.88 and quite a big back and forth. Adams going here. It's good to see a lot of the young athletes, especially in events like the high jump and the long jump. That is coming into their own. Well, we head back onto the tracks. Heat 7 of 8. Lane assignments. Boswin runs out of 1. Glenn White Batiste occupies 2. Aiden Charles sits in lane number 3. Nestle in lane number 4 is Javid Noel. Delron Dumont runs out of lane number 5. Occupying lane number 6 is Jaden Goodrich. In 7, it is Gerard Auden. And running out of lane number 8, Giovanni Green. Your lane assignment, well, some of the lanes are in fact Scratch Adams, as we can see, but they are off Adams.
It's a good run. Lane number 2. Lane number 4 is looking well, but lane number 6 is also tearing down. So lane number 6 is doing extremely well, and that will be the athlete out of Burnley, Jaden Goodrich, also out of St. Vincent. I think he has done pretty well to win this hit and has booked himself a place into the semi-final or final. But that athlete from Burnley has done well.
What we must say, though, as we go through these 2 days, Adams, that St. Vincent has a contingent, we know, in way excess of 150 athletes. So you will see them. They've come in their droves, they come in the numbers, and they've literally said, listen, they're going to make their presence felt. So you can get an appreciation that it's going to be St. Vincent literally against everybody else, to put it in that perspective.
What I can tell you is that there's been a relationship between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada that sometimes we don't understand. And if we take it from the islands between Grenada and St. Vincent, where at one time it seemed as if Union Island and Carriacou seemed to be just one.
Right.
And then between Carriacou and Bequia and Canawan, it's just one big family.
They are our neighbors.
The Vincentians have always been a friend of those folks of Grenada and Carriacou and Petit Martinique.
But we can safely so say, though, but today, the next 2 days, friendships being what they are, we are here for the greater glory of saying, listen, we came from St. Vincent and we conquered.
That's correct. And my thing is that I am hopeful as the high jump takes place. Wow, just
failed attempt.
Failed it. Yes. I am hoping that that would grow. And it seems as if there's that growing thirst and from the St. Vincent athletes that they find it pretty easy to come down through to the south and participate in activities. And I think we need to encourage that. As we grow and develop the athletes, that competition is going to do well.
We move into the final round of heats in the boys 100 meters on the 15. Again, some of the lanes are scratched, so we do the assignment. Running out of lane number 1, Aiden Samuel from South City Rising Star. Lane number 2, there's Keshawn Charles runs out of 2. Running out of lane number 3 is Nathan Cumberbatch. 4 and 5 is scratch. Out of 6 is occupied by Nasari Nash. And lane number 8, running out of lane number 8 is Nathaniel Jeremiah. The lane assignment for your upcoming event. The final of the boys 100 meters dash on the 15 Adams. And again, in the final of it, and it certainly has set itself up to be a really, really, really exhilarated final. Some great runs. The excitement is yet to come. All continues.
Yep. it's going to continue. It's going to continue to build. I am really, really happy to see our young people just allowing their potential to come to the fore and really bring in the talent to be displayed here. I'm so pleased at this time of the year that we still have that energy and that vibe from our athletes. It speaks well for the future. And as I said, I am already looking forward to the season 2023-2024, and of course culminating in Carifta, the 50th anniversary of independence.
Well, there is an excitement, there is a rush, there's a cool build-up to it, but we guys, as we know, as we get closer to it, it's going to crescendo in what it's going to be. I think 2024 next year is going to be a really, really great year. Independence, Carifta, all these, I think even for the GFA, not GFA, sorry, Athletics Association, sorry. I think they're celebrating, there's a milestone that they're recognizing as well. I'm almost certain, well, I will confirm it, but I know for the Athletics Association, yes, 2024 is also a significant year for them in terms of how their contribution to the sport. I'm going to confirm for you. But certainly, even for the athletes here, it's good to be seen, because traditionally, once Intercall is over and done with Carifta Adams, you don't get to see much of our athletes. Our attention seems to then focus on the international scene, but it's good at this time of the year that we still have our athletes in form. High jump, attempting 191, a fold attempt. And certainly it's always good to see these young athletes, different strides, different rhythms. Everybody's trying to figure out what rhythm works best for them, Adams?
Yes. Each one has his own style, unique style. Nonetheless, the objective remains the same, to get the greatest push out of the ground, using the techniques that would suit them best, their body build, their everything. So slightly different, but the objective remains the same, to get the greatest push that would take them over the bar, not allowing them to get it, foul it. But I want to say that Whitsuntide 2023, from what I have seen, it's already a success. To have all of these athletes coming from across the region come into Grenada to be part of Whitsuntide 2023, I am indeed very, very pleased. So it's the final heat of heat number 8 of 8 for the boys under 15 before we move to the under 20 girls. So they're off. It's a good, clean break. South City Rising Stars is in lane number 1, but that athlete in lane number 3, that is Nathan Cumberbatch of Extreme Velocity. He seems as if he's going to win it, but oh, wow, just right down to the end of lane number 5. That looked like Kenaz Bowen. Is it Kenaz Bowen or Nasri Nash of the Grammar School, St. Vincent Grammar School?
Let's just look at the replay. A nice steady run there out of lane number 3. And we'll keep our eyes on the Vincentian athletes running out of lane number 6.
That is Nash of the Grammar School and Cumberbatch of Extreme Velocity. Nash seemed to have nicked him right at the end.
That's almost like a cheetah attack on a little gazelle. I mean, literally out of nowhere, time to run and make the final push, sneak up on him. It's almost like he didn't even know he was coming. So he came up in stealth mode.
In stealth mode. And it seems so unfair, because that athlete in lane number 3 seemed to have been all there, that Samuel of South City Rising Stars, and then Cumberbatch out of Extreme Velocity just nicked him at the end. 1183, not a legal win because it was plus 2.5. So let's see what happens as they go through to the next round.
But just to give it the time, Nathan Cumberbatch, 11.83, and Nash from St. Vincent, 11.85. Aiden Samuel from South City Rising Stars, 13.08. And that was the final round of heats in the under 15 boys.
Brilliant jump by that young man. My word. I'm so happy to see at 191. Man, he's pleased, Joe. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic. I am just elated here to see this guy exceed the potential that he has in them as we get ready for the under 20 girls.
I don't know what heaven feels like, neither one of us, but trust me, he just got a little peek as to what that heavenly experience can be like.
Yes, but I take my leave for, in the meantime, Bernard is going to come and join Joe, and I'll see you in a short while.
We're getting ready for the girls on the 100 meters dash. Girls on the 20, it is. Let's confirm the lane assignments for you. Lane number 1, Monique Moses occupies 1. Then there is Holder that runs out of 2. Smith occupies from performers. So Holder runs from out of extreme velocity. There's Michaela Smith that runs out of lane number 3 for high performance. There is Glenway Dowdy out of Phoenix. Shante Augustin occupies lane number 5 for 473 MVP. There is Lafina Lane for high performance. And there is Carissa Curtin from Concord. Bernard, your lane assignments, we move into the ladies. And certainly, we've noticed from starting this morning at 11 that the excitement continues to grow. No shortage of it.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can, and the fans have already started coming in. You can see this steady build-up, and I would imagine by sometime mid-afternoon, we should have a good buzz going on here. So these are the bigger girls, and one would expect a lot of the running to come from lane 5. A lot of the running really should come from lane 5 in this one.
Correct. We're looking at their times going into this one. Smith at a 4, coming out at a time of 12.50. Dowden 11.77 and Shanti Augustin 12.31. So we will keep our eyes on 3, 4, and 5. Let's see how the race how it translates itself. Under 20 girls is Whitsuntide Games, certainly, and featuring some of the heptathlon from the NACAC addition to this game. But if you look at Shantae, quite focused, running under lane number 5. Dowden from Phoenix occupies lane number 4, and you have Michaela Smith from Performers in lane number 3. We continue to look at quite a heavy breeze that continues to stretch that ever constant presence here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. If you're just joining us and you're trying to assess what's happening here, it is Whitsuntide Games 2023. And we are located at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, located in the best part of the universe, today, tomorrow, and any other time, Grenada. You can see the concentration on the faces.
It's out of Antigua and Barbuda in number 4.
Lane number 4, that's for Performance, that's for Smith.
So lanes 3, 4, and 5. And they have been asked to stand down for now.
We're hoping that we'll get some that we'll be given some details on there as to, but notwithstanding, we're not sure exactly what's happening on the track. We see the field officials, they're directing traffic, moving the athletes from off the track into another direction. But certainly it's all happening down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is the Whitsuntide Games 2023, featuring the NACAC heptathlon, the females, that started this morning, and certainly will continue into the afternoon and into the rest of the day.
And just to bring you up to speed, we have over 900 athletes taking part in today's games. There's the 2023 version of the Whitsuntide Games, a return to the Whitsuntide Games. We have some country teams from Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, and Kitts and Nevis, but we have since learned that some Kitts and Nevis, they are not here,
Correct.
Having some flight difficulties. Guyana is here, and British Virgin Islands. These are like country teams. And the regional club teams, Rosedale from Other St. Vincent, Burnley Athletic Club from Trinidad and Tobago, Katoria from St. Vincent, Concord Athletics from Trinidad and Tobago, High Performance from St. Vincent, that Academy from St. Vincent, Phoenix Track Club from Antigua and Barbuda, Phoenix Athletics from Trinidad, Mustangs from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Performance Track Club from Barbados, Roses Academy out of St. Vincent's Grammar School, University of Trinidad and Tobago, Exceed Sports Club from St. Vincent, Excel Track and Field Club from St. Vincent, Maximizing Athletic Potential, MAP, from Trinidad and Tobago. The Guyana Defense Force is represented here. Abilene Wildcats Athletic. This is an old traditional club out of St. Lucia, an Extreme Velocity Track Club from Barbados. Well represented across the region, I would say.
Indeed, the representation coming quite from wide and far. St. Vincent, from all indications, covering the largest contingent.
Our neighbors next door, it is a boat ride away and not too long. It's a scenic boat ride, I imagine, coming down.
Well, trust me, it wasn't just one boat they came with.
Well, we hope not.
Well, but indeed, they've come and they've represented and are represented quite well. And certainly we've seen them. Literally, they've made their presence felt already. But I was speaking with the president of the Grenada Athletics Association as a build-up to the meet, and we highlighted the Whitsuntide Games as one of the better developmental programs across the region. Antoine.
Well spoken, actually. It's what we have seen here today is evidence of that. We have had under 9 80 meters dash for both boys and girls. This really is a developmental meet in a true sense. Whenever you expose young athletes to competition, regional competition at that, one can say this is truly a developmental meet. And traditionally, it have always played a significant role in the growth of our regional embrace of our track and field. By the time we get onto the big stage, no one thinks individual countries. We always look to see how the Caribbean is performing. And really, it really starts here. This nestles here, as one would say. It starts in these games. It's
interesting. We've looked at the attempts at CARICOM, we've looked at the OECS and all these other regional integration attempts. But one thing that unites us as a people is traditionally cricket, which gave us a face as Caribbean people. But certainly athletics, track and field has certainly taken a page from the other areas. And it's certainly in more recent years you're seeing more and more of it. And certainly for Whitsuntide Games 2023, it is even quite evident. 45 or so clubs and countries represented in the excess of 900 athletes. I mean, certainly, we say kudos, hats off to the Grenada Athletics Association, powered by Puma. And certainly you've seen them well decorated out there. It only shows that something is happening as the president alluded to in an earlier interview. But we get back onto the track, the lane assignments. It's the girls, 100 meters dash under 20. Moses, Holder, Smith, Dowden. And they are officially off. Nice and even. We're looking at it is Dowden running out of lane number 4. This is Dowden out of 4, literally motoring away all by herself. Santi Augustine comes in a near second place, but it is running out of lane number 3. It was Smith, in fact, out of lane number 3, literally running there all by herself. Running all by herself there. And certainly we look for the official time. We look for the official time there for as Dowden, Phoenix, in fact. We'll probably, Bernard, give us some information, if you can, about Club Phoenix. We'll see if we could pull up some information on the club. We wait for the official times. But certainly, what can you tell us, though? I know you've been scoring and.
Whilst we look for some information on Club Phoenix, what we can say.
Before you do that, then we look at we take the official time. Time it is 11.72 for Phoenix Track Club, and Shante Augustine coming in second for MVP, 12.09, and Carissa Cotton from Concord, 12.12.
And this, Joe, is really a true reflection of the regional flavor of this. First place is Antigua and Barbuda. Second place is Grenada, and third place Concord from Trinidad and Tobago. This really is regional right there, as regional as you can get it. I wanted to make the point earlier that Antigua and Barbuda and St. Kitts and Nevis in in the last few years, they have certainly distinguished themselves in track and field, especially in the sprint areas. And they continue to do quite well.
And these are what you refer to in the context of regional athletics, the non-traditional powerhouses. I mean, we know of the Jamaica, we know of the Bahamas. I think Kitts in the years gone by have held their own. In Grenada, certainly has put its own, has redrawn the Caribbean athletics map as to what the playing field should look like. But it's good when you see in some of the non-traditional countries, they're coming into their own. As we give you the lane assignments for heat 2 of 2, the girls 100 meters dash. The lane assignment here. It is Christine Charles from South City Rising Star, runs out of 1. The lane 2 is occupied by Frederick. Nestled in lane number 3 is Rhea Flanders. Number 4, Naya Brown. 5, Janisha Spencer of Phoenix again. It is Zian Bean is nestled in lane number 6. On her outside, from Kamisha Dominic out of lane number 7 from Trailblazers, and Maya Sylvester from South City Rising Stars occupies lane number 8. But lane number 8 from all indication is actually scratched, so just read it. It is Charles in 1, Frederick in 2, Flanders runs out of 4, Spencer in 5, Bain in 6, and Dominic runs out of lane number 7. You've the lineup, Bernard, for the next event.
This should be a very competitive one here. And going from what we have on paper here, we expect a lot of the running to come from lane number 4. Lane number 4, again, from Naya Brown from Performers.
Let's see how this one unfolds as they await the start. Heat 2 of 2. The girls 100 meters dash.
Again, from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Performers, high performance.
Again, it says, I'm not sure if it has become a pre-race ritual where they...
Actually, we have 2 performance teams. High performance from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Performance Track Club from Barbados. We were just talking to Performers from Barbados just now, and not the club from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
A little view there, cross-section of the supporting fans.
That should change. That should change significantly by about 3 o'clock p.m. local time here today.
What I'm impressed with, though, the branding. We know who they are supporting. It's the tier squad from South City Rising Stars. They come well branded. And
this is a young club that has grown leaps and bounds in the last year and a half, 2 years, and it's a good thing to see you there. The majority of the athletes in South City Rising Stars, they will be represented from the boys from GBSS to a significant extent, and the young people from the south of the island, the naked south of the island, the Limes and the Grand Valleys and so forth. So this actually speaks to the extent of the program itself.
I know since we've always had this continuous conversation regarding the benefits of and the rise of the club program and the sort of value that it adds. Certainly over the last couple of years, we've seen attempts by the Ministry of Sports and other affiliated organizations to increase the cadre of our coaching officials.
Yes, and what we are seeing now is the benefits that has resulted from this training. You're not missing anything on the track, ladies and gentlemen. The under 20 girls, 100 meters momentarily has been delayed, but we should be back in the track not too long from now.
Should be back on the track, looking at a cross-section of the supporters. Quite a mix, though. Young, middle-aged, seniors. The youngsters are there out with mommy, pops, and probably grandmas. The entire family's out. And as though this is athletics, well, here they are. They're back on the track as we get ready for heat 2 of 2. It's prelims. This is with the prelims. The finals will come later in the days. The girls 100 meters dash. As we give you the lane assignment, running out of lane number 1, Christine Charles from South City Rising Stars. Frederick occupies lane number 2. Rhea Flanders sits in 3. Nestled in 4 is Nia James. And just to let you know that Flanders came in with a time of 12:13.20. but we certainly have to keep our eyes out for lane number 4. That's Nia Brown from Performers, and I think you say that's Performers from...
That's from Barbados.
From Barbados, 11.90. There's Jamisha Spencer from Phoenix, 12.20. Bean out of finish line from, at that time, she comes with an entry time of 13.36. And there is Dominique, Kamisha Dominique. Lane assignments for upcoming events. Again, we're going to keep our eyes on the middle of the track in lane number 4. Nia Brown out of Performance in Barbados.
So there should be good competition in lane 4 and 5. Barbados and Antigua and Barbuda.
Let's see how this one unfolds as they wait. And they're off officially. Let's keep our eyes as they get just about the 50 minutes mark. Well, running out of the middle of the pack as we anticipated, motoring down. It is Performers, but I think running up, well, we seem as though, well, we had Dominique, Kamisha Dominique from Trackblazers, who, if you ask me, we'll have to wait for the official times while we were busy focusing on Brown as we look at the replay for the first half of the outing. It was Brown literally holding form, but look outside, on the outside in lane number 7.
Yes, it's...
Let's see.
Unofficially. It is Brown.
It is Brown. Unofficially, officially it is Brown on the Performance, 12.32. Kamisha Dominique from St. David's Trackblazers finishing in the time of 12.33. Janisha Spencer, 12.74.
Dominique was finishing quickly.
Definitely, she came in. And you always say, coaches say to athletes, run through the tape. Run through the tape, because you don't always have time to focus on the athletes on either side of you. So you always encourage you to run through the tape, unless maybe you think you have speed as the great Usain Bolt that allows you to stop and gesticulate, and that's not even a culture that is encouraged, actually. It's not a culture that is encouraged. So we just saw the finishers, the wrap-up there of heat 2 of 2 of the girls' 100 meters dash. We will now move on as we get ready for another event on the day. Again, it is Whitsuntide. Yes, you got it right, taking place at the picturesque Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And if you've never heard of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, but I know you've heard of Kirani, this is his home, and the most beautiful place on earth that you can possibly think about in the Spice Isle of the Caribbean, Grenada. And certainly wherever you are, remind you this is a TNR Communication production, and we want to say thanks for joining us wherever you are. If you can share the link, forward, call a friend, let them know. If you're on the island, though, and you've started the broadcast via virtually, you can feel free to make your way down. But again, we continue. We're moving along. We're moving now to the boys. It's the boys under 20. Boys under 20. The athletes on the track. Let's look at the lane assignment. Running out of lane number 1, it is Ronaldo Solomon. Running out of lane number 3, representing SAS, Brian Isaac. Also in the mix, in lane number 4, it is Ravel Webster. In lane number 5, Kevin Martin is in 5, and running out of lane number 7, it is Kirani Torp. And they're off officially. It is the 100 meters dash. Let's continue. They're still nicely bundled. We're looking at the lane number 3. It is Isaac. Well, actually, from Concord. Let's see if we get the official results on this one. This is the first outing with the boys 200 meters. That's Webster. Let's keep our eyes on them. In the middle of the pack, Webster running out of lane number 4. Sass on his outside in the person of Isaac, Brian Isaac. But it is Webster out of lane number 4 that clenches this one in a time of 10.90 seconds.
So the Webster there, good steady running, 10.90 seconds. Under 20, interesting times.
Interesting time, but that's just the first heat. It's event number 9. As we continue to, to go deep into the evening. It's yet early times though. The crowd is building. And again, we say those of you that's online, again, remind you that the production has been facilitated by Team TNR Communications. Remember, for all your local events, check them, give them a call. Call the team, Richie Oliver and the team, and certainly they can, whatever event that you have that you need to get out via the World Wide Web. We certainly, whatever sporting event, whatever it is you have that requires you to put it out virtually. Again, you've seen a number of teachers that I'm recognizing, and I guess Intercall is all over, but the teachers, they're just a network that they form. Teachers, the students, the bond that is built up that allows, sports becoming what it is, and everyone is coming out to support. We continue the action.
In fact, it's not unusual to have the club structure being staffed primarily with persons from the school system.
Correct. Excellent assessment on that one. And they tend to follow the students, the athletes, wherever they go. Another heat, 2 of 6. The lane assignments. Sergeant of lane number 2. Sidney Gibbs is nestled in 2. Kareem Bernard, St. Bernard runs out of 3. Kyle Lawrence is in 4. In lane number 5, we have Cassius Moses, and also, well, they are off officially. We're looking at the athlete, 147. They're running out of in the middle of the pack, and that's Lawrence. Well built and motoring away down the track. I've seen just like a regular Saturday. Easy like Saturday. Well, no, we would say probably saying Sunday morning. Easy for him like Saturday evening. As Kyle Lawrence there, and certainly he came in with a time of 10.50. Well built, muscular, and holding his form quite steady. And he stops. We'll get the official time in just a bit. But he came in with the best time of 10.50. So this for him, you can see it was definitely a stroll in the park. He stopping the clock at 10.75. So certainly nowhere close to his full potential, Bernard.
Yes, I've seen he is from Chat from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and it's a respectable time.
They came in here with almost 5-6 clubs.
Yeah,
5 or 6 clubs that's been represented. Again, we did say to you that the athletes, the clubs, some 45 clubs from across the region, countries, clubs, some 900 athletes will be participating in the meet that stretches over the 2 days. Today's day number 1, and still inside of the first session. And it's just good, at least, that you can join us wherever you are, part of this communication. The meet organized, Bernard, by the Grenada Athletics Association.
Yes, and this is turning to be an interesting morning session. Most of the finals in these 100 meters will be run off later in the day, so we can expect some key competition. So far in the under 20 boys, we would have had two athletes dipping under the 11-second mark, and just about 10.75, the best of the day so far.
Well, of course, wherever you are, we say that this is Whitsuntide Games 2023, coming to you live from the Kirani James Athletics Stadium, and it really augurs setting itself up not just for today. What's going to be a great day tomorrow. You kind of get in a sense late in the evening, the crowd is going to build, and tomorrow is going to be quite another stellar day for athletics.
And that's not unusual.
So again, let's do the lane assignments as they come up. It is heat 3 of 3. Running out of lane number 2 is Gloucester. In 2. I'm not sure what's happening here. The athlete of lane number 4, that's a married knight from Extreme Velocity. He seems a little bit bemused as to what's happening around him. The athletes have all left the blocks. I'm not well. There was some early movements. We'll get an official consideration from the field as to exactly what's happening, but we give you the lane assignments. We're in lane number 2. It is Gloucester from HP. Lane number 3, from representing Altitude. It is DeAndre Andel. Amari Knights representing Extreme Velocity, runs out of 4. Tegan Peterkin from 473 as a local club here in Grenada, running out of lane number 5. Jaheim Tika from CSC. There is Delron Delfish out of lane from Mustang in St. Vincent, runs out of lane number 7. And Sheldon Hosford, SAS, runs out of lane number 8.
So CSC is, again, a reminder, that's Carriacou, Extreme Velocities from Barbados. So we have a pretty good mix across it. So St. Vincent, Barbados, Grenada, and Carriacou represented in this one.
So, early days yet?
Grenada, mainland Grenada, that is.
Indeed, indeed. So, folks, it is Whitsuntide Games 2023, organized by the Grenada Athletics Association.
And again, one expects the running to come from lane 4 in this one.
Indeed, expected to come out of lane number 4. Tegan Peterkin. So there's Amari Knights, 10.55. And let's see how this one develops itself. Early days, as we look at the motoring down the track, we're looking at SAS on the outside, also coming through to the tape. Out of lane number 4 was Amari Knights, but we look for the official time. Nice throw there, mix of fashion and everything else in this one. Again, on the outside, lane number 3 out of SAS. Hosford is there. I think unofficially, we look for the official times, but yes, unofficial, it is Delron Delfish coming out of Mustang, 11.21. Amari Knights, 11 point. Well, both crossing finishing crossing at a time of 11.21, and then you have Leroy Gloucester from HP, 11.43. Jamari Tika, Brenner finishing up the order. We're looking at them, Delron. I'm saying Delron, Antoine, and you're almost tempted. If you were probably somewhere in Kingston, Jamaica, you were somewhere in Kingston, in St. Vincent, you're probably in one of the islands. You can see the Vincentian. They probably balling the air. The trip was wet. They are represented quite well.
Absolutely, and we would have missed likely the false start by Peterkin in the first heat, and so he was disqualified. And no persons would have been looking for Peterkin at the end in this heat here that would have just finished. But he had a false start, and so he was disqualified. That's why there was no Peterkin at the end. He would have been one of the favorites in the one that just gone.
So even the favorites, they get it wrong. It's not about what you've done prior. It's how you deliver. You deliver on the day.
On the day.
The next heat of the next race on the day, heat 4, 6. We give her the lane assignments. To Hugh Chance from Concord, runs out of lane number 1. Kenzie Matthews from Runners runs out of 2. There is Joshua Greenwich, Bolt. Emilio Bishop, South City Rising Stars, runs out of lane number 4. There's Trey Callender of Performers in lane number 5. HP in the person of Ricardo Williams runs out of lane number 6. Number 7. Lane number 7 is occupied by Jaden Herbert, and lane number 8. Sitting in lane number 8 is Hussein Jaber of Club 473. Noticing, though, that the first 2 lanes.
So we expect our Carifta representative in Emilio, our meaning the greater representative, in Emilio to do the run in this one. Out of lane 4 from South City Rising Stars.
He comes in with a time of 10.61. We keep our eyes on the lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8. The boys, 100 meters dash, under 20, and they are officially off. Quite even start. We keeping our eyes focused, running there out of lane number 4, motoring down the track, as we call it, is from South City Rising Star, true to form. Emilio Bishop running out of lane number 4 for South City Rising Stars. We look at the official time. Yeah, we see the contingent. They were there waiting with expectations. Looking at the back, he says no room for softness. No room for softness. And quite an easy win there for him. Just a stroll in the park, crossing the finish line. We get to the official times. 10.67.
Yeah, not unexpected. And this is just about what Emilio has been running all year. It's just about 10, 6, 10, 7. So the 10.65 is not unexpected.
The consistency remains. Yeah, we want to say hi to our good old pals, Michael Bascom. Hi, Mikey, how are you? We know wherever you are a diehard athletics fan, and I know that you are following the proceedings from home. If you ask me, I know he's wishing that he was here. No, I'm telling you, knowing Michael, he's probably wishing he was here right at home. And I can see that probably the smile beaming across his face saying, yeah, Joe, keep quiet at this. Don't let my secrets out. But it's good to know that you're following and keeping track of the athletes where you are, comrade.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We continue with heats with action on the track. Heat 5 of 6. We give it the lead and step. One of the challenges that you keep seeing, and I'm not sure how those works out, where you're provided with a start sheet that gives you a full listing, and then you see the athletes, they show up, Adams, and then you realize, okay, a few of the lanes are scratched.
Well, it's sometimes on the day, it's some niggles in training, and it happens to the best of athletes, even the most prepared and well trained. Not unlike what we had most recently with Shelley and Fraser. She was supposed to open her season really in Kenya, and it didn't go that way because in training, just the night before. So it happens. It happens.
Let's bring the focus back onto the track as we continue with Whitsuntide Games 2023. And certainly has been a great morning as we just bring you up to date on the time. Just exactly 6 minutes past the hour of 1 o'clock.
If you have just joined us, there you are witnessing the continuation of the boys under 20 100 meters dash preliminaries.
Indeed, heat 5 of 6. And we do the lane assignments, running out from South City Rising Star. Jordan Pierre runs out of 1. There is Pierre, Jordan, Joseph, Roberts, running out of 5. It is Sean Rafal. And it's a clean start. South City Rising Star on the outside of lane number 1. That's in Pierre. But motoring down the middle and literally running away with this one. Running out of lane. Running there out of lane number 4. And quite a muscular guy, I mean, no doubt. That's just Sean Raphael from Extreme Velocity. And I guess he shows you why he comes out of Extreme Velocity. As he motored his way down the middle of the pack. Extreme Velocity, he came in with a time of 10.87. 10.87, we'll see exactly. And again, we still see them.
So he was nipped on the line by.
Well, that's what I'm noticing here.
That by Jamari Saunders.
Jamari Sanders for me. That 10.95. Sean Raphael 10.98. We go through now, which is expected to be the final race in this batch, which is the boys 100 meters dash under 20. the boys 100 meters dash under 20. We look for the lineup. And again, another reduced field. And certainly, as you're seeing, Antoine, there could be a number of reasons giving rise to the reduced fields. Certainly, you had, of course, St. Kitts not being here. I heard earlier on that the team from Antigua, they were having some challenges with transport locally. So there's always a multiplicity of reasons as to why the various athletes they're absent. But we focus on what's happening here. 4 athletes. Let's give you the assignments. So we're running out of lane number 1 from ITDAT, and from Trinidad and Tobago, it's Isaiah Charles. Then occupying lane number 4, Fusion Club from Grenada. That's in the person of Samuel Green. His time, 10.71. Lane number 6, KL Batiste from Trackblazer, Grenada. And that would definitely complete the lane assignments. Lane 1, 4, 5, and 6. Lane 1, 4, 5, and 6. Let's see how this one, and they're off and running. We're looking at in that of Trinidad and Tobago, but here Fusion from lane number 4, just literally pulling this one away. And we, as this said, Samuel Green, he came in here with a time of 10.71, and certainly holding true to form. And Fusion, as a local club here in Grenada, and he won this one quite handsomely. We wait for the official times, and certainly, Antoine, you can see him just literally, stretching the rest of the field quite thin. And Fusion, Samuel Green, 10.77. Ronaldo Spencer, 11.24, sorry. And Isaiah Charles from ITDAT Trinidad, 11.43. And Kyle Batiste from St. David's Trackblazer, that's a club from Grenada, 11.80.
So one, in fact, can expect the continuation of the rivalry with Samuel Green and Emilio come finals later on in the day. This has been going on all year, and it makes good, interesting viewing of the competitive nature of these young men over the 100 meters.
Well, we're keeping our eyes on the field from the under 20 boys. We move to the women's open, and we give you the lineup in just a bit. But again, reminding you, we down here coming to you live from the picturesque Kirani James Athletic Stadium. If you're Grenadian, and you can make out the landscape, the Lacquer Brothers crematorium on the Cemetery Hill. There is Cemetery Hill. And those elevated points, Antoine, Cemetery Hill, the Dabo area, is always a great vantage point for those persons who opt in not to make their way the journey down to the front gate, but enjoy the view from the outskirts.
When you are blessed with a view like that,
take advantage.
You should take advantage.
We've seen from what's happened in the field, and we're getting ready for a medal presentation ceremony. We send you down to trackside for the medal presentation ceremony, and we continue up here soon after with action on the track.
More to come.
More to come.
.03 seconds. Second position from the Velocity Track Club, Jason Johnson, a time of 12.49 seconds. And the winner, the girls 80-meter dash under 9 from the St. David's Trackblazers, Sanjay Simon, winning the event in 12.38 seconds. Your winners for the girls 80 meters under 9. Medal presentation for event 5, boys 80-meter dash under 9. The third position represented the South St. George Government School in a time of 12.41 seconds, Nathaniel Martin. Second position, representing Burnley Track Club out of Trinidad and Tobago, Johan Robinson, doing the event in 11.88 seconds. And your winner from the Finish Line Athletic Club, Keishan Korb, in a time of 11.88 seconds. Your winners for event 5, the boys 80-meter dash under 9. That was the medal presentation and we want to thank Mr. Moses, the deputy chair of the local organizing committee, for doing that presentation.
Thank you and welcome back. What we just saw there was a medal presentation ceremony. The first, I think, is and certainly we want to say thanks to you. Thanks for being part of the conversation. This is Whitsuntide Games 2023 coming to you from the National Stadium, the Kirani James National Stadium in downtown St. George, the best place there is. It's the Isle of Spice where everything is nice, Bernard. And if you, I know all of us as Grenadians, we're proud to say that we are from Greens. We are officially from Greens. We're going to keep our eyes on the track. As it certainly seems as though there's been a shift and a change in the lineup of events. I'm not sure if one of our producers could get us an appreciation as to where we are. We were supposed to be moving to the 100 meters, but in the females, but that's certainly not the case. It would seem as though
this seems to be a makeup heat, and we get some clarity shortly.
We get some clarity in it shortly, certainly. But again, we say thanks. It is Whitsuntide Games. Session 1, Bernard, day number 1. And if what we've seen so far is any indication as to what is to come, then the expectation continues to ripen.
We will have some pretty good competition in the under 15, both male and female, and also the under 17. They're all shaping up to be quite competitive races a little later on in the day.
Indeed, so not wherever you are, you want to make your way down to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. For those of you that's following the broadcast live, we say thanks for being part of what is a TNR communication production for all of the different shots. You say, trust me, I think, no, it's not no foreign company. It's a local homegrown company. And look, that's the Emilio squad. That's nicely adorned. I'm just trying to look at the back of her.
South City Rising Stars.
South City Rising Stars, no room. She says, well, I was reading the back of the reverse side, something about moms. But it's interesting, though. Certainly, you've seen the branding. You've seen these clubs. When they go out and they represent the headbands, the branded material. It's all part of what track and field has grown into. It's no longer merchandising as it is. The term has become an integral part of promoting, Bernard, selling the game, the sport.
It is, and all in the name of support, really. And any good, successful athlete would tell you the support that one would get from the friends, family, it's invaluable. Absolutely invaluable. You're not missing much on the track. We are just getting ready for another 100 meters. We will get some clarity as to what age group this is, but still to come is it would be the 100 meters open and international, 400 meters both for boys and girls under 20. The shot put should get going shortly, and then we have a series of 200 meters both at the under 11 and under 13 age group.
Seeing some preparation been taking place close to the long jump pit, so that would give you some indication that either for a resumption or a start of action in the long jump pit. What we've seen all day, as you can come to appreciate, multiple events taking place at the time and entwined. And certainly what we attempt to do is to provide sort of balanced coverage as to what's happening at different times on the track and in the field. But again, the place to be, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is day number 1, session number 1 of the Whitsuntide Games that has its birth in the days of the 50s. It has its birth in the days of the 50s, and certainly what we're experiencing today is that you have some 45 clubs and countries being represented here, in excess Bernard, of some 900 athletes. And this augurs well, not just for the specific Whitsuntide Games, but it augurs well for track and field on a whole, Grenada and across the region.
Regional track and field is well served, and in fact, this has been a continuing trend. There is a steady growth in interest of track and field right across the region. In fact, one of the top female sprinters in the U.S. in 2023 is Juliana Alfred. She comes out of St. Lucia.
Right.
Via secondary schooling in Jamaica. So this is another heat as we thought, it's a makeup heat in the boys under 15 boys, 100 meters. This would add to the heats that would have gone earlier. So this is in lane number 2, Glenroy Batiste from High Performance. From Masters, Aiden Charles, Javed Noel from MVP. MVP is one of the local clubs in Grenada. From BAC, Jaden Greenwich, Garrett Ordine from High Performance. Fusion Athletic, Giovanni Green, Fusion Athletic, again a local club out of Grenada here. Toquan Boats Swain, that's Caracou is represented here, and Delron Dumont of ATA. So they are on the status orders. 100 meters boys, under 15. It's a fair start. And doing the running, it's MVP. And now in lane 5, it's lane 6, it seems. Legal win, 1.8. And the running time is 11.9, is 0 seconds. The athlete in lane 6 seems to have Jaden Goodrich is the winner in this one. Jaden Goodrich, 11.89 seconds, 11.99. Giovanni Green from Fusion, and MVP in 12.16. Javi Noel in the third position. So that was a heat in the boys under 15, 100 meters. Next up on the track, on paper, the men 100 meters dash open and international. 100 meters open and international men on the track. Next.
It's Whitsuntide Games 2023 inside of the National Stadium. And we're getting back on track. It's the men 100 meters open international. We provide you with the lane assignments. Again, what we notice in this seems to be a reduced field, Antoine.
Reduced field.
But doesn't in any way reduce on the excitement and the anticipation of what is to come. The lane assignments. Shamari John runs out of lane number 1 for Club Concord. Running out of lane number 3, Matthew Graham for UTT. Number 4 is occupied by Neil Peters from South City Rising Stars. Running out of lane number 6 for Exceed, Zamari Stevenson. And occupying lane number 7, Jaheim Gravesandy from Extreme Velocity. So we look at the lane assignments: Concord, UTT, South City Rising Stars, Exceed, and Extreme Velocity. And again, you can well appreciate that these are clubs that has come from near and far. Some 45 clubs, some excess of 900 athletes has made their way, poured into the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for Whitsuntide's 2023. As you await status orders, a little bit of early movements, flinching.
There might be a false start in this one. So Concord is out of Trinidad and Tobago. UTT is the University of Trinidad and Tobago. SCRS is the South City Rising Stars, local club from Grenada here. And Exceed is out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So we are well represented here across the region. EVTC.
Well, they say wherever.
Extreme Velocity.
We're looking at the replay, and let's see what it seems as though it would have been. The action, the early movement came out of lane number 7, was it?
And EVTC.
But present, we go back on the status orders.
They are from Barbados.
Full flight. That's still being represented, so there hasn't seemed to be any infringement of any sort. Extreme, Exceed. And they're off and they're running quite early. Concord, South City Rising Stars. Let's keep our eyes. It is running out of lane number 3. Matthew Graham from UTT being stretched there by South City Rising Stars. That seems to be the call and the order of the day. That's Graham out of lane number 3 out of UTT.
So he's from the University of Trinidad and Tobago in position number 1 in this one. And followed closely, relatively closely, from the athlete out of South City Rising Stars from Grenada.
That's Neil Peters. So we just looked at the completion of event number 11, the men's 100 meters international open. So officially, it is Graham from UTT 10.94, Peters from South City Rising Stars 11.08, Gravesandy 11.46. Zimri Stevenson and the others bringing up the order.
Negative 2.1 win certainly not in their favor in that one.
No, indeed. We continue. So that was heat 1 of 4. Heat 1 of 4. Again, we look through the lane assignments as they are. It is Whitsuntide's nice cross section of spectators down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. I think we're looking at a vendor, no-ton spectator. He's probably giving himself. I think you probably know if you come to any meet at the stadium, he's become a staple. He's become a staple at the at the national stadium. I think you remember it takes you back to the days, Antoine, when you followed cricket, and there was Gravy and and other individuals that you knew you never met them, but they became a household name.
Absolutely.
I think for this particular vendor, he does the candies and everything else. He's becoming, even if you don't know his name, but he's become a household person, a face that you would recognize, and if not most events that takes place at the National Stadium. We're going to look at the field to confirm the lane assignments.
It's heat number 2.
Heat number 2, indeed.
100 meters dash open and international.
So we see out of lane number 7. We look at lane number 7. Albert Joseph out of MVP. Running of lane number 6 from HP, it's Rivaldo Solomon. Lane number 5 is occupied by Shaquille John out of Concord. Out of lane number 3, South City Rising Stars, Josiah Cooper. And running out of lane number 2, it's Jaden D'Souza for Phoenix A. Your lane assignment for the upcoming event, heat 2 of 4 of the men 100 meters open. We look who's going to stamp their mark on this one. D'Souza in 2. Cooper running out. That's D'Souza for Phoenix A. Cooper from South City Rising Stars. There is Concord out of St. Vincent. There is Solomon and Albert Joseph from 473 MVP local club. And they're on the status orders, and they off early runners, quite even break. Let's see, of course, as who's going to start stretching and pulling away in the field. But we're looking at the middle of the pack out of lane number 5. Out of lane number 5, it is from Concord Club, out of Trinidad and Tobago. That's Concord Athletics Club out of Trinidad and Tobago. See if made to have won this one. Phoenix Club is out of Antigua, and certainly we'll await the official times. So it is, in fact, Shaquille John in a time of 11 seconds flat, and Jaden D'Souza from Phoenix Club out of Antigua, he of 11.01, and that's the official times for that event. Again, that's heat 2 of 4. That particular heat. We're continuing with it. We give you the lane assignments for the heat 3 or 4. That heat comes up in just a bit. And certainly 3 athletes to satisfy this particular heat. Let's look at the lane assignments. Out of number 2, we see Erlen Charles for MVP. Out of lane number 7, there is Omari Lewis for Concord and Concord Track Club, and this field is down to 3. And as soon as we get back to the track side, I want to say thanks to our cameraman for giving us these really great shots of what's happening on and off on the track, and certainly in the pavilion. So it is for Concord, running out of lane number 7, it is Omari Lewis. Out of lane number 6 for HP Club is Darren Morgan, and the other athlete in there is Erlen Charles from MVP. Again, this heat makes up heat 3 or 4 in the men 100 meters dash. It is Whitsuntide Games 2023 inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. This is a TNR Communication production, and certainly the games is organized by the Grenada Athletics Association, as powered by Puma. Lane 2, 6 and 7. They wait on this status orders. MVP, Concord. And they are officially off as they motor down the stretch. Let's see, out of lane number 7, out of Concord. He's really motoring away and seems as though it was in a class all of his own. We wait for the official time wait for the official time. But certainly that was a reduced field. In case you were wondering why is it only 3 athletes. He ran out of lane number 7 as Omari Lewis. Omari Lewis running out of lane number 7. He came away with this one. We wait for the official time, and he stopped the clock at 10.35.
And that by far is the best time for the day. 10.35. Concord, another club from out of Trinidad and Tobago, Omari Lewis. This is the best time we have had for the day in the 100 meters. By some distance, actually.
By some distance. In the junior races, you felt the presence of St. Vincent. Now you're moving to the international races. You've seen the likes of athletes out of Antigua. From Phoenix Club, you've seen athletes out of UTT, Concord, and certainly, again, it only shows that, Antoine, the spread of the athletes that we have here today. Heat 4 or 5, Heat 4 or 4, that is. And this is action in the men's 100 meters dash international. And we've seen here we should have a representative from Velocity Club, Stallion, UNA, Catoyas. We get an appreciation just exactly which islands these clubs are representing and who the athletes are. Quite a humid day, as it has been over the last couple of days, Antoine. Hydration is key.
It's extremely important that one keeps oneself hydrated in events like these, because it can be draining. It can be draining.
It drains you just by walking.
Absolutely.
It drains you just by walking. But the athletes are going to assume their position on the track, on the status orders, and once they're lined up, we'll complete the lane assignments for you. But certainly, out of lane number 2, and we'll certainly provide you the countries that these national clubs they represent. So running out of lane number 2, it is Andros Demny. We started with lane number 2. Corey Joseph, representing UNA. And there is Andros Demny. And that's a team, Catoyas, that's out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He runs out of lane number 2. Lane number 3, occupied by Andros Demny. Lane number 4, Warren Hazel. My apologies. Unfortunately, the St. Kitts team, they were not able to make it to the games. Stallion, there's Raheem McCalman running out of lane number 5. And lane number 7, Extreme Velocity, Kristen Cummins. The lane assignments for the upcoming Heat 4 or 5. The men's 100 meters dash. And they are officially off. Let's see who's going to separate themselves from who, coming down the middle of the pack, and they quite tightly bunched together. But out of lane number 4, it is victory there. Victory for the man that ran out of lane number 5. Out of lane number 5, and that's Raheem McCalman, representing Stallion. He finished the time he stopped the clock in the time of 10.54. So again, the clubs, they've come, Antoine, from near and far. You have Rosa's Academy of St. Vincent, University, Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad. Quite a number of clubs that has made their way here, representing the makeup of the athletes, representing clubs, school, and some are representing their countries.
Yes, and again, it shows the strength of the club structure right across the region. And this is something that is highly encouraged. Something that's highly encouraged. Our track and field season is relatively short if you're not in the club structure. If you are solely dependent on the school structure, well, we know that comes an end once intercall is finished. In the club structure, you get more competition, and this is something that the region has been striving towards, have club competition across the region. And the games such as this is a step in the right direction.
And that is, in fact, I mean, I know we can't speak directly to what's happening across some of the other islands. They are the perennial powerhouses that continue to position themselves over the years. The Jamaica, you have the Bahamas, but certainly it is good. It speaks volume for the smaller countries, the small islands. Where, for example, St. Vincent, they've come here with some 5 or 6 clubs with a contingent in excess of 150.
200.
So it's in 200. So certainly it only shows, it augurs well, and it speaks volume for what is happening in our neighboring countries.
Absolutely.
And I guess it just sort of highlights what's happening with track and field over the years. I mean, traditionally in the Caribbean, you've really had great representation on the women's front of Jamaica, the likes of Merlin Orty and others. In more recent times, in Grenada, of course, we've had the Kirani James, but even going back prior to Kirani James, even on the local circuits, you've had the Sean Lamberts. But we were talking about this morning, though, even the history of the games. And you go back to the 40s, the 50s. Grenada on its own has had some real perennial champions, not champions that may have necessarily made it, Antoine, to the international circuit, but on a regional level, the Cloudens and the others, that has really represented Grenada well.
Yeah, they have, and even up to this in the 70s, the late 60s, 70s, Grenada was also well served. In fact, across the region, when Hazley Crawford won the 100 meters in the Montreal Olympics.
We're going to come back to that, though, but let's just cast our eyes on what's happening on the field. We have the shot put, and we're going to, of course, what you've seen is a continuation of a complete coverage, and that is, in fact, a fair attempt, as indicated by the field official.
And this is shot put on the 17 girls.
Shot put on the 17 girls, and she just a distance of 9.37 meters. Yes? So it's a mix of activities, events, as it is, that's happening here at the National Stadium. A warm day, indeed, at the stadium. There's quite a steady breeze as well. It has been with us all day. Last attempt there, 8.49 meters. Some have argued, Antoine, that while you've seen active participation in a growing active participation in the field events, though, some have brought into questioning the need for proper techniques so that athletes can maximize on their delivery.
And again, good performance don't take place in a vacuum. There must be a structure, and part of the structure is coaching, and part of the good coaching really is about training.
Right.
And so the entire spectrum needs to be covered if one wants to get the results that we keep talking about.
And certainly, and while they need to be continuous training, they need to be continuous exposure, and certainly kudos to the Athletics Association on this year's Whitsuntide Games, and that has allowed for, as the president of the Athletics Association, Conrad Francis, says, the meet serves as one of the better developmental meets where we have athletes that's coming as ranging from the under 9s being part of this meet, and certainly one can only expect, Antoine, that from here the various disciplines, they would grow as the athletes, they're engaged, they continue to train, continue to practice, and get the best out of themselves as they represent the different countries and clubs.
We are looking at the girls under 17 shot put. Not in a position just yet to let you know who the competitors are. We are looking to address this
But we can tell you this is live, and we're coming to you here from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. What you're looking at is production, TNR, communication production, and certainly, for those of you that's on the live, we're hoping that you can share it, let somebody know that they can join the team. If you're at home, you're viewing it locally, and you could feel free, share it to your friends and families in the region and in other parts of the diaspora. And one, Antoine, cannot underestimate the sort of exposure that these athletes they're receiving, and even the exposure, and the world will be looking at Team Grenada, who certainly has, has had a successful bid for hosting Character Games. You can only imagine the sort of viewership that you have in South America, Guyana, through the clubs from Guyana. You have the clubs up north, Antigua. Certainly, quite a great deal of exposure. I think this is probably about the best throw we've seen for the day in terms of distance. We get the official time. It is a legal throw. It is a legal throw. And we await the distance in just a bit. Yes, this is a distance of 13.20 meters. And she certainly seemed as doing, as it relates to technique, that she came a little more, seemed a bit more prepared and having an appreciation for the technique and execution of the discipline.
So that seems to be Nicole Solomon from High Performance.
It's good. Even seems as though the supporters in the stand, they too are trying to keep track of what's happening on the field. But wherever you are, we say thanks for being part of the conversation. It's a TNR Communications production.
That was Jada Elcock from South City Rising Stars with a distance of 7.26 meters.
7.26 meters. I think once this continue, we continue down the pipeline to see. I think the distance for first place has been established already with a distance of 13.20. And
that was Maricela Joseph from Finish Line just now.
Right. So she's set a mark and established herself. She's the person to beat. But looking at you get in the sense, looking at the field that she has to contend with in terms of what we've seen thus far, in terms of technique, delivery, that as any successful attempt at really engaging her in active to depose her from where she is now is going to take quite a bit of a challenge. But
so in the throwing circle now, it's Josinique Williams from High Performance. Josinique Williams from High Performance.
Josinique Williams from High Performance. We await.
Of course, the game's record for this event is 14.44 meters. That was set in 2019 by Jamora Alves.
Well, so we can safely say that there isn't any of the girls that's anywhere close to that. And that's even going to approximate that as it is. But certainly, somebody they may leave with personal best. And yet the truth is, Antoine, many of the athletes, they come not necessarily being anyway focused with records. Some of them are looking for the seasonal best, personal best. That's what they are looking for. That's what they are looking for. We now shift our attention to the girls' 400 meters dash. 400 meters dash under 20, and we'll be heat one of two, and certainly we'll see how this one unfolds. While in the meantime, action continues with the shot put. The best distance we've seen so far in the female shot put is that of 13.20. Antoine, just shared me what's the 13.20, and who was that athlete? We are just going to confirm that with you. For those of you that's following the shot put, but we await action back in the track as the girls 400 meters dash, and we now provide you with the lane assignments. Lane assignments. Dion Saint Bernard, representing CAC, runs out of lane number 1. Amias Samuel, finish line, occupies lane number 2. Representing Club 473 MVP is Rhea Flanders. She occupies lane number 1. In lane number 4, it's Caleb Liebert that runs out of lane number 4. She comes in here with a time of 53.49. She's running out of the middle of the pack, so she's indeed as the time to beat based on entry here. There's Kayla Flavini, or the VTC, runs out of lane number 5. Raheem Price. That's Rayan Price, runs out of lane number 6 for Extreme Velocity, and representing Performers, Tawana McLean out of lane number 7. Your lane assignment for the upcoming event on the track. It's the girls 400 meters dash under 17. And based on entry time, we're looking at Liebert out of lane number 4 in the middle of the pack, and she comes in with the best time on paper. But certainly that race, there's no if buts maybe. This one would be recalled. Normally, if you were in the call, you would probably blame the likes of some of the traditional field officials, Ralph Lord and his team. Seeing Adrian. We wait to see what's the official word coming from the field officials. But again, just to give you an appreciation as to what we are looking at here in this particular event, it's the girls 400 meters dash. The girls 400 meters dash, and we look at the lane assignments. Saint Bernard is in 1. Samuels, finish line is in 2. MVPs represented by Flanders out of lane number 3. Liebert coming in here with a time of 53.49, runs out of 4. Flavini for VTC. Price for Extreme Velocity, and McLean for Performers out of lane number 7. The lane assignment for the girls 400 meters dash under 20. So there's just been a general warning to the field as they cradle into their blocks for the start of the girls 400 meters dash. And again, in case you're just joining us, we're coming to you live from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's a nice, even, clean start. The girls 400 meters dash as they make their way down into just about covering the first 100 meters, motoring down the backstretch. Who is it going to be? Again, we're going to keep our eyes and see whether or not there's any upsets. But again, reminding you the 400 meters is a race of strategy and positioning. Coming in here with the best time is Liebert for a time of 53.49. Let's see as they make their way to the top bend. It is in fact Liebert that is in fact literally motoring all by her lonesome self. It's going to be an easy walk win for her, no doubt. Easy win for her as Kaden Liebert. And certainly holding true to form, she came in with the best time of 53.49. An easy win for her. Coming in second place out of lane number 2, it's Amaya Samuels from finish line. Stop that comes in second place. So, should I await the official results, Antoine? But certainly,
good measured run there. The strategy was to go out hard, and she did that. 55.31 seconds. This is favorable time in an event like this on the 20.
And certainly you would appreciate because she was not pushed. I mean, she came in with a time of 53.49. So you know certainly that she has a lot left in the tank if and when pushed. Certainly you would hope that she would step up to the plate. So that was heat 1 of 2, the girls' 400 meters dash. There's another field of players that would make their way onto the field. We see the likes of Shante Augustine in there. See the likes of Shante Augustine representing is in the mix. Let's do the official lane assignments for you as they come. But again, it is the girls under 20, and these are all prelims, and certainly qualifying, they will be positioning themselves for times, place, lane assignments as the games stretches. It is the 2023 edition of the Whitsuntide Games. I'm down here at the picturesque Kirani James Athletic Stadium, the home of the great Anderson Peters, the home of the great Aline Francique, the home of the great Lyndon Victor, the home of the great man himself, the many great athletes, Rondell Bartholomew, Kishira George, really, Antoine. There's been so many names that has represented Grenada at different levels, at regional level. They left the local plane, moved on to universities, and they continue to represent Grenada and certainly making a name for themselves and a name for the country.
Yes, and they would have had their start, if you will, in events like these. What do you forward leads in this one?
Talking about getting a start, a little blackbird sort of hinted to me that you too, and I know you wouldn't want to get into that, but I heard that years ago there was a Bernard Antoine who made his presence felt at the Whitsuntide Games. Is that the same? Would that be you or some other person?
I am almost certain the only person that might remember that might be me. It was that long ago. But back to the girls, 400 meters under 20. Back to the girls,
400 meters under 20. We're going to give it a lane assignment. Heat 2 of 2. Lane assignments. Mayola Simon Mustang out of St. Vincent runs out of lane number 1. Concord, representing Concord. It's representing Concord is Ziana Bain. Shanti Augustine runs out of 3. Lane runs out of 6. Simon runs out of lane number 1. Jones occupies lane number 5. And Aliyah Gihari. And they are off and running. It's official as they make the stagger down the back straight. Augustine isn't there. Let's see who's going to hold true to form. Early it is 2 of the other athletes as making their way down. As they make their way, get to about the 200-meter mark. Who is it going to be? At the top of the 200-meter mark, they continue to run side by side, but it is Augustine out of lane number 4 that decides to make the move as she heads for home. Augustine out of lane number 4, representing Club 473, just literally holding true to form as she makes her way down the stretch, some 50, 60 meters so to go. It's going to be an easy win for her. I think right now she's just running against herself and the clock to determine lane assignments. But it's an easy win for her. So it's Shanti Augustine out of lane number 3, and taking second place, it was Dixon from Concord that came in sort of distant second place. We await the official times, but what we just saw there was the completion of event number, the girls 400 meters, 100 meters. Pretty slow one though. Shanti Augustine from MVP winning that one in the time of 58.23 seconds. Bain in the time of 1 minute 02.79, and Lane out of Trinidad and Tobago hit that a time of 1 minute 04.45. Antoine.
So we should have some competition later on today in the finals of the 400 meters with under 20 girls. Apart from the winners, the other athletes in these heats, they all seem to be at the same level. So it should make for some competitive running, save the first two.
Should make it for some really competitive running as we move from the girls and we look at the opposite, the boys 400 meters. That's what it should be, and all the girls where they were just 2 flights. For the boys, there will be 4. It is the boys 400 meters in the under 20 category.
So again, we have three non-starters in this heat. And what we had alluded to earlier, well, we know St. Kitts and Nevis, the flight issues. So we only have 4 athletes in this one.
It's going to be Matthews representing the club out of Trinidad, IDDAT. In the person of Robinson Matthews. There's Jeremiah Dixon for Concord. There's William Richards and Jaden Phillip for MVP. That's just 4 athletes, in fact, represented in this particular event. So, IDDAT out of St. Vincent, that's Matthew Robinson, Jeremiah Dixon, occupies lane number 2. And then there's Richie Williams and Jaden Phillip completing the cast for MVP. We'll see how this one pans out. As we see in certain parts, shadows starts to stretch across. Well, not just more on the 100 meter mark, though we see some shadows stretching in some parts. Bleachers quite empty today. You think maybe tomorrow?
I would expect before the days through, we should have a fair crowd at the bleachers. Tomorrow, Sunday,
time will tell.
If they're going to be crowded, it should be later today.
We'll see how this one translates this out, but it certainly isn't in any way going to reduce from the excitement and the fervor of what we have experienced thus far and what is yet to come for this Whitsuntide Games 2023 inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. To you, Leslie, wherever you are, the great man Leslie Smith, to you wherever you are, peace and love, my brother. But we capturing the sights, the songs, everything coming out of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for Intercall, for the Whitsuntide Games 2023. Lanes occupied, lane 1, 2, 5, and 6. Lane 1, 2, 5, and 6. And they are officially off. Matthews from St. IDDAT. There's Jeremiah Dixon, Richie Williams, and Jaden Phillip as they motor down the backstretch. Who is it going to be? We continue to each of the athletes holding true to form. We got to see when they get to the top of the 100, as they hit the 200 meter mark, who exactly it's going to take up the frontal position. But let's see, as they get to just about 150 to go, we see is Phillip from MVP, but running out of lane number 2. There's Jeremiah Dixon from Concord. Phillip, he just glances over to establish his position, and as Jaden Phillip from MVP, he's going to win this one handsomely and pull in the second place of lane number 2. Jeremiah Dixon from Concord. And that's the finishing positions, and that was for event number, the 400 meters dash under 20 boys, and that was heat 1 of 4. So the official time, 49.58 seconds, and it's a win there for Jaden Phillip from MVP, Dixon from Concord, 51.14, and Matthew Robinson in that out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He taking up the second spot.
So
Third spot.
49.58, the winning time, modest time, will be competitive. 49.58. That's the time to beat. Going into heat number 2.
The time to beat, 49.58, as we head into heat number 2, is all happening down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is day 1, session 1, Whitsuntide Games. It's 2 days of really great track and field action. Some 900 athletes representing 45 clubs, schools, different countries, and certainly we have from St. Vincent alone in excess of 200 athletes making their way here. So certainly there is excellent representations. We have athletes out of Guyana, Antigua, representing different clubs, Phoenix Club out of Antigua, clubs out of Trinidad, neighboring Trinidad and Tobago. So certainly, wherever you are following this broadcast from, remind you that it's a TNR communication broadcast, and we say thanks for being part of the viewing. Yes, go ahead.
We expect in this one from Extreme Velocity out of Barbados. We expect Mascal Beckles. He came in here with the best time of 47.75, so we expect him to do some serious running in this one. So that's in lane 4, Mascal Beckles of Extreme Velocity Track Club from Barbados.
Well, Mascal Beckles, you see how this one turns out, but there is
Raquel Telemac.
There is Esram Samra in lane number 1. Raquel Telemac from St. David's Track Blazers is in there. Aviel Williams from SAS is in there. Kyle Victor from South City Rising Stars. There is AJ Delfish out of Mustang from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And there's Francisco Cooper representing Concord Club also is in there. So the last of the lineup would be AJ Delfish. We'll see how this one positions itself. There's some great guns in there.
On paper, most competitive.
On paper. But we see how this one translates itself. Sam, Telemac, Williams, Mascal Beckles, Kyle Victor, and AJ Delfish. Let's see how this one positions himself. I can hear outside, I know the Bobby fans are going, Bobby. But certainly, if our dear friend out of Extreme Velocity, as Mascal Beckles has anything to say with it, he is going to, of course, do what he can to maintain the competitive edge coming in on paper, which is a time of 47.75. Well, will Beckles hold true to form as represented on paper, or will Telemac, Williams, Kyle Victor, on AJ Delfish, are they going to change the order of the parade this evening? Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
This could be a mouth-watering one here. Let's see how this develops.
Well, it is going to be just by times alone. I think there is a qualifying times, and there's reasonable expectation from the likes of Telemac.
Yeah, lane 2, 3, 4, and lane 5.
Let's see how this one pans out. Telemac, Sam, Williams, Beckles, AJ Delfish, and Kyle Victor. These line up. Heat number 2, the boys 400 meters dash, under 20. We know there is some butterflies somewhere, anticipation, as they cradle into the starting blocks. Heat 2, the boys 400 meters dash. There's the anticipation, excitement, and they are officially off as the boys 400 meters dash. It is early days yet as they make it down the backstretch play, as they power away. Who is it going to be? Sam, Telemac, Williams, Beckles out of lane number 4, Kyle in lane number 5, Mustang represented by AJ Delfish in lane number 7. Early days yet as they make it towards the 200 meters mark. And certainly we see Telemac is in there. So too is Beckles is in there. But we're looking at Telemac out of lane number 2, representing Club Track Blazer. But here comes Beckles trying to hold him down. Telemac just seems to be cruising away. Yeah, seems to be quite confident that he has this one in the bag. It's an easy win for him. Raquel Telemac representing Track Blazer. Mascot Beckles came in second place.
A distant second, too.
A distant second. You look at them, Bobby, he comes in with the better time, but it seemed to be a labored run for him, though.
Yes. And Victor seems to be in third position unofficially. So it's with events like these, when you know you are setting up yourself for a later round, you just want to qualify. So let's see how this one goes. Let's see how this one goes.
The qualifying time, winning time, 49.07 seconds. For the first event, it was 49.58. We'll see how it pans out itself. But we look at the official results. Raquel Telemac, representing Club St. David's Track Blazers, 49.07 seconds. Mascot Beckles, he came in with a time of 49.84. Kyle Victor from South City Rising Stars, 51.90 seconds. And Major Delfish from Mustang Club in out of St. Vincent, 52.32 seconds. Well, heat. Getting ready for heat 3. 2 down. And reminded you that the finals was set for later on in the day. It only shows you, Antoine, that while paper is not how you position on paper, it's how you execute on the day, especially these 400-meter races.
Yes, it's the 400-meter races demands a lot out of you. And it seems as though the finals in this race will not be completed today.
They get a chance to rest?
I'm looking at the schedule here, and actually, it will be completed today.
Later on in the evening, though?
Later on in the evening. Now it's all strategy.
Do you want to go and sleep with the agonizing thoughts of what do I do tomorrow? Or do you, when it's fresh in your mind, go back and decide, you know what, I'll come back in 2 hours and I will execute? It will be interesting to know as athletes what's actually going through their minds as you get ready for.
The field as we have it here is another competitive one. This is quite competitive field right here.
And it's a complete field. The lane assignments. Antoine Blackett runs out of 1. Elijah William runs out of 2. Tegan Peterkin runs out of 3. Elijah Williams for St. David's Track Blazers. Peterkin for MVP runs out of 3. Joshim Sylvester representing SAS runs out of lane number 5. Out of lane, nestled in lane number 5 is Simon John. Romel Charles sits next to him in lane number 7. Nestled on his outside, Devonta Hilaire for SAS. And Dejon Corliss runs out of lane number 8 for ITDAT. The lane assignments. 400 meters dash. The boys, under 20. And they are officially off. It's a clean, even break for what is a full field of 8. Let's see as they position themselves. And certainly each athlete measuring each other. And it's 400 meters. It's a mix of strategy, strength, stamina. Question is, who is going to make the push as they head towards the top, the 200-meter mark. In the middle of the pack, we look at them running out of lane number 4, but certainly it's Elijah Williams on the outside representing Track Blazers. You see that powered, muscular, heavy, robotic build that he has, and it's an easy win for him. You look at him, he always seems as though he's running out against people that is way out of his league. Antoine.
Yes, this is It'll be quite interesting to see the time what comes up in this. This was a good run.
We'll see the times and the official finish, finish, the times and official finish. Elijah, we look at the replay.
48.63.
48.63.
That's the best time for the day.
It is, in fact, the best time for the day. We look at the rest of the field.
And Simon John out of the club from Barbados, 49.41. Peter Kim, MVP Grenada club, 49.85. That's Sylvester from SAS, that's in the school in Grenada here, 49.87. So it's as we predicted, it was going to be competitive, and it was. There was some daylight with Elijah and the rest of the field, but other than that, it was quite competitive with the other finishers.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. As I said, he always seems as though he's competing. He always seems as though he's one man against boys when he's running, and he has that build that you can't miss. Seems almost robotic, the way he's built. It seems always like a man, a man running against boys. But is he under 20 and taking the top position? Was Elisha Williams from St. David's Trailblazers in a time of 48.63. Simon John represented the club of Barbados, 49.41. Tegan Peterkin, MVP, 49.85. Sylvester from SAS, 49.87. You finishing times for the under 20 boys, 400 meters. Early days yet. The crowds are here. I see the likes of Ian Charles, the boys with the Jab Malassi rhythm. Jab, jab, Grenada, sports. You think you're going to see you're going to probably get to the day when you take a football, it is football, music, party. Maybe one day athletics would gravitate towards it, Antoine?
My honest opinion, I hope not.
I'll take you up on that as to why you seem rather reluctant to go anywhere in that direction.
A track and field, especially in a sprint race, the level of degree of concentration, the level of degree of attentiveness, as little distractions as possible is what aids, and not the other way around.
Well, excellent. And certainly I wouldn't argue you that a man who history has identified as having literally being a participant of these games, we respect your thoughts on it from at all levels. A man involved with track and field for years, certainly, and also as a former participant of the games. We get ready for the final flight of boys, the men that is, and the men 400 meters. The men 400 meters. I think what we should be getting ready, it's heat 4-4. That should be the final heat.
It is heat 4-4.
I was watching the athletes. And at some point, I've started thinking, under 20, well, they look quite much. They seem to have a much more sturdy build from you than your average under 20 boys. But again, it is Whitsuntide Games inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is early days yet, and so we want to encourage you to make your way down inside of the National Stadium. And that's the South City Rising Star the crew that's there, representing at all times. No room for losers. But let's look at the lane assignments. And the lane assignments are running out of lane number 1. Antoine Aline for South City Rising Stars runs out of lane number 1. Number 2, that is. We have Khalik Abdullah, runs out of 1. Shem Boyce out of 2. Kieran Charles out of lane number 3. Warren Hazel. Obviously, I mean, we are aware, we know that, we look at the field actually, Antoine, because we know for a fact that St. Kitts, the teams out of St. Kitts did not make it. So let's look at officially what's happening on the field and to see which. But again, what we can tell is that we're getting ready for heat 4-4. The boys 100, the men's 400 meters dash, and heat 4-4. This will be the last event in this particular flight.
Yeah, there we go. So it's lanes 2 and 4. There are no starters there.
Great. So we have that verified. Khalik Abdullah in 1. Kieran Charles out of 2.
3.
Out of 3, sorry. Keandre John out of lane number 5. We have Joshua Williams is in 6. Trevor Andrews runs out of 7. Shem Boyce is in 2. Right, and so that's the last of it. Trevor Andrews wins out of 7. So we have 2 scratch positions. And again, it's unfortunate though. I know that teams and kits, they were not able. And so we send out our regrets and apologies to any of the athletes who, for whatever reason, were not able to make it in time. Somebody says to me today, at one time, they used to have so many negative things to say about one of our traditional airlines. But in more recent times, they keep saying, oh, how we love them and miss them. You say you never know what you have.
Until it's gone.
Until it's gone. Until it is gone.
But I think it's fair to say that traveling across the Caribbean remains a challenge.
A constant challenge. When will it be fixed? Who answers the call? Time will tell.
So it's lane 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7.
1, 3, 6, 5, and 7. It's a clean, even start for the men's 400 meters. And certainly, this is the last of them in the flight of boys, men that is, as they continue to motor down the back straight. We continue to keep our eyes open as to who's going to take the establishing lead as they head towards the 200-meter mark and they make their way from home. But certainly as it stands, we looking at the athlete out of lane number 3. Right out of lane number 3. Number 4, that is powering away, tearing away at the track. And it's going to be an easy win for him. Running out of lane number 3.
That's Kieran Charles.
That's Kieran Charles from Ace.
Ace is a local club in Grenada here.
Lots of clubs, lots of representation. Some 45 clubs mixed with schools and different territories. Some in excess of close to 900 athletes, Antoine. And that would embrace the opportunity to compete over the next couple of days, next 2 days, over the 2 days. And we look at the official times. Kieran Charles from Ace, 49.98 seconds.
So this only Kieran Charles is under 50 seconds in this one. But again, this makes for very good finals later in the day.
Indeed, it sets itself up for what is going to be a mouth-watering finals later in the evening. Quite a great mix there. And we continue to encourage you wherever you are. You can make your way down to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, or you can feel free to share the link, yes, and be part of the excitement inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for what is day 1, session 1 of the Whitsuntide Games 2023. And inside of, again, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And this is, in fact, a TNR communication production. And we say thanks for being part of the conversation.
We now seems we get there is another 400 meters on track.
Well, there is another 400 meters. We get the particulars in just a bit.
Okay, so this is the men's 400 meters open and international.
Open and international. The lane assignments, a reduced field we've seen.
We have some familiar names in here. Michael Francois is certainly a familiar names for local track and field followers. He comes with an ace.
Also accompanying him in the field, it's Malik Ferdinand, as you said, that occupies lane number 1. Running of lane number 4, Michael Francois, Zimali Felix, and also in the mix, it's Nikeli Lewis, representing Concord Sports Club. So quite, it is just 4 clubs, 4 athletes competing out of this one. Excel, Ace in the persons of Michael Francois and Zimali Felix and Lewis from Concord.
We were anticipating seeing Joshua Lamb from the Ghana Defense Force here. I'm not quite sure why he's not in the lineup this time, or what the issues were, but just 4 athletes in this one.
4 athletes, Ferdinand, Francois, Felix, Lewis, completing the field of the men's 400 meters dash open international. And we'll see how this one translates itself. Excel, Ace by 2, Concord by 1. All eyes peeled as we await the start of Heat 2 in the men's 400 meters dash at the Whitsuntide Games inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And they are off. Ferdinand, Francois, Felix, Lewis. Who is it going to be as we look at them? Lewis is in 7. Felix runs at a 4. Francois. Felix is in 5. Francois runs at a 4. Ferdinand runs out of 1. But it is, we've seen it is Michael Francois making the early charge, running into the lane number 4. And he's literally just pulling away from the rest of the field, establishing his authority and his dominance, a sort of control that it is the man himself running out of Ace, Michael Francois, out of lane number 4, completes an easy win here in the men's 400 meters dash open international. And we see how we wait for the official times and see.
46.46 seconds, respectable.
Quite a respectable time. Any surprise, or it was what you expected, Antoine?
No surprises really. So 46.47 rounded up by 0.1 of a second. 0.01, sorry.
So Michael Francois of Ace, 46.47, and Nikeli Lewis from Concord, 48.54. Zimali Felix out of Ace, 49.03, and Malik Ferdinand from Excel, 49.45, rounding up the field in the men's 400 meters dash open Heat 2. Out of Heat 2.
And that was the last of the 400 meters. And we now prepare ourselves. We seem to have another 400 meters.
We'll await the official lineup. We await the official lineup in just a bit. It is Heat 3. The men's 400 meters open.
Yes, we have another 400 meters open.
And this is in fact going to be, from all indications, going to be a reduced field of 6 athletes. Let's provide you with the details. John T. Alexander from representing VTC. Simon James, HP. Troy Mason out of Ace, Simeon Adams representing Guyana, and certainly it's only just the previous race. Bernard, you were quite expressing some excitement in seeing one of the athletes out of Guyana.
Yeah, but the two athletes you were expecting out of Guyana were from the Guyana Defense Force.
And
traditionally.
Expand on that, because persons might be hearing we saying Guyana and the Guyana Defense Force. It's again because representations was extended to you can represent either the country or you could have clubs from within the country that's represented.
Absolutely.
So some would represent the country, others are representing the clubs coming from all the different regions. And so we have John T. Alexander from VTC, Simon James, HB, Troy Mason out of Ace, Simeon Adams representing Guyana, and Lennon Williams representing SAS. And for those of you outside of Grenada, you're probably hearing SAS. SAS is in fact one of the secondary school on the island. So this athlete is actually represented his school. So you run for school, you run for country, you run for club. Either way, you run for glory to establish yourself and run against your peers across the region, Antoine.
Yes, and in an event like this, if you see an athlete running for school, open and international, is most probably they're at 20 or above, because they're under 20, and the next class or category after the under 20 would be the open and international.
Right. I want to say hello to my dear friend Alvin Clouden. And Alvin, you know, he's a man that I think Alvin is into all sports. Alvin has his cap, a cap for all sporting events. He's into everything. So Alexander, James, Mason, Adams, Williams. Heat 3, the men's 400 meters open, international. And they're off to a clean start. John T. Alexander, VTC, Simon James, HP, Troy Mason from Ace, Simeon Adams representing Guyana, and Lennon Williams, SAS, as they make their way, establishing positions down the back stretch. We see Troy Mason from Ace, Adams there from Guyana, SAS is there, but it is literally this. As they make their way down to the 100 meters mark for the home stretch, it is Troy Mason literally pulling away. Troy Mason out of lane number 4, trying to play catch up behind him. It's Simeon Adams from Guyana, but it's an easy stroll in the park, as though he was doing it on a Sunday morning, but in fact it is a Saturday mid-afternoon. An easy win there for the man Troy Mason representing Ace.
Good measured run, 47.79. It's a good measured run. It's not a screamer by any stretch of the imagination.
But one of the things that you've actually said, and you continue to highlight the fact that the athletes, for them, they would not empty the tank in the prelims.
Absolutely.
They won't empty the tank. It's about establishing your position and showing that you put yourself in the best position to win. And once you've done that, you literally, you tell yourself, let me just cruise home, leave something in the tank, because you know the final is this evening. It's not a case where it's the following day when you can go overnight and come back.
Yes.
So you have to be able to measure your performance, your delivery in the semis, in the prelims, so at least you leave something in the tank for later on in the evening. So,
yes. In a setup like this, the recovery time is in fact a short one.
Right.
So one do not want to extend themselves, as they will do what it is that they have to do to get into the second round.
Do whatever it is that they have to do to get into the second round.
Yes.
As we await the heat 4 of the men's 400 meters dash. Adam Peters out of Ace, Akeem Slater from High Performance, Reginald Mouton. There is also Veron Eiffel, Junior Alexander, and Tequan Pyle out of Guyana. Your lane assignments for the upcoming event. On the field, in fact, we're just going to reassess that. It seems as though there's just going to be 4 athletes in this one. Ace, high performance. There's Reginald Morton on the inside, as well as Veron Eiffel. So 4 athletes. There was supposed to be an expected presence of Junior Alexander and also Pilot of Guyana, but certainly for those of you that's probably following, they've not made it onto the field for whatever reason. The man, the veteran himself, Ralph Lord. The great Ralph Lord. Some says the great Ralph Lord. We'll leave Ralph all alone for now. We're going to leave Ralph all alone for now. But Peters, Slater, Morton, Eiffel, the lane assignments for Heat 4 of the men's 400 meters dash open international. Aiden Peters from Ace. Slater from High Performance. There's Reginald Moulton and Vernon Eiffel. The lane assignments for the upcoming next event on the field as they await the status orders.
Seems to have a false start. Again, false starts are usually quite unusual in 400 meters. So let's see what the starters do with this one. All appearances, it seems as though Ace would have started earlier than they should have, but let's see what happens here. So it's Peters in lane 1 from Ace Grenada Club, High Performance, Akini Slater, then Phoenix Athletics out of Trinidad and Tobago, and EVTC from Barbados.
Let's see. Ace Grenada, Phoenix, HP.
So it's not a false start. They reassess the starters.
Reassess as they go back under the status orders, cradled into their blocks as they await the gun. 400 meters, Heat 4. And they're officially off. Nice clean start. Ace, HP, Phoenix. As they make their way down the backstretch, as they start establishing themselves for positions. We continue to see exactly how this one pans out. 400 meters, men's dash, open, international. Who is it going to be? As they get to just about the 200 meters mark, 150, and they head for home. Certainly, they continue. We see right in there, out of lane number 4, there is Reginald Morton from Phoenix. There is Peters from Ace. But coming here and running out of lane number 6 is Reginald Morton from Phoenix Club out of Trinidad and Tobago. It's from Phoenix Athletics out of Trinidad and Tobago. He came in with crossing the finish line at the finish line in the winning this one, and we await the official times. I guess another one of those races that says to you strategy more than it makes you ask yourself the question, what is the strategy? So we see 48.18. That's the time. For Reginald Morton out of Phoenix Athletics from Trinidad. Slater from High Performance came in second in a time of 48.89. Peters from Ace, 49.32. And Eiffel represented EVTC out of Barbados, 50.50 seconds. And that's the finishing time for Heat 4 of the men's 400 meters dash international. And certainly, we're looking at the times. It sets itself up for what is going to be a really mouth-watering 400 meters as we take a look at the open expanse of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. If you can tell me, Adams, put your money where your mouth is. Any other sporting venue that is as picturesque as the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, I will dance the limbo here for you right now. I will get Blondell to put me on camera, throw me up. Nazim gonna be beating on the drums, and I'll dance the limbo. Is there one?
There might be, but I can't name one. So, certainly, when you're at Kirani's athletic stadium, you feel as though you are at an athletic meet. You are close to the action. This is the first and foremost. You are close to the action. You're right in the midst, seemingly, of everything. You're not that 200, 300, 400 meters away, seeing people as small as anything. You're right there. So it makes a huge difference.
I mean, the Dabo Mountains in the backdrop, the ocean on the outside. There is the motorway. We're just 5 minutes away from the hustle and the bustle of the capital of Grenada, St. George. Literally, it provides the perfect spectacle for excitement, entertainment, and everything else. In the distance, you see the name, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Kirani certainly established us, continues to play. Some have even wondered how is it even after all these years, and the challenges he's had with the health challenges he's had. Bernard, he continues to perform at the highest level.
It actually defies a lot of the traditional logic. But then, in modern times, just about everything is rewritten. But generally, for sprinters, and that means for people who are sprinting from 400 and down, their lifespan in terms of competitiveness at that high level. It doesn't really go into the length of time that Kirani has been doing this. But then one would have read also that the likes of our Kittian runner, what's his name now? Just escapes me.
Kim Collins?
Kim Collins. He was running in his 40s.
Kim seems as though every time you hear Kim Collins, you start thinking, younger brother, a cousin. Is this the same Kim? Is it the same Kim? But certainly this Kirani story is one of immense proportion, given what he's had to deal with. And Graves' disease as it is, we know for most people can be really debilitating, takes you out of, for most other athletes they will tell you that's the end of the day for them. Yes. But certainly we say to kudos to his medical and his medical team and coaching staff. Will we seen on screen? I'm not sure that's the official start, or that probably looks more like warm up. The discus. We've seen the discus, and certainly we've seen a lone subscriber on the bleachers. I want to put it this way: she's probably opted, Bernard, for a little peace, tranquility away from everybody else. Drink water, mind her own business on the bleachers.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry to have to put it that way.
And you are quite right. The discus throwers are getting themselves all ready. They should be in action shortly. The record in this event was by Josh Botang in 2019 of 57.21 meters. 57.21 meters. That's a distance. That's on show today in terms of records. And the discus from men, the participants are just about warming up. But the next event on the track, it would be 200 meters, a series of 200 meters. We should be coming up shortly. And when we get the final results of the other field events, the high jump that would have gone, the long jump for girls under 17, and then the girls shot put on 17, we will let you know as soon as we get those results. But next on the track would be series of 200 meters, beginning with the 200 meters for under 11. And again, this is a developmental meet in of its own. So we would get it 200 meters going in with the under 11, and under 11 girls, there are 4 sections in that one, and that would be followed by the under 11 boys with 3 sections. And then we get into the bigger kids, under 13, under 15, and so forth. So they're all readying themselves. So the under 11, 200 meters, girls.
Under 11, 200 meters girls, and certainly that's where we are right now. Inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, it is Whitsuntide Games 2023. It is day 1, session 1, as you get ready for the girls, the 200 meters, and there'll be 4 flights in this one. And they off and running quite early. Barrett, Ned, Hosford, Monroe, Joseph, Khalees, Batiste, and Charles from South St. George. Right, of course, literally motoring on the outside of in lane number 8 is Leroy's Charles, literally burning up the track there. Also making a push out of lane number 4 from Fusion Club. It is young Keanu Mary Monroe, but it's an easy win there for your young Leroy Charles out of South St. George, and certainly she follows in the footsteps. And I know Mr. Adams if he was here, he would have been beaming with pride for what has been a great program over the years. You've seen a number of athletes that have come out from South St. George and have moved on to secondary school, Antoine, and have made their way. But with the time of this one, 29.42. Your thoughts on it?
29.42 under 11. That's a good competitive running. You have to put this in perspective. This is under 11 kids, and under 30 in the 200 meters. She's doing well. This is one to look. This is one to look at. I'm quite sure there are a number of scouts who are looking at young ladies now to see where they can encourage them to go to secondary school. The second heat is just about ready, Joe.
We're getting ready for the second heat on the day in this flight, and certainly we give you the lane assignment. The lane assignments. Amia White runs out of lane number 1 for Excel. There is Kassija Klein from St. David's Roman Catholic School. There's Zaria Abraham from VTC, representing South City Rising Stars, running of lane number 4. It's Ariane Francis. There is Michaelia Cyrus, nestled in lane number 5 for runners. Jemiah Hosford sits in lane number 7 for South St. George. And there is young Francis that runs out of lane number 7 for Track Blazers. Your lane assignment for upcoming event is heat 2 of 4 of the girls' 200 meters dash, and certainly the record for this one and for this event, it's Eliza Rose Benjamin, and that's a record, a time of 30.96 seconds set back in 2021. So keep your eyes peeled. And it's good again, as we said, this is one, and I guess the Grenada Athletics Association, they pride themselves in saying, and quite rightfully, as this being one of the developmental programs. I mean, how often can you think an under 11, because we've seen it, or even under 9s, that can say, listen, I took part in a meet at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, and there were clubs from Guyana, across the region. Certainly, the memory would stay with them forever, and they are officially off. The girls' 200 meters dash on the 11, it is heat 2, and we're going to see how this one pans out as they make their way down. Running out of lane number 6 of South St. George, it is Jemiah Hosford. Running out of lane number 6, also looking well and in motion. Out of lane number 1, it is Amaya White. But it's going to be all evens, easy, like Sunday morning, running out of lane number 6 for that's young Jemiah Hosford from South St. George. We get the official time on this one. 2 prelims, 2 athletes out of South St. George, 2 victories.
It says a lot about the program. It really does. It says a lot about the program. And the point that you're making, Joe, should not be overlooked. Not only are the young people in Grenada getting an opportunity to run with their counterparts in the different islands. Similarly, young people coming from St. Vincent, Trinidad, and Tobago with the different teams, they are benefiting from that also.
Indeed, indeed. And not forgetting the sort of friendships and the bonds that, of course, that would be made over the next couple of days. I mean, you look at our sporting meets like the Intercall, where you have this large mix of athletes, and they will tell you they've made friends through the club structure, schools, running, and they continue to be friends long after. But it's heat 3 of 4 that's on the way. We give you the lane assignment. Out of lane number 2, Destiny Andel. Giselle Johnson runs out of 3. Jaylene John occupies lane number 4. Nestle in lane at number 5 is Willow Spencer. On her outside, in lane number 6 is Aaliyah Samuel. Adana George runs and occupies lane number 7, and that's from St. David's Trackblazers. So it's George, Samuel, Spencer, John, Johnson, and Arnold, your lane assignments for the upcoming event. The girls' 200 meters dash under 11. And they are officially off, young, tender, and happy to be here to be part of history. How does this race pans out? Well, we're looking at what's happening in lane number 2. Out of lane number 2, it is Arnold. Literally, I think by now she should probably shut it down. It's daylight between herself and the rest of the pack. Daylight between herself and the rest of the pack. It is Destiny Arnold, and that came away with the victory in a time of 30.42 seconds. And that's Burnley Club. And again, remind me, Burnley?
Out of Trinidad and Tobago.
Burnley out of Trinidad and Tobago.
And again, the point we were making earlier, you get these young people who have traveled from their home countries and to compete in another island, another country. It really says a lot. It says a lot.
I mean,
the parents, you really have to respect the support that the parents will give the children to make a trip like that at that young age. This is under 11, folks.
Under 11. And that's the kind of memory, that's the kind of experience that would be, Antoine, etched on your mind forever, for years to come. Wherever you go, whatever happens, you would remember that in the year 2023, I participated in the Whitsuntide Games. I was at Grenada in the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. I had an excellent time. I made some great friends, and you can share the experience 20, 30 years to come, certainly.
Absolutely, and this really is a value of an expansion in the competitive arena for these young people. I mean, this is the end of May, and we still doing track and field. It says a lot, because traditionally, track and field, as I said, it's over after the secondary school game. Sydney after Carifta.
We ain't nothing finishing in much a hurry inside of the National Stadium today, because we still inside of session number 1. There's a long lineup for us. I think on the cards, the evening is supposed to end at sometime after 7. But we see how that pans out. Sierra Joseph runs out of lane number 3. That's for finish line.
Okay.
Right, so Joseph runs it, that's for finish line. There's Nialas Stevenson for Idnat as a club out of St. Vincent. Jaylene Andrews, Soraya Goodman, Sierra, well, in case you're missing it, you're wondering, Sierra Joseph and Akiva Walker, they've not made the final line. That's what they were expected to. So if maybe you're probably a cousin, an auntie, a mommy, and wondering, well, why is only 3? For some reason, they did not make it onto the final day, the final cut. So it's lane 4, 5, and 7. Stevenson, Andrew, Goodman. Let's see. All they're competing for is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So let's see how it turns out. We see Goodman out of lane number 7 for BAC. Andrews in the middle out of lane number Stevenson and Andrews down the middle as they get to about the 100-meter mark. We looking at out there in lane number 3, lane number 4 that is Stevenson. It is Stevenson, Andrew, but making a final push towards the line. It is young Soraya Goodman that came through at the end, Antoine. It was like back and forth, jostling for position. We look at the official times. That would come up in just a bit. But another great race.
And the determination for young Goodman to finish the race, it speaks a lot to the training. And it has to be applauded. She could have given up with the 20 meters towards the finish line, but she kept on. And at 33.43 on 11, this puts into perspective, Joe. I mean, really does. The young lady who ran on that 13 heat number 1.
Well, we certainly going to continue to see how this one turns out because, as you said, the first heat, the winner there, she's the times 29.42 in heat number 1. Heat number 2, 31.25. Heat number 3, the winner, 30.42. And heat number 4, 33.42. A mouth-watering lineup as it is. And we'll continue, we move on from the girls on the 11, 200 meters, to the boys on the 11, 200 meters. And the question is, who is it going to be? Who's going to establish themselves for bragging rights as we head late into the evening? It's the boys, 200 meters dash, under 11. The record in this one set actually last year, 29.98 seconds. The lane assignments, and it's a full flight. Well, actually, no, there is lanes 6 and 5, 5 and 6. It's not occupied. So, Caden McFarlane, Sean Park, Aidan Filbert, Jonathan Laborie, Shamari Thomas, and Kareem Walcott. As they continue, they head down, they start to establish the 200 meters. Who is it going to be? Out in lane number 2 from VTC, we see Sean Parks. But in the middle of the pack, Jonathan Laborie making his max show to is. But let's see, they still quite nicely cradled together. Outside of lane number 1, we see Caden McFarlane. But pulling away just about this time out of lane number 4, it is Jonathan Laborie from Frontline. And again, it's another excellent run from the youngster. You see them, they come, Antoine, in all shapes, styles, fashion, but the fact that they're here, it speaks well.
Good competitive running at that age group again. It 31.34. Again, Joe, I have to go back to the young lady who ran sub 30.
When you start analyzing it like that, you start making people think otherwise.
No, this is the young lady that ran sub 30 was a really good runner on the 11. On the 11, 31.34 on the 11 boys. That's a good competitive time.
I'm trying to remember when I was on the 11, how much I was running. I wonder if Najee remember how much he was clocking. I mean, but you look at probably the mix of us here. Blonder look as though he probably could have possibly been an athlete in his time. I know Nazim and I were nowhere way close to being athletes. Not then, or even now.
But there's always a need for scorers, and we know that.
Or we probably just make our way to the NFL. There's always a need for scorers. So those everywhere we said we say thanks for being part of this conversation. We're coming to you live from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, Whitsuntide Games 2023, and it's really exciting. We in the heat number 2 of the boys 200 meters dash and another reduced field. We see an athlete with lanes being occupied 2, 4, 5, and 7. 2, 4, 5, and 7. The lane assignment. Ronan Leslie for St. David's Track Blazers. There's Kyrie John, Ethan Gunpart, and Colleen Johnson. Your lane assignments. Leslie running out of 2. John running out of 4. Gunpart out of 5. And Johnson out of lane number 8. And so again, the previous time to look at 31.34. And they're off officially. Nice. Clean open break. And who is it going to be? We're looking good in the middle of the pack. It is Carrie John. There is also in the mix Ethan Gunpart. Running out of lane number 2, we see Leslie from St. David's Track Blazers. Leslie from St. David's Track Blazers on the outside. Carrie and John on his outer shoulder in lane number 4. But it is quite easy to say it was Leslie in lane number 2 and Carrie John out of lane number 4. That's the order. We look for the official time. We look for the official times. It is always good, Antoine, and I remember some time ago somebody got a little bit, a bit disturbed. But I would like when you see athletes, their parents, and it's an investment, to get these young athletes, get them the proper gears that they need. And I mean, some people don't realize the sacrifice that parents that they make. A parent is saying to me, their child started in one sports in one term, got all of the paraphernalias. Halfway through the term, they changed their mind and they shifted to something else. And you start thinking, oh my gosh.
It happens.
It happens, no doubt.
It happens.
But the times of this one, 29.85.
29.85 at 30.45. These are two good competitive times. And again, this is in the making for a good finals later in the day. There's the boys under 11, 200 meters, up to heat number 3.
The boys under 11. You sometimes watch, you look at the disparity in size, and you wonder, you almost start feeling sorry for him. But the fact that he's here, he's probably thinking that he's so much bigger than me. We'll wait for him. He may just be the one that surprises the pack. That's a young athlete in lane number 4, young Menashe Sandy. So your lane assignments, Menashe Sandy is in 4, Kendall Blackman is in 5, Akeem Kudre runs out of lane number 6. Your lane assignment for heat 3. The boys 200 meters dash under 11. And thereafter we'll head to the under 13s in same distance, male and female. But on the status orders, Sandy cradled in 4, Blackman 5, Kudre is in 6. Sandy, Blackman, Kudre. Let's see. I'm liking it, young Sandy. He seems as though he's just motoring away. But they make it onto the 200 meter mark. It is Kudre out of lane number 6. But he's been pushed by Kendall Blackman out of lane number 5. It is Blackman, Kudre, but it's going to be officially looking at how it's positioned. It is young Akeem Kudre out of lane number 6 winning this one. Kendall Blackman from out of lane number 5. And young Menashe Sandy running out of lane number 4. That was a reduced, and when I say reduced, I mean literally reduced field. And young Akeem stopping the clock at 31.87 seconds. So,
again,
31.87?
Kudre, 31.87. Again, he will have the same experience. This is a club out of Trinidad and Tobago, maximum athletic potential, and same experience. They competed in the the games in Grenada in 2023. In 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, this young man is going to remember this.
But it's interesting though, while you had Kudra from Trinidad winning, I liked what I saw out of Sandy. I think he got the sequence wrong. And because he's out of the blocks and he was motoring away as though it was you wonder if it was a 100, Antoine. But he just looked so spectacular. He just looks so spectacular. These kids is always an excitement.
So we are changing gears now. We're going to the under 13. These are the bigger girls. Under 13 girls, 200 meters under 13. And some of the names are quite familiar from the primary school games. So it's over to you, Joe.
The record set back in 2017 is a time of 24.60 seconds. We give you the lane assignment. We can tell you that lane number 3 is not occupied. And this is 1 of 4. Out of lane number 1, Kiwana Cooper runs out of 1. Aaliyah Campbell runs out of 2. Shania Thomas runs out of 3. Leah Campbell is in 4. Kaya Swan runs out of 5. Nicola Pear occupies lane number 6. And Elijah Rose Benjamin runs out of lane number 7. Jada Gill is in number 8. Your lane assignments. And they're off and they're on the way. 200 meters under 13 girls inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for Whitsuntide Games 2023. Let's see. In the middle of the pack, and she's just literally making her way all on her own. There is Campbell in the middle. She's being chased out by Thomas in lane number 3. But she's seen a bit, as she's running out of gas a bit. But it seems comes out there as an easy win for the athlete of the Fusion. That's Kaya Swan. We wait for the official times. And for what was the girls under 15, under 13, we just saw the completion there, and certainly a great race. We wait for the official times. Somebody must have told Mr. Adams that I mentioned his name a while ago, because he just came here like a runaway train. A runaway train. And the time in this one, 27.94.
27.94 under 13 girls. Fusion Athletics. They have a nice setup in terms of the gradation with the age groups from under 11, under 13, under 15, and it speaks about a structure, really it does, and both male and female.
We had the lineup for heat 2 of 4. It's a girls 200 meters dash under 13 inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is Whitsuntide Game 2023. Again, the record 24.60. And this is the full slate that's been offered to you. Well, actually, no. Absence is lane number 7. So we give you the lane assignment. The lane assignment. Carleen Williams of South St. John's Government School. Janisha Peters for South City Rising Stars. Chanela Richards, Iddat, out of Jamaica. Liana Batista, Rinel Cockburn, Bennett, Stevens, Alexander. Their lane assignment for your upcoming event number 200. The girls' event number 19 and the girls' 200 meters dash on the 7:13. Adams joins me back in the commentary team as the girls, they are off 200 meters. Let's see how this one translates itself. Peters, Richards, Batista, Cockburn, Bennett, Stevens, Alexander. We're looking at Alexander on the outside in lane number 8, but also on the inside in lane number 3 from IDT, Iddat in Jamaica, out of St. Vincent, that is Chanela Richards. But putting it on the outside from lane number 8, on the outside lane, that's Sophia Stevens out of Bolt. And we wait for the official times on this one. Adams, welcome back.
Thank you. Just good to be here and to see once again our young people, our young boys and girls really bringing their talent to the fore at this year's Whitsuntide Games 2023. And I'm sure that we must have had a wonderful set of races, and I'm sure that you have looked at it and seen how much talent we have here throughout the region and in Grenada.
Yeah, that's the sort of platform that serves as a cradle that allows for our athletes to, the coaching staff, to see where the athletes are, provides a platform for athletes to, for coaches to measure, even for scouts to see the talents. Again, it's not just here in Grenada, but across the region, and it just augurs well for athletics on a whole. I mean, you've seen some really staggering times. We were looking at one of the under 13 girls, and you're looking at under 13 girls, the records, the speeds that they're running at this time, and you tell themselves with some training, you know, a good steady program, that the future is not too far away for them. A bright future, that is.
Yes, it is. It is. And again, as I said, we're having an extended athletic season in Grenada and throughout the Caribbean, and it shows the hunger, the thirst, the passion for what's happening, and the fact that it can really do well for, it really does well for a country in terms of exposing its citizens into something that they can become.
Heat 3, I saw some motion in. I'm not sure if the coach, the field agent marshal saw that, but they allowed the race to run off. It is Janelle Clark, Stapleton, Peters, George, as they head down the home stretch. But it's an easy one there for the athlete out of Burnley in Trinidad and Tobago. That's Jael Peters, and she's literally in a little race all by herself. As soon as there's Burnley 1, Burnley 2, we wait for the official times. We wait for the official times in this one, which should be Jael Peters from Burnley in 5, and Renice Smith from Burnley running out of lane number 8.
And it's a good time, Joe. 25 legal wind, 25.79, 25.83 actually, and this must be, she must be proud of her output. The fact that she was able to dip under 26, the previous it being 28, really good to see from Burnley, Jael Peters.
So we're looking at, and this was actually the fastest of the flights of races. The first flight of girls was this one. So there's another flight to come. But the first batch, 27.94, 28, and now this 25.83. It really sets up a mouth-watering finals as you get ready for the final batch of young ladies in the girls 200 meters dash under 17.
Under 13.
Under 13. It's probably just my excitement, as if the performance is that great at this lower level as we get up. Let's see. And again, he's 3 of 4. We get to 4 of 4. Girls 200 meters dash. And we look at the lane assignment. Shemaya Andrew runs out of 1. Shania Lewis runs out of 2. Jemiah Felix is in 4. Sydney Douglas runs out of 5. Relax, Mr. Adams. Take it easy. Hold into your throttles. Micaiah George runs out of 5. Alexandra Williams is in 6. Mitchell is in 4. And we have Catrell Bailey out of that in lane number 8. And they're off. Even break for the athletes. 200 meters dash. Who is it going to be? Out of lane number 8 from Idad is Bailey, motoring quite early. But we put our focus back on the inside. Running out of lane number 3. It is Jemiah Felix, also in the mix. Out of South St. George. Sydney Douglas is there. But let's focus on the outside in lane number 1. From South City Rising Star, there is Shemaya Andrew. Also, we wait the official results from this one. Adams?
It was really tight. Andrew from South City Rising Stars, Sydney Douglas from South St. George Government School, and the other athlete, I think, Miss Kaya George from Racing, Jemiah Felix, they were doing extremely well. It's going to be tight to the finish, but out in lane 1, the athlete from South City Rising Stars, lane 8, and it really was really tight. But running time 29:20, not fast, but nonetheless, they really competed hard.
So Shemaya Andrews from South City Rising Stars, 29.20. Sydney Douglas from South St. George, 29.37. And Jemiah Felix, 29.39. That's the finishing, the end of the girls' 200 meters dash under 13. That was heat number 4. We're going to move into the boys in just a bit, but certainly they are here, and we await the lineup. Obviously, there is the absence of lane number 2 and lane number 3, but we certainly provide you with the details in just a bit. In case you're just joining us, welcome to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the Spice Isle of the Caribbean, the gem of the world, the place we call home. It is paradise to just under 110,000 of us that lives on just over 133 square miles. The home of Kirani James and the St. Peter's and a whole lot of others. Certainly, it's Whitsuntide Games 2023. It is TNR Communication Production Adams, and so far, it's setting itself up for a really exciting evening as you get ready for the boys in the 200.
Yes, and those events are coming thick and fast, Joe. There is not even time for breathing, and which is good for a spectator point of view. And so we are asking everyone who is at home and you don't have much to do, you don't want to just be in the tablet and in the computer, why not come down to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium and enjoy some of the potential and the talent of our boys and girls, not just in Grenada, but throughout the region, St. Vincent, Trinidad, Barbados, and the other islands who are here representing their clubs and country.
The lane assignment for the next event on the track, the boys 200 meters dash under 13. Your principals in this one: Job Samuel runs it off 1, Nathaniel Brathwaite in 2, Stevens is in 3, Therese Braveboy runs it off 4, Devontae St. Paul, Jensen Mitchell, and Kai, and well, the last of it is Jensen Mitchell. The lane assignment for the upcoming event: Samuel, Brathwaite, Stevens, Braveboy, St. Paul, and Mitchell. And they are off. 200 meters boys. Who is it going to be? Who's going to make up the early stagger? Who's going to pull the trigger? Well, we're looking at the nice lanky figure of Stevens, a running athlete out in the middle in lane number 5. That is Stevens. That's from South City Rising Stars, all by himself. The Platts, it is there in the win, and it's an easy win for him as he pulls over Casey Stevens from South City Rising Star. Adams, he seemed as though he came as a man on a mission, and he executed.
He executed well. It's beautiful to see how he gave his all. I mean, he was all into the running. He left nothing on the track. He gave it his best, and the result showed for him. He was able to come through and win. So it's just good to see all of these athletes, South City Rising Stars, and all of the other clubs that are represented. We're really, really happy to have them here.
So that was the completion of the Heat 1 of the boys 200 meters dash under 13. We're getting ready for Heat 2 of 4 as we continue with action inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. If you're not at the National Stadium, it means you have to be somewhere in the region or in the diaspora following this TNR communication production. And certainly, I hope you are enjoying it. Feel free to provide us feedback on the quality broadcast that you are receiving wherever you are. But for those of you that's home, you need to make your way down to the National Stadium down here for what is still session 1, day 1 of Whitsuntide 2023. We give it a lane assignment. Antoine Adams. It is Anthony Phillip out of lane number 1. Jamil Ross occupies lane number 4. Cradle next to him in lane number 5 is Kendon Worm. And it's a three-way go. So it is South City Rising Stars, it is South St. George, and it is racing. And again, I'm going to make sure that we keep Adams under control. He has a way, if left unchecked, he can behave as was Potong that has not been out for a while. Just run and gets taken over by the excitement. You want to call this one, Adams?
It is, they're off. It's a good, clean start, and it's Kendon Worm representing South St. George Government School. And in lane 1, you have Anthony Phillip of South City Rising Stars. Also, the other athlete, Jamil Ross of Runners Athletic Club. But it's Kendon Worm who's all way ahead of the others. He's looking pretty good, strong, athletic. He's going to come through to the end. He's doing extremely well. Let's see what time he's going to give us. It's just around 26. He's won it pretty easily from the athlete from South City Rising Stars and Runners Athletic Club, Jamil Ross. So it was a good run from the athlete representing South St. George Government School, as well as the athlete from South City Rising Stars.
That's the sort of thing that makes for good television. You know, when an athlete wins a race, whether it is somebody of his support of his cast, whether it's mommy, auntie, sister that is there to, and we've always talked about the support structure of athletes that makes it to the next level, and quite visible here.
Mommy is there. Legal win, 26-82. Good run by Kendall Worm representing South St. George.
Indeed, we're moving right along on a really nice, a humid but great day for athletics inside of the National Stadium. And we hope and pray, God, that it continues that way. The weekend promises. Minor chances, just about 30% chance of precipitation. Humidity up at 81%. But indeed, it has been really, really, really great. Lane assignments. Raheem Joseph runs out of 1. Robertson 2. Alexander from Roses. Peters from Exceed. Kristen Thomas. Kelly Campbell and Jaden Strawn. Your lane assignment for the upcoming event. Lee and Adams, you're going to call it that
and
you
they're
see
off.
on the
Good clean start. Once again, the athlete in lane number 6, that is Caleb Campbell representing South St. George. He seemed to be doing well. The athlete out also in lane 1, and that would be the athlete Jaheim Joseph from High Performance is also doing well. But it is Jaheim Joseph, Caleb Campbell. They are making the running. Let's see what will happen. It is going to be a really a good finish to the end. It is Jaheim Joseph of High Performance, Caleb Campbell of South St. George taking the first and second position with a running time just around 27:54, legal speed limit, and so they would have done their job there. So it's Thomas, High Performance, Campbell out of South St. George coming in second, and there you can see both athletes shaking each other's hands, which tells you that there is some level of respect and so on going on between and among the athletes. It's lovely to see.
And it also shows that athletics is not just about winning, but it helps to develop the other elements of the other facets of who we are as human beings. Respect in sport, it is a must. It is a must. And so we get on to the final flight in heat section. It's 4-4. It is the boys 200 meters dash, under 13. Another reduced field action coming out of lane 5, 4, 3, and 2. We wait for the lane assignments. And certainly, we say to you, wherever you are, and do not allow the sort of scarcity of persons that you've seen behind the athletes to fool you as to what's happening here at the National Stadium. All it says is that you are missing. That's all that's happening here, that you are missing. So I guess we look at the time in the previous 3 races, 26.08, 26.82, 27.54. Let's do the lane assignment. Derek Brown for Roses runs out of 2. Javin Etienne for MVP occupies lane number 3. Nestled on his outside in lane number 4 for finish line. It is Ramon Stewart. Jaden Jeremy for racing out of lane number 5. And Zane Lowmans from HP, High Performance, occupies lane number 6. Brown, 18, Stewart, Jeremy, and Lowmans. That's your field as they await the orders from the field, Adams.
Yep, so it's Brown, Roses, MVP, FA, Racing, and High Performance out of St. Vincent. They're waiting on the starters' orders, and they're off. It's a good, clean start from the athletes as they make their way around the bend. And let's see what is going to happen. Making the running out of lane number 3 is Javin Etienne of MVP. It's Javin Etienne looking pretty good. On his left is Derek Brown of Roses. But Javin Etienne, he seems to be doing well. Let's see if he's going to hold up and hold his form through to the end. It's Etienne, MVP. He's going to win it by a long way from the rest of the athletes. A running time of 29 plus. Nonetheless, Javin Etienne would have done his job and able to take this right through to the end.
Another great race there from these under 13 performers, and certainly sets up a really mouth-watering, sets up an appetite for what's going to be a really great finals. Stopping the time at 29.45. It was, in fact, Adams, the slowest
of the
batches,
four heats.
the 4 heats.
Yes, it was.
Just to put into the perspective what the finals is going to look like, 29.08 was the first batch, 26.82, 27.54, and 29.43, 0.45. So the official, it's Jaheim Etienne in one, finishing first, from MVP, Derek Brown, Longsman, and Stewart. We move from the under-13 boys to the under-13 girls. In case you just joined us, we say thank you for being part of the viewing and welcome to Whitsuntides. Day 1, Session 1, inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We're moving now on to event the girls 200 meters dash under 17, the lane assignments. Kymia Tellisford runs out of lane number 1. Genevieve Mann occupies lane number 2. Nestled on her outside is Shafana Houston. Then we're looking at on her outside is Kayla Roberts occupying lane number 5. Jania Godhad is in 6. Kiara Sandy occupies lane number 7. And Janelle Griffith sits in lane number 8. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track, event number 23, the girls 200 meters dash in the under 17 girls, Adams. And certainly, you want to make any pick?
Well, Shafana Hussein is her name is well known in Grenada. I believe she's going to be the peak of the athletes here, but we don't know where the Abilene Wildcats will do, and that is Genevieve Mann. We also have St. David's Track Blazers. You have the athlete from Carriacou, Exceed, that out of St. Vincent. Janelle Griffith, also from South City Rising Stars, same club like Shafania Houston, and then Makeda Sylvan Henry of MVP. But Abilene Wildcats is here at that athletic club, and let's see what she is going to do, how she's going to challenge someone like Shafania Houston. And they're off. Good, clean break. Shafania Houston in lane number 4, South City Rising Stars, and Genevieve Mann in lane number 2, Abilene Wildcats. So it's Shafania Houston leading, really taking them right through the bend, and I don't think there's any catching of Shafania Houston of South City Rising Stars. She's going to just roll through to the end. A good time, 25 plus, and a legal win limit. So just as we said, Joe, Shafana Houston, I think the peak of the athletes here.
And you must say, looking at her performance, if you think that was her at her best, she came in here with a time of 24.68. 24.68. We look at we get the official times, but certainly was another great race. And I mean, literally, it was almost just a stroll for her, just to establish herself as saying, listen, I am here. 24.86 it is. She came here running 24.68.
So she's done well. She's done well. And she was not challenged in any way at all. So I believe she can take that time down. Genevieve Mann of Abilene Wildcats, she came second, but nonetheless, Shafania Hussein was just the class of hit number 1. So we move into hit number 2, Joe.
The action continues inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for what is Whitsuntide Games 2023. We moved in through the order. It's the girls' 200 meters dash. The game's record, 24.63. Stadium record, 24.6. We're right. So the stadium record and the game's record is still the same, and that was set by Abiel Diet back in 2017. We do the lane assignment. Keonta Williams runs out of 2. Little Rain runs out of lane number 3 for Idad, the club that's out of St. Vincent. Shafani Patrick runs out of 4. Nestled in lane number 5. We know the name. Emma McIntosh. Monique Binder runs out of lane number 7. And Kimara Batiste occupies lane number 8. Your lane assignments. The action out of lane 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. The girls 200 meters dash on the 17. They are under the status orders Adams and
they're off. It's a good clean start. Let's look at the athletes as they make their way around the bend. Let's see who is making the running. It's the athlete out of lane number 3, and that would be Symphony Patrick She's doing extremely well. Really, her hands and her feet, they're really doing well. The form looks good. She's going to stroll right through to the end. Symphony Patrick out of lane number 4, representing the club. I think that would be Concord Athletic Club, and I'm not so sure if from Trinidad or from St. Vincent, but she has done extremely well. Running time 27:13 and legal speed limit, so she's done well. It's not as fast as Shifoni Houston, but she has represented Concord Athletic very well.
Well, she can safely say she came, she saw, and she delivered, and we're going to see her again in the final. Victory there for young Patrick, 25.15.
Shaper Stunners, Keontae Williams. Again, I'm trying to see where they're from. I think it's either St. Vincent or Trinidad Shaper Stunners. She came second, so you can say the athletes coming out from the islands, they were able to do well in the heat just gone, Joe.
This all augurs well for athletics. We talked about what's happening in the Caribbean, the programs that's been played out. You have coaches that's lending and sharing techniques. We get on to the next event, Heat 3. It's a girls' 200 meters dash on the 17 girls. Tanique Vincent from Concord runs out of 1. Janine Edwards Barrett runs out of lane number 2. We continue. Alenia Dakota from MVP occupies lane number 4. There's Aaliyah McDowell from HP, Leah Chance from Mustang as a club out of St. Vincent and from St. Vincent. Memphis Monroe Exceed. There's Rihanna McIntyre and there's Makeda. Well, we ended right there. That's Monroe out of Exceed. Your lane assignment. There is Vincent, Edwards, Dakota, McDowell, Chance, and Monroe. The lane assignment for the next event on the track. That's about to be run right about now. The girls' 200 meters dash.
So Rihanna McIntyre finish line, Makeda George, South City Risers, Mafia Monroe Exceed, Leah Chance Mustangs, Aliyah McDowell High Performance, Alina Dakota MVP, Eat That out of St. Vincent, and Concord Athletic Club. I'm not so sure where they're from, Joe. Is it Trinidad or is it St. Vincent? We'll have to find out. But nonetheless, it's a full field in this event.
While we're waiting, we have some results that's coming in fast and furious from the youngest of the pack of 3 that's here. Yeah, that's Young and Twine. And I'll leave that up to you. There's always time for a little bit of humor. Trust me, if you don't find time to smile, you die quick at it, even before you know it.
And these field events that are here, and we must pay attention to them because that's where we have Anderson Peters. That's where we have Kurt Felix and Lyndon Victor, and they have represented Grenada well. Let's big up the field events.
But we await the start of the girls' 200 meters dash. And they're off, Adams?
They're off. It's good, clean start. The athlete out in lane number 8, that would have been Makeda Josie of South City Risers, is doing well. The athlete out of lane number 4, that's Aliyah McDowell of High Performance out of St. Vincent. She's doing well. But lane number 1, Tanique Vincent of Concord Athletic also looks well. But that athlete from High Performance, Aliyah McDowell, she's going to stride away with it. And with a good running time, the St. Vincent contingent must be jumping for joy. Although they come with different clubs, but I guess at the end of the day, it is St. Vincent. And so High Performance would have done well. Aliyah McDowell.
The action continues to heighten down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We just saw the completion of Heat 3 of the girls' 200 meters dash. But certainly there's also excitement for those of you who fall in action in the field. There is results from the boys' javelin throw. But let's give you the official results.
And that was Dakota of MVP and not Aliyah McDowell. So good running time, 25:66, 26:63, 27:35. Dakota, Vincent, Monroe, MVP, Concord, and Exceed.
Well, while we spent our time being nestled in the luxury of air condition, the boys and the ladies, they were outside. This is what's happening in the boys' javelin and the under 17. Well, it's literally in a distance of 57.86. Representing CAC is
Jericho Athletic Club.
I told you to behave, Adams. Is Jarrell Clement from Carrickville Athletics Club in a distance of 57.86. Second place, also from Carrickville Athletics Club, Josh Thomas. And the third position in a distance of 47.07. It is Jonathan Newton from South City Rising Stars. Again, and that was the results of event, that's a boys javelin throw on the 17. What we are waiting is action on screen in what is the girls 200 meters dash on the 17. And we'll wait to give you the adjusted lineup, because certainly, obviously, we're seeing that lanes 3 and 4 is no longer there. And we give you the lane assignments. Out of lane number 1, Rishon Maureen runs out of 1 for Bold. Out of lane number 2, Shaquania Jacobs for Exceed. Kenisha Alexis runs out of lane number 5 for Concord. There's Kayla McIntyre in lane number 5. Brianna Talbert is in 7. And Camille Phillip runs out of lane number 8. And that's your lane assignment for the girls 200 meters dash on the 17 heat 4, Adams.
So Kamali Phillip of finish line. Abilene Wildcats is there also. They're off. It's a good, clean start. Let's see what is going to happen as they make their way around the bend in the girls 200 meters under 17. They look as if they're really putting out the effort, but it's lane number 8. That is the athlete Camille of finish line. Lane number 2, Shaquania Jacob of Exceed. And Exceed is going to exceed all of the others in the finish. She's going to come first. And a good running time, 25, quite a lot of 25 plus. That's taking place. It means it's bunching up for a really competitive 200 at the girls under 17 hit 404 down at Whitsuntide Games, Kirani James Athletic Stadium, Joe.
Well, I'm telling you, the excitement continues to build. We can't take responsibility for you if you're home and your heart rate is pulsating beyond normal. It could be that you just need to come to the stadium and allow the fresh air, the view of the Dabo Hills, look over the mountain tops, and allow yourself, you may see some friends and family, and it may just allow you to detox. And again, Adams, if you're home, we really can't help them because we can't see what's happening at home. But we just saw the completion of Heat 4, and certainly the winner for this one, 25.53, the finish time for 5.3. We did say to you that we had some results that came in, but we also will be moving to the boys on the 17 dash in just a while. We'll give you the field lineup. But Adams, just want to show us some of the results.
Yeah, the boys high jump under 17 boys. Jerva Kito of Exceed 1.91. Delon McKenzie of Fusion 1.85, and Tyreek Vincent of Concord Athletic 1.82. Good jumping by those guys, 1.91, nothing to sniff at. That's really a good jump. So Javar Kato of Exceed must be proud of the jump that he has had today. At under 17 and to jump 1.91 when the world record is around 2.4, it shows that there is room for growth here, Joe.
You need a whole lot of room for growth, and this is what if meets like this, it seeks to provide a platform for these young athletes to be part of a conversation as to where potentially athletics can take them in years to come. So that's the boys 200 meters dash. And again, right now it is early days yet because this is in fact session 1, day 1, and it's all happening inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is Whitsuntide's 2023. Some 45 clubs, athletes, they're here with an excess of some 900 athletes, and certainly it augurs well for the game. Started back in the 50s, had a lull at some points, but in the last couple of years, we say thanks to all those who have come on board this year. The Athletics Association, powered by Puma, is on board, and we're saying congratulations to those of you that's following it. This is a TNR communication event. The lane assignments: Laborde, Maturin, Granger, Sam, Douglas, Williams, and Gloucester. the lane assignments for the upcoming events, Adams. Boys 200 meters, and they're off.
Good clean start.
Nice clean start.
And Ethan Sam is there, of course, so he must be the prohibitive favorite, and he's really powering his way around the bend. I don't think they will catch him, but nonetheless, the rest are in the race. And so it's Ethan Sam really powering away. Let's see what his time is going to be. He still looks well, still looks good, even coming to the end of the season. It's Ethan Sam by a canter from the rest, and out of lane number 2, it's Clinton Mathurin of Abilene Wildcats, who might have come second there, but it was Ethan Sam by quite a margin.
Ethan Sam stopping the clock at 21.84. He came in here with his entry time 21.70. So certainly, even on paper, he delivered because along him from Fusion, and that's Douglas, came in with a time of 24.70, and Granger from South City Register 24.25. So certainly quite an easy walk in the park for him, and he came and he delivered. Again, we encouraging you to make your way down to the athletic stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, that is, and certainly as we expect as the evening stretches on, that the crowds are going to, even a greater number of patrons will make their way to the National Stadium. But we're moving right along. Event number 17. Event number 24, the boys 200 meters dash, and we are waiting the lineup. But before we do that, we just want to share with you some of the results that we've had.
So it's a girls' long jump under 17, and it was Nathaniela King of Concord with a jump of 5.00 meters. Tenique Vincent Concord also 4.86, and Chefonia Houston South City Rising Stars 4.83. So you can see the multidisciplinary abilities of Chefonia Houston, who was able to come third in the long jump under 17 girls, and she is in the flat event, the 200 meter under 17 girls, having won a heat. Well done, Chefonia Houston.
It speaks volumes of her ability, but we moving right along. Is heat 2, the boys 200 meters, and it's Keon Stanislaus is in runs out of 1. Kenique Nixon is nestled in lane number 3. On his outside, Cleon Joseph occupies lane number 4. Taviv Lewis of SAS is in 5. Nathaniel Jonathan Rages out of St. David's Track Blazer runs out of lane number 6. And AJ Bowens for high performance is nestled in lane number 7. Your lane assignment, status clause, Nixon, Joseph, Lewis, Bowen for the next event on the track, Adams.
And they're off. So Racing Athletic Club in lane 8. They're looking good. Let's see what is happening here. The athlete from lane number 4, and that would have been Cleon Joseph of PTC. He's looking well. His form is good. He's pulling away from the rest of the athletes. So it seems as if Cleon Joseph of PTC is going to win this by a canter. That's the Phoenix Track Club. I'm not so sure again whether it's out of St. Vincent or Trinidad. Antigua, Phoenix Track Club of Antigua, and he's come, he's delivered well, and I'm sure those folks in Antigua who might just be looking will feel very comfortable with what he has done for the Phoenix Track Club. So Antigua represented Cleon Joseph, 22:30, not the same time as what we would have had in the previous hit, but nonetheless, he flew away from the rest of the athletes and made sure that he's into the final. So it's Cleon Joseph, Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua, Kenique Nixon of Fusion Athletic, Neon Stanislaus, Fusion Athletic, 2380, 2362, and 2230, Cleon Joseph. So Fusion Athletic, well represented, but nonetheless, this time around, it's out of Antigua, 2230, Cleon Joseph.
Again, we continue to see some of the exploits of athletes, not just local Adams, but from across the region. And it really speaks well. As we intimated, the crowds is going to continue to grow. And for those of you that's online, we say thanks for being part of the conversation. And you get in this, it is part of a TNR communication production. And it's indeed, if you are here on the island, why not make your way inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium? We give it the lane assignments for the next event. There's Nicole Alexander that runs out of 1. In lane number 2, Khalid Peters for CSC. Joshua Lewis for Bolt runs out of lane number 7, and Darrell Thomas for Racing occupies lane number 8. The lane assignments, Alexander, Peters, Lewis, Thomas, for the boys 200 meters dash in the under 17 category, Heat 3, Adams.
So yes, they're on the marks, waiting the starters' orders, and they're really deep in concentration at this time. Let's see what will happen. Lane 1, 2, lane 7, 8, and they're off. It's a clean start. Lanes 1 and 2, lanes 7 and 8. Let's see what is going to happen. I'm not so sure that I can give you the names as yet, but lane 2 seems to have taken the bend and is ahead marginally from lane number 8. So it's lane 2 ahead of lane number 8. Let's see what happens. Is this Khalid Peters of Carrico Athletics? And in lane number 8, the athlete from, not sure which club he's representing at this time, but Carrico Athletics seem to have won this heat in a time of around 24:50. Not as fast, but nonetheless, he came and he did what he had to do.
And need another completion, the time, official time. Khalid Peters from CSC, 24.48. In second place, Daryl Thomas from Racing, 24.91. And Kaylee Alexander, 25.57. And Joshua Lewis from Bowles, 26.50. You finish your top. You finishing your times for heat number 3 of the boys 200 meters dash. As we continue to make our way through, again, we continue to see the support. It continues to grow. And I always say, Adams, when you come to these public meets, it's always a twist when you look at you get a shot of the fan base. Everybody just, it's like a real melting pot. Yes. Folks on the devices, doing this, doing that. It's all part of the excitement. But we're getting ready for Heat 4. It's the boys 200 meters dash on the 17 Whitsuntide Games 2023 inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And for those of you that's on the live feed, this is all part of a TNR communication production. We await the official start list. And it's a full flight. Kazim James for St. Vincent. Caden James for Concord. Michael Redhead for St. David's Track Blazers. Damari Joseph for High Performance. Duron Sincere for SAS. Serrani Robin from Excel. John T. Oliver, Exceed, and Ethan Isaacs from St. Vincent. So we look at it. St. Vincent, Concord, Track Blazers, High Performance, SAS, Excel, Exceed, and Isaacs from St. Vincent, Adams.
They're off. It's a good, clean start. The full field here. And I'm sure this is going to be competitive because I guarantee you that there's a lot of folks here. So it is the athlete out of lane number 3. That is Redhead of St. David's Track Blazers, who seem to be blazing down the track. I don't think they will catch him at all. On his left is Damari Roberts of High Performance. But just outside of Damari Roberts, you have Jaron Sincere of SAS. But it is definitely St. David's Track Blazers, Michael Redhead, Damari Roberts, and Deron Sensei of SAS. I think it's in that order.
Well, the time 22.49 is the official time. That's for Michael Redhead, representing St. David's Track Blazers, and said it was an easy win for him. And we had Damari Roberts from High Performance stopping the clock at 23.27, and Deron Sincere from SAS 23.29 seconds, and Ethan Isaac from St. Vincent 23.83. Sidan Kate James of Concord, Kazim James from St. Vincent 24.63, Serrani Robin from Excel 24.69, and John T. Oliver from Exceed 24.72. Adams.
As we move into another of the results for the field events, a girl shot put on the 17. It was a blank out for the athlete from Burnley out of Trinidad and Tobago, Peyton Winter. She threw a distance of 13.97 to come first. Naomi Augustine of Track Blazers 9.90, and Shemaiah Canterbury of Performers 9.07. But that was a big win for the athlete from Burnley out of Trinidad, Peyton Winter, 13.97.
Well, the prize indeed goes to the one who earns it, and we continue to keep track of what's happening in not just on the track, but on the field as we get ready for heat number 5. It's the boys 200 meters dash, and we say good afternoon and thank you. In case you're wondering, it is just about 13 minutes onto
4 o'clock.
Well, I thought my eyes was playing tricks on me. Across Grenada and across the rest of the eastern.
We've been at it long enough, Jules, for the eyes to play tricks. It's all right. But we're going to bring the best that we can.
I saw it and I'm like, really? We're getting ready for more action on the track. We give you the starting lineup. And we just feel for this one. Jadel Hector for IDDAT, out to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Kristen Joseph SAS, which is a secondary school in here on the island. There's Sean Henry from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Joseph Pope representing Concord. That's your lineup. Limited one, Adams, but we can anticipate that the energy and the excitement would not be reduced.
Yep. So Concord Athletic out of Trinidad and Tobago, IDDAT out of St. Vincent, Kristen Joseph of SAS. So we have the full Caribbean flavor in this race here. It's going to be a good race because they're not just racing their own local friends, but they are also racing against others from the other islands. Well done as they're off. It's a good, clean break here. It's Jadel Hector of IDDAT. It's the athlete from SAS. That is Kristen Joseph. Sean Henry of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is with him. Let's see if he's going to be able to carry through to the end. But the athlete in lane number 3, that is Hector of IDDAT, seemed to have just gotten there ahead of the athlete from SAS. So Hector of IDDAT ahead of Kristen Joseph of SAS, just made it ahead of him. I'm sure there must be some bragging rights, and the team and those folks from St. Vincent and the Grenadines must be jumping for joy in that athletes pavilion. Well done, IDDAT out of St. Vincent. And Kristen Henry might be saying, next time around, I will catch you. But the time, 23:68 for Jadel Hector of IDDAT, Kristen Joseph, 23:92, and Joseph Pope of Concord Athletic out of Trinidad, 24:46, Sean Henry of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 25:11. Good run by the guys.
The only thing is that history always remembers the winners. And when it comes to deliver, you deliver on the day. Everything else, you know what, it does not count. But certainly, we want to say, really congratulations to all of the athletes that we've seen thus far. It's been a really, really exciting morning of track and field. The schedule says we're going to end by after 7, but the way things are going, it probably may go beyond that. But let's see. Either way, it's been really, really, really excitement for the day. As we get ready for heat number 6, the boys 200 meters dash, and that's coming up inside of the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. And for those of you just joining us, yes, it is action inside of the Kirani James Athletics Stadium, home of a former 400-meter world champion, home of a former Olympic champion. It is, in fact, home of Anderson Peters, our world champion, home of Ali Francique, and a host of others, home of Rondell Bartholomew, and the list continues as we get ready for the next event on the track.
Yep.
Heat number 6. We've got a full flight for you. Jobrel Oliver from High Performance, Aidan McIntosh, MVP, and Desroy Kwame of IDDAT runs out of 3 for IDDAT. Kyle Ned for SAS occupies lane number 4, nestled on the outside. Judah Ash for PTC. In lane number 6 is Darrell Lambert for MVP. Daquan Edwards representing Mustang from St. Vincent occupies lane number 7. And Jareet Stafford, South City Rising Stars, finishing the lineup for the next event, heat number 6. Oliver, McIntosh, Kwame, Ned, Ash, Lambert, Edwards, and Stafford Adams.
So we have Phoenix out of Antigua, Mustang out of St. Vincent, we have SAS, we have IDDAT out of St. Vincent, MVP, and High Performance also out of St. Vincent. So it's really a good group of athletes here, but we're seeing the athlete from SAS taking the bend. He's looking well. Kyle Ned, he has run well throughout the season. He's looking well. He's striding. I don't think they will catch him. Kyle Ned will win by a canter. He's looking brilliant. Good time, 22:18 it would seem. Kyle Ned out of St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. He's come and he's delivered for his school and I'm sure for himself. So Kyle Ned taking the winning purse.
Well, that's quite excellent run from him. At one point, Darrell Lambert on the outside from MVP, trying to make a little push, but certainly there was not much happening. That's Aidan McIntosh from MVP attempted to make a push, and he's like, you know what? Listen, not today. I've got this. You want You can settle for second place. That's okay with me, but it's not going to happen. So the official time, Carl Ned, SAS 22.19, Aiden McIntosh, MVP 22.86, Judah Ash from PTC 23.52, and we cover the Desroy Kwame out of Indat in St. Vincent 24.14. The end of event number of Heat 6 of the boys 200 meters dash in the under 17 category. We continue to push forward because there's so much to come your way in what is day 1, session 1 of Whitsuntide Games 2023, and certainly it's all happening live inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium and being powered, for those of you on social media, by TNR Communication. Those of you at home, we say thanks to the Grenada Athletics Association for ensuring that the games continue in this form that we are seeing today. And we can only anticipate, Adams, as we stretch, the shadows are going to stretch, but so too the stands will be filled.
And it's already filling up nicely. I really love to see that happening. When we come out and support our kids and our children, let me put it this way, it encourages them, it pushes them, it makes them know that there are people behind them, supporting them. And so it's always lovely to see mom, dad, grandpa, grandma, auntie come in and support the young ones, because we are training them to be the future. And so it's really lovely to see the folks coming out in the numbers at this time of the day. We have Heat 7, dash, 200 meter dash, under 17 boys, Whitsuntide Games 2023 coming along.
And it's all happening here, and be part of the conversation as we await the official lineup for the next Heat 7 of the boys 200 meters dash. Your lane assignments. Josh Thomas, South City Rising Star, runs out of lane number 2. Then we have Jaden Donridge running out of lane number 5. Cornell Pierre runs out of lane number 6. Jarwin Williams for Exceed occupies lane number 7. Randy Jones is nestled in lane number 8. Again, your lane assignments: Thomas, Dorridge, Pierre, Williams, Jones. The next event on the track, Heat 7, and the boys 200 meters under 17, Adams.
The South City Rising Stars Performance Track Club, MVP, Exceed, Carrico Athletic Club in Randy Jones, all represented here. Lane 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
And certainly we can expect no different. We know it's going to be a scotcher for this one. You got to hold on to whatever is it you have next to you, because if you blink, you miss it. It's all happening inside of the National Stadium, and we want to say thanks. Those of you that's on the feed, feel free to chime in, share the link. There is no harm. There's no harm in that. Thanks to the folks from the Grenada Athletics Association, powered by Puma, that's been part of this conversation. And interesting, though, Adams, and interesting facet element to today's, well, the meat is that of the NACA elements of it, the heptathlon that's been added to part of these 2 days.
That's correct, and we've had quite a number of athletes coming from Puerto Rico and the United States in the heptathlon, the multi-event discipline, and they have been doing extremely well. And throughout the course of the day, they will be continuing to participate in those 8 events that will carry points to determine who the winners are. And so it's good to have the NACAC events sprinkled in with the athletics of the Whitsuntide Games, where all the athletes, so many athletes from the other countries, clubs and countries are here in Grenada, over 900 plus. It says something about what's happening thereof. It's a good, clean start from the athletes. South City Rising Stars will be the athletes in lane number 2. And so let's see what will happen. South City Rising Stars, Randy Jones from Carrico Athletic, Jaron Williams, Exceed, Cornell Pierre, MVP, Jaden Dorridge, Performance Track Club. But let's see, it's a blanket finish to the end for these athletes, Cornell Pierre, Jaron, and Randy Jones. We don't know who has taken it, Joe.
Well, that's why we have the luxury of having the folks on the finish line with the cameras, and they have the equipment to sometimes make these judgment calls, because up here from where we are, it's not always that obvious. I would probably think it went to
Quanel Pierre of MVP.
but we wait for the
But it's Jaden Dorich.
we wait for the official results, and it's Jaden Dowich 23.13, Quanel Pair 23.15, and Josh
Randy
Jones from CSC 23.18. Your top three finishers in the just completed event, Heat 7 of the boys 200 meters. But wherever you are, we say hold on to your seatbelts. Do not move. You miss it. The most you're allowed to do is to go get yourself a little bit drink of water because it is quite humid. Humidity is around 81%. So we want to make sure that you go out and have yourself some fun. It's good to see the Roberts family. Young Jehu, he ran earlier this morning. He finished third. It's good to see him now back in the stands with mommy and just chillaxing.
Enjoying himself. Having something to eat.
Well, when you
Very
come,
nice.
you perform. The next thing the most you can do is then move on and have yourself a little bit of downtime. We're moving, and we're moving quite quickly as we see the shadows continue to stretch here at the National Stadium. And we certainly want to say thank you wherever you are. There is the shot put that's in progress. We'll give you the category, which division, exactly which age group that's participating right now. But certainly what you've been getting for the entirety of the day, it's a mix plethora of what's happening on the track, what's in the field, and certainly it's been a really, really great day of track and field so far. Adams, anything that stands out to you? I mean, while we would say it's still early days.
But what stands out to me is the number of athletes that have come to participate at Whitsuntide Games. When you would think that we are almost at the end of our athletic season in Grenada, yet still you're able to gather all of these athletes together to come out and to bring the talent to the fore. That for me is quite a lot. It stands out to me a lot to see so many athletes, students who probably would have picked in the performance already, and they're saying, no, we want to be part of this thing. And it tells me that we are doing something good here. So I'm very, very happy just to see that so many athletes are out and performing.
Well, I think what is also important, to note, we continue to highlight the contingent that came out of St. Vincent, some close to 200 of them, and there is in fact 6 clubs coming out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There is high performance, 55 athletes, and 55 athletes they brought. Idnat 35, Mustang 35, Exceed XL 39 and 23 respectively, and the last of the clubs out of St. Vincent is Roses Academy with 20 athletes. I mean, this is exceptional. The age, the representatives ranging from age 8 to 28.
This is just fantastic. I'm really, really, really proud of what the organizers in Grenada have been able to do, but I'm even happier that the folks from St. Vincent and the Grenadines have what they've done to be able to come over and expose so many of their student athletes to high performances and competition from other students from Grenada, Antigua, Trinidad, and you name the other clubs that are here. So that was really, really good.
Indeed.
Javelin through on the 17th.
We're getting ready for a medal presentation ceremony.
South City Rising Stars, Jonathan Newton, a distance of 47.07 meters. Second position from the CAC club, Josh Thomas, a distance of 50.05 meters. And your winner, also representing CAC, Jarrell Clement, 57.86 meters. The winners for the boys javelin throw under 17. Medal presentation for event 2, the boys high jump under 17. Third position, Tariq Vincent, representing Conrad, 1.82 meters. Second position, Dylan McKenzie, Fusion Athletics, 1.85 meters. And your winner from Exceed Track Club, Javar Keto, 1.91 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the boys high jump under 17. Medal presentation for event 3. The girls long jump under 17. In third position, Chefona Hostin, 4.83 meters, representing Classic Lightning South City Rising Stars. Second position, Tinique Vincent, Concord Track Club, 4 meters, 4.86 meters. And your winner, also representing Concord Track Club, Nathalia King, 5 meters. Your winners for event 3, the girls long jump under 17. Medal presentation for event 14, girls shot put under 17. Third position, Shamaya Scanterbury, represented Performance Track Club, 9.07 meters. Second position, Naomi Augustine, represented Track Blazers, 9.90 meters. And your winner, represented Burley Track Club, Peyton Winter, 13.97 meters. Your winners for event 14, the girls shot put under 17. Thank you. Medal presentation for event 17, the girls 200 meters under 11. In third position, Destiny Arnold, represented Burley Track Club, 32.42 seconds. Second position, representing Fusion Track Club, Kimona Marie Monroe, 30.10 seconds. And your winner, representing the South St. George Government School, Leah Rose Charles, a time of 29.42 seconds. The winners of event 17, the girls 200 meters under 11. Medal presentation for event 18, boys 200 meters under 11. Third position, represented the Fusion Track Club, Jonathan Labari, 31.34 seconds. Second position, representing the Burley Track Club, he ran in time of 30.45 seconds, Kari John. And your winner, in a time of 29.85 seconds, represented the St. David's Track Blazers, Ronan Lessie. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 18, the boys 200 meters dash under 11. Medal presentation for event 20, boys 200 meters under 13. In third position, Jahim Joseph, represented high performance representing the High Performance Track Club in a time of 27.50 seconds. Second position from the South St. George Government School, Kendon Worm, time of 26.83 seconds. And your winner from Classic Lightning South City Rising Stars in a time of 26.08 seconds, Kashay Steven. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 20, boys 200 meters dash under 13. A medal presentation for event 19, the girls 200 meters under 13. Third position, she represented the Bolt Track Club and she ran in a time of 28 seconds. Sophia Stevens. Second position from Fusion Athletics, Kenya Swan, 27.94 seconds. And your winner from the Burley Track Club, Jail Peters, 25.83 seconds. The winners of event 19, the girls 200 meters under 13. Your winners. This brings us to the end of the medal ceremony. We want to thank ASP, ACP Jesmond Prince, and Ms. Tanya Hyacinth for assisting with this medal presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we would just want to introduce you to the competitors in event 30, Women Long Jump Open and International. Two athletes in that event representing Classic Lightning South City Rising Stars. Athlete number 643, Brynell Thomas. Athlete 564, jumping in second position, Christine Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, the competitors in event 30, the Women Long Jump Open and International. Ladies and gentlemen, during the medal presentation, we had the conclusion of the women's shot put NACA combined event. Just giving you the unofficial results. First position, Shayna Barnes, through 14.54 meters. Second position, Carrie Hawkins, United States of America, 13.66 meters. The third position, Erin Marsh, United States of America, 12.80 meters. Fourth position, Elsbeth Felix, Puerto Rico, 11.96 meters. And in fifth position, Jomari Kamona, 11.56 meters.
Yes, and we're back at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, Whitsuntide 2023. A wonderful event that has come our way, and we're into the relays, and we have quite a number of relays here. And Bernard, it's just good to be back at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, bringing the sights and sounds and the running of our boys and girls, our young men and young women, as they showcase the talent that they are blessed with, and they're doing a tremendous job down here.
Absolutely. And if you're just joining us, well, you would have missed quite a lot in the morning session. And however, if you would have break, while we were on break, you have missed absolutely nothing. We are now into the 4x100 meters relay, under 15, under 17 for girls. And this is a rather interesting construct here with the combined ages because of the limited number of young ladies running in both the under 15 and under 17. So this is a good combine here. And in heat, we are going to be witnessing 2 heats. The first heat would feature high performance, finish line would be in lane 3, high performance would be in lane 2, runners in lane 4.
And they're off. So it is finish line, Runners Athletic, Carriacou Athletic, Mustangs, TNTC, and South City Rising Stars. They've made the first handover, and it is high performance in lane number 2, who seem to have the advantage going down the back straight. High performance. And in lane number 4, it is Runners Athletic. So yes, it is high performance once again. They look well. But the athlete in Runners Athletic, she's also going well. Let's see what will happen. It's a third and final handover. It is the athlete in lane number 3, Runners Athletic, that seemed to be running away with it, closely chased by the athlete from High Performance, and on the outside, the runner from Mustang. But it is going to be Runners Athletic winning this event from High Performance of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Bernard.
This is, I like the execution. The execution in the sense that the passing was rather smooth.
Pretty good.
And this is what you want to see. You want to see the mechanics and the training and so on be executed in a manner that there is no baton passing, there is no baton falling, there is no stopping and so forth, running out of lane and within the time range. So that aspect of it, all the teams did quite well.
They did very well. I am pretty impressed again. And I cannot say it enough how much I have seen that even coming to the tail end of the athletic season, that the athletes are giving 100%. Well done.
That speaks really to the competitiveness of the young persons who are taking part, and also the club structure. The club structure lends that semblance of continuance, whereas this typical school structure, at the end of intercall, that's it.
That's it. So it was finish line. They're going to put up the final positions in a short while. By finish line at 50-70, High Performance 51-15, Mustang 51-79, Carriacou Athletic Club 50-24, South City Rising Stars at 55-76, and Runners Athletic in 59-78. So it was finish line that really ran away with this relay at 50-70. Heat number 1. Down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is Whitsuntide 2023, and we are having a tremendous time down here. If you're at home and you still could find the time to come over, we invite you to come down, because we are having wonderful performances, seeing the athletes, not just from Grenada, from around the region also, as they come in the numbers and do the best they can in Grenada here, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
So the top 3 positions at 50.70, and in position number 3, 51.79. Heat number 2 is up shortly. Heat number 2, we will see that. And this team is out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Abilene would be in lane number 3. Velocity Track Club would be in lane number 4. Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago would be in lane number 5. MVP out of Grenada would be in lane number 6, and Wester Hall Secondary School. This is a good addition here. We haven't seen Wester Hall for most of the day. Wester Hall is in lane number 3.
And so it's good to see Again, a mixture of the various islands here. It that out of St. Vincent, Abilene Wildcats. Where would it be Abilene from? I didn't get where they were from. But we have Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, we have the other athletes from Grenada, Velocity Track Club, MVP, and Westerhall Secondary. But Abilene Wildcats, they are represented here. One of the teams coming in from overseas. We are waiting the athletes being deployed in the various legs. We see already some at the second leg taking up their positions, Bernard, and I'm sure in a short while we'll see those who are starting, they will be in their position. But we see leg number 2 already set up, and we're going to see the others coming. The previous relay, it was really well run. Good transition, good handovers, and we saw a great execution of athletics. And really, considering the fact that relay is one of the most technical and risky events that you can have in track, because unless the baton is brought right through to the end, the disqualifications or the non-completions, it's a high possibility.
Absolutely. It's not just about individual speed in a relay. It's a combined event. It's an event that needs a cooperation, a team effort. And many a times you would have seen the team that would end up at the top. And sometimes most of the big names in the individual teams would not be the most successful. In fact, there's lots, and history is replete with many examples of teams with very good and outstanding athletes whose relay teams did not even make the finals for one reason or the other. And up next, after these relays, a 4x1 with girls, we would have a similar 4x100 meters under 17, under 15 for boys. Then the 4x100 meters open and international. So in terms of timing, Adams, we have a few more events to go in the afternoon session before we get into the finals of all the preliminaries that would have taken place earlier. After the medal presentation, all the events thereafter will be straight finals.
Yes, Antoine. And at one time, I think the world might have felt that the United States was spooked with relays because for some reason they were unable to get to the end. Sometimes having, as based on performance, the better team. And
Absolutely.
For some reason, they just couldn't get it around and lost out to teams like the United Kingdom, Jamaica, Japan, because for some reason that baton always found itself somewhere else.
So it's from lanes 2 to 7, that lane 2, 3, Abilene Wildcats, lane 4, Velocity Track Club, Concord is in lane 5, MVP in lane 6, and Westerhall Secondary School in lane. Well, we have a non-starting aid for Westerhall Secondary School, so we are in fact down to five teams in this one.
Westerhall Secondary School.
We awaited start.
So it's lane number 2, lane number 3, lane number 4, lane number 5, lane number 6, lane number 7, non-starter at this time.
And traditionally, there were some preferred lanes. All of that has changed.
This is something that we can speak about. And they're rough. It's a good, clean start. It's that. Abilene Wildcats, Velocity Track Club, Concord, and MVP. No Westerhall Secondary. but the athlete in lane number 2, that from Abilene Wildcat, seemed to be doing well. Now, the athlete in lane number 5, that's Concord, she is tearing it down in this second leg, and she's handed over first to her colleague, and she's moved up pretty quickly. So it's Abilene Wildcats in the ascendancy. Let's see what will happen as they move around the final bend. It's still Abilene Wildcats, followed by Concord Athletic. So it is Concord Athletic. Yes, it is Concord Athletic in lane number 5, followed by the athlete in lane number 3, that's Velocity Track Club. Lane number 6, Concord. That's MVP. So, but we can safely say that it is Concord Athletic in lane number 5 that would have won. Yes, out of Trinidad and Tobago.
There's Concord with a good display of good baton passing in this one. Had some challenges. They had an 8 challenge from Abilene Wildcats and MVP of 49.39. Let's see how this compares with our first heat. Our first heat, the best time in our first heat was 50.70. So 49.39 in this one. 49.39 for second place, 50.46. Even a better time than our winner in the last heat, and at 50.88. So the time to beat here really is 49.39.
That is correct. Not a bad run at all from the athlete from Concord Athletic out of Trinidad and Tobago. Bernard, I'm sure they would have felt that it was good resources. The trip was worth it just to be able to come and to display their talent. So well done to those folks from Trinidad and Tobago.
The next event on the track is a 4x100 meters relay boys, under 15, under 17 combined. Heat 1, there are 2 heats in this one. In Heat 1, South City Rising Stars, they'll be in lane 3. In lane 4, St. Vincent Grammar School. In lane 5, High Performance Velocity would be in lane 5. Carriacou Combined would be in lane 6, and Finish Line in lane 7.
Yep, so you were speaking about the fact that no lane seems to be a disadvantage anymore.
Maybe with the exception of lane 1, but there was a time when nobody wanted to run in a lane 7 or a lane 8.
Correct.
And then we had Rio. And we had starting at lane 8 and not winning, but winning convincingly.
Smashing the world record. Van Niekerk, a special talent.
So things have really changed in terms of lane preferences now.
Yeah.
What you would have, the coaches would stress is that irrespective of the lanes that you get, you have to do your absolute best.
And I think what would have happened because of the advance in thinking, in strategizing, to me, coaches are being able to recognize that it is 400 meters no matter which section of the track. There will be some challenges. Out of lane 8, we are aware that the wind might just be a little bit stronger on the person. There's challenges, say, out of lane 1 because of the tightness of the bend. But at the end of the day, the coaches would say you have to run 400 meters. So what do? Whatever you do in lane 5, you go there and do it even better, whichever lane you are. In addition, I think the training, especially strength training, is so advanced that athletes are really well prepared and in terms of the physicality to run. So there's not much of a problem with preference as we would have had before, because as a teacher and having students running, I used to dread them having to run out of lane 8 and prefer them running out of lane 1. No, lane 8 is the lane where you have to be very careful that you do not give away anything to them.
That's true. That's true. So, that in mind, we will witness the start of the next relay, under 15, under 17 boys. No clear favorites in this one.
Well, we have South City Rising Stars. Again, they've shown their the fact that they are doing a good job with the boys and girls in their care. We must give kudos to the coaches and the club structure. We know the finish line, they're doing pretty well too. High performance out of St. Vincent, they've been here before. St. Vincent Grammar School. So they would want to test the mettle. And as you would say, at present, there is no clear favorite in this one. So we just have to enjoy the performance and the best that they have to give.
Yes, when you look at the age group, for example, in St. Vincent Grammar School, there's nobody there really in the under 17 category. They're all under 15. So you're talking about a pretty young team there. Pretty young team there, and they have a lot to build on from a team that young. And the other schools, they have a sprinkling of under 17 and under 15. But it'd be quite interesting to see how St. Vincent pull this one off with such a young team.
Correct.
Basically under 15 team. Following the 4x100 meters on a 15 under 17, we should witness the start of on the track that is, of the women 800 meters, open and international, whilst at the same time the women's long jump should be taking place, as well as the men high jump. So a lot of activities, a lot of action continue on the track and on the field. But our next event on the track is the 4x100 meters for boys, under 15, under 17.
Under 17. So they're getting ready. They're almost lined up. The athletes are now in the lanes. They're also in the legs, whichever leg that they're doing. And I'm sure that it will bring the adrenaline rush again from them. I am sure that they are thinking hard. They want to do the best. And normally when students go out, once they start and the anxiety would have dissipated, they really give the best that they can. And I'm looking forward to seeing, once again, our boys and our girls, not just from Grenada, but from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, do the best that they can. Really, really, I'm still amazed at the number of athletes that St. Vincent and the Grenadines have managed to carry over, Bernard. The fact that I know resources, quite a lot of resources must have been placed in it. They've been here for a couple of days in advance to get acclimatized to the conditions and to the track. So it's quite a lot that they have put out, and we're really, really happy that they could have come.
Investment in the future, that's what it's called. Of course, the proximity to Grenada, St. Vincent, relatively assist in that way. And they're off.
Yep, and let's see what will happen. So we have the South City Rising Stars and we have the Carriacou Athletic Club. But the Carriacou Athletic Club is looking pretty well. South City Rising Stars also looking well. But Carriacou Athletic Club, and here in the middle you have the St. Vincent Grammar School and High Performance, both out of St. Vincent. Let's see what would happen. It is the Carriacou Athletic Club kind of bumbling off the handover, and now South City Rising Stars, they've come through and they're out front now. So I don't think they'll catch South City Rising Stars unless they make a meal of the handover. So it's South City Rising Stars really tearing down the final straight. Last 30 meters to go, South City Rising Stars, followed by St. Vincent Grammar School, followed by the Carriacou Athletic Club. And that is how they are going to come in. The time, not too bad, Bernard, but South City Rising Stars must be feeling really proud.
Yes, I imagine so. But again, we had a clear example of very, very poor batter passing, very poor transitioning on the part of St. Vincent Grammar School, coming into the second and third handover with a slight lead and really making a bumble of it.
Yeah, they really made a meal of it. But those are the learning curves that they would have to go through. I'm sure the coaches would have something to say to them about it. And, of course, it takes repetition to be able to get it right. So I'm sure the reps are going to come as they prepare for a new season for next year, please the Lord. and I'm sure they would want to come back. So they'll be after the coaches and the organizations and the parents, because they would also want to come back next year and improve on what they would have done. Nonetheless, South City Rising Stars, the south of the island, they were able to come through with this event.
45.19, and they first to cross the line and second position in this heat. 46.02, St. Vincent Grammar School, and then 46.30, 46.0 Carrico. So it's South City Rising Stars, St. Vincent Grammar School, and Carrico at 46.30. Heat number 2 of 2. Heat number 2 of 2. In lane number 3, Mustangs. In lane number 4, That 5473 MVP out of Grenada. Burnley from Trinidad and Tobago. Runners from out of Grenada would be lane 7. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 should be hitting the track. And as we say that, then they're already on the track. And momentarily, the race will get going. And again, the creativity to have a combined under 15, under 17, I think this really speaks to the youngsters, and the decision here is a good one.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we've got to think out of the box if we want to get the best in our in track and field, or what we are presenting to the public, because at the end of the day, the public must go away feeling that it was money well spent to come and to view. And so whatever we can do to encourage public participation, and if it includes being creative in organizing those events, then that's what will have to happen. And they've done that well. Again, kudos to the organizers. The whole organizing committee, led, of course, by the Grenada Athletic Association, of course, sponsors, and I'm sure National Lottery, in addition to other sponsors who have come on board, and you're hoping that we're going to have more of them. I really am impressed with what is happening here for Whitsuntide 2023.
And in saying that, if you would have tuned into us for the first time, you would have missed a tremendous amount in the morning session. However, you are here now and you are witnessing the Grenada Athletic Association's coordinated, sponsored 2023 Whitsuntide Games. We are back, and we are back with a bang.
So Mustangs, That, MVP, BAC, and Runners Athletic. Burnley Athletic Club, they're off. So Burnley Athletic is in lane 6. Runners Athletic Club is in lane 7. MVP 5, That 4, Mustangs out of St. Vincent in 3. And so let's see what is happening. We see the athlete from MVP doing extremely well. Take the batter first, and then so he's motoring down the final bend. That's the final bend. The athlete from MVP is still looking well in lane number 5. It's going to be close because the athlete from Burnley Athletic is also there. The athlete from Runners Athletic is also there. Let's see what would happen. It is MVP that's going to stride away with it. Very confident young man. He saw the competition on his right, and he just lifted his level of performance, and was able to walk past the athlete from the Burnley Athletic. Well done to that athlete from MVP.
MVP did quite well, and this is in spite of a very, very poor third exchange. Very, very poor third exchange there, but the strength of the athlete on the final leg really showed up that what would have otherwise been a disaster had there been a little more competition from the other clubs there.
So it's MVP followed by the athlete from Burnley Athletic and the athlete from That coming third. Not a bad time, 45.72, Antoine.
45.72, that would have put them in. It's slower than the first heat for sure. First heat finished at 45.19. So 45.72, they would have been second fastest on the day.
Yeah.
And on the track, next event on the track will be 800 meters, open and international. whilst at the same time, the women's long jump open international and the men's high jump open international will be taking place. And we seems to be about to have a slight change in the weather. I'm witnessing one or two umbrellas seems to be going up.
And we are seeing some of those people have come to witness the games. They are moving to places where they can shelter. So it means that there is a drizzle outside. And you can see that the weather has changed quite a lot. Outside is really looking gray with a heavy cloud cover. And so that's something to pay attention to.
Yes, but as of now, there are no showers or anything, so you're on your way. We say hasten. You are witnessing the Grenada Athletic Association 2023 version of the Whitsuntide game. And it's a blend of teams and the club teams, as well as that's regional club teams, local club teams, and country teams being represented here. Country-wise, we have team representing Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, Guyana, and British Virgin Island. In terms of the regional club teams, we have Rosedale. Rosedale is out of St. Vincent. And you have Burnley out of Trinidad and Tobago, Chatoya out of St. Vincent, Concord, who have really distinguished themselves today out of Trinidad and Tobago, High Performance in St. Vincent, from St. Vincent, Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua, Phoenix Athletics out of Trinidad, Mustangs of St. Vincent, Performance Track Club from Barbados, Roses Academy from St. Vincent Grammar School, the University of Trinidad and Tobago, Exceed Sports Club from St. Vincent, Excel Track and Field from St. Vincent, Maximizing, that is MAP, Maximizing Atlantic Potential from Trinidad. And we have representation from the Guyana Defense Force, Abilene Wildcat. Just now we were trying to figure out where it is that it came from. Actually a St. Lucian club. Abilene Wildcat out of St. Lucia, and Extreme Velocity from Barbados. So nice mix of male, female clubs, regional clubs, local clubs, and country representatives. So next event on the track, it's part of the NACAC events. We are going to witness this. We are going to witness in the HEP the 200 meters women. We're athletes from Puerto Rico, Jomari Sharia Carr from Puerto Rico, Shari Hawkins from the USA, Shania Burns from the USA, Erin Marsh from the USA, and from Puerto Rico, Alice Beth Felix from Puerto Rico. And lanes 4 to 8. The 200 meters, a NACAC event, 200 meters, HEP women.
It's really good to see. What I think this has done for the younger athletes is to be able to see adults, those who have gotten to us a level of success in the athletic career and are able to make it on the international stage, to see how they act, how they move, how they train, how they warm up, how they warm down. All those are learning things that our younger boys, our under 9s, under 11s, under 13s, under 15s, that's what they would glean from it. I saw an athlete from St. Andrews Anglican Secondary running not too long ago. And how he dressed similar to that athlete that Alain Francisque is training, the 100-meter champion that he's training now. What's his name? Let me see if I get it.
Fred Curley.
Fred Curley. He dressed just very similar to Fred Curley, and you could see he paid attention to Fred Curley. His garb was extremely similar. So I know they're paying attention to those athletes who are doing well on the international stage.
So these are the Iron Ladies. It's they have 200 meters. It's a NACAC event, and that's the next event on track.
Yep, and NACAC, as those who may have just joined in, is North America, Central America, and the Caribbean athletes combined from this area. So, but you find it's only the athletes we are seeing athletes from Puerto Rico and the USA, but you could have had many more participating from the other countries of North, Central America, and the Caribbean. North America, Central America, and the Caribbean participating.
Well, these multi-events are very, very interesting in the sense that whilst in some sense you are competing against another athlete, you're really competing against yourself in scores.
Correct.
It's something like golf. You never beat anything because you can always do better. It's all about scoring points.
Yep. You cannot be paying attention to the other athlete, because at the end of the day, you must get that ball into the hole underneath the number of allowed shots, or else you're going to be penalized. Well, that's using a terminology, because if you have to get through it in 3 holes and you get through it in 4 holes, you have a problem. You're not going to gain, you're going to lose. So you're actually competing against yourself in golf. Similarly, with these multi-events, every time you do better than your last, you gain points. And that's how this thing operates. You gain points as you improve on your times and your distances and your throws with the multi-events. Of course, Grenada is now very familiar with the multi-event because we have Kurt Felix and we have Lyndon Victor who have really, really shown that the small island there's nothing wrong with small islands excelling in the multi-events once you put your mind to it.
Absolutely. Talent is where it is at. The skill really is discovering those talents.
Hopeful, I guess at some point we'll get an idea of the amount of points that these athletes have, what they're going in with, what they will have to do tomorrow. And of course, they're going to strategize overnight. Where can I improve in order to gain more points on my next athlete? So they're off. It's not a bad start, and you could see they're giving it their best. Yes, even with the drizzle coming down, the athlete in lane number 3, she's doing well. Lane number 4 seem to have the lead on the others, but it's really close. So it's lane 4 and lane 8 looking well. Coming through to the finish line, they are going to power their way through. That's what you call powering your way through to the end, because every second that you would have gained, it's points that you would gain.
Yes, it's a race against themselves. It's a race against the clock. It's a race against one another. So it's one of these competition in competition sort of an event. And they do a number of events in day 1, and they complete in day number 2. So the win would have picked up a bit. It's on the plus side. And Shari Hawkins would have won that event in 23.57 seconds. Elizabeth Felix in 23.84. Jo-Marie Sharia Carr from Puerto Rico in 24.73. Shania Burns from the U.S. in 24.78. And Erin Marsh from the U.S. in 25.19. That's how they finish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the weather indeed has changed. And in fact, we are now having some light showers.
So it has changed quite a bit, and it's left to be seen how the organizers are going to put their schedule together. We're due to have the 800 meters open and international for Whitsuntide Games. I'm sure that the athletes are waiting because they are eager to get going. Bernard, I'm sure they would prefer to run. And let's see what will happen from an organizational standpoint. What will the organizers do in terms of the 800 meters coming along, which should have been in a short while?
Yes, absolutely. The next event on the track, as you have said, should be the 800 meters. And that's an open event for women. On paper, we expected to have 10 athletes participating here. Jeshomi McIntyre from Finish Line. Zephyr Lett from Mustangs. Colicia Lewis from Exceed. Annalisa Brown from Finish Line Performance. Kiami Ray Orford. Nikaya Perryman from Bolt. Amir Samuels from Finish Line. Kayla Flavini from Velocity Track Club. Miola Simon from Mustang, and Diana Burke from Excel. That will be the next event on track. 800 meters, open and international. In the interim, we can probably enjoy the view of our Fames Stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Yep. Of course, it's dark. It's a little bit on the gray side. It's drizzling. And I'm sure that the athletes would love to be able to run at this time. Let's see how the organizers will look at it. But we do have a delay in the activities on the track, and hence we're going to wait and we're going to get back to you as soon as the events start running again. Yes, we're back at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, and we see movement in the track and field activities and events that's taking place. We are into the 800 meters. Generally, those races are my favorite, Bernard. I love the 400, the 800, the 1500. I just love to see people think while they're on their feet. And so we now have the 800 meters, and it's good to see track and field has returned to the track. So they're off. It's 5 athletes in this. I'm not so sure. It seems like if this is round 1, and I will be able to give more information as we come to the end. But this is round 1, and we have 5 athletes. We have Excel, we have Velocity Track Club, we have Mustang. Those did not start, so we have Let of Mustang, Lewis of Exceed, Annalisa Brown of Finish Line, and we have, let's see who else we have, but we have 5 athletes. It's the end of the first lap. We have Amir Samuel of Finish Line, Niana Buck of Excel. These are the 5 athletes that are making the running. So that's the first 300 meters. Excel, Finish Line. So the 2 athletes, 283 and 280, they are now taken to the front. This would be the final lap as they get to this finish line. The final lap for the 800 meters. Let's see what they're going to do. Finish line. Just going at a general clip. Bernard, nothing really standing out at this time. Don't have the names near to the numbers as yet, but it would seem as if it is finish line, similar uniform that's there. Finish line has to do with Boca also. So hopefully this might be one of the athletes at Intercall. I think her surname is Brown, might be there. Let's see. Annalisa Brown, that's right. Annalisa Brown, the star athlete of the middle distance and long distance at Intercall this year, she performed admirably. She is there. So this is Annalisa Brown, 280. Small, but strong and fast, filled with endurance, but she's challenged. It's Annalisa Brown from Finish Line Athletic Club, and she's going to win it. Almost lost it on the line. Annalisa Brown has been a revelation at this year's Intercall. Bernard winning the 400 in her age group, the 800, the 1500, and I think she ran the 3,000 meters also. She was a revelation at Intercall 2023, and of course, talent doesn't go, and you could see that she has done well again. Annalisa Brown.
So that's Annalisa. That's the end of the 800 meters for women, open and international, with the winning time of 2 minutes, 31.52 seconds. Let's see how this compares with the games record is 2 minutes 13.53. So that was set in 2001. So some distance away actually, in terms of time. And the stadium record is 2 minutes. 1.96 seconds. That was set in 2019, Cynthia Ennis. So good representation, but the time compared to the games and stadium record is way off.
That's correct. So it meant that the field wasn't big. It wasn't a big field. The competition was not really there. Maybe that could have affected the time. She just ran to win. We know the talent that Annalisa Brown has, so I certainly believe that with competition, she should have been able to drop this quite a bit. So Annalisa Brown making it through to the end and winning this heat. It's a boys 1,500 meters, Bernard.
So the next event in the track will be boys under 17, 1,500. You have quite a large field on paper here. Momentarily, we will let you know if they're all starters or if we have any non-starters here. So there's Kyle Alexis, Jadel Etienne, Joshua Prescott, Sion Nash, 1,500 meters boys on the 17, and this will be followed by a 1,500 meters open and international for men. So Joshua Prescott from CHAT, that's a Chatoya club from St. Vincent. We have a slight hesitation here as we await the final listing, and as we suspected, we have a number of non-starters in this one, but they're off.
Yep, they're off, and let's see, they've started a big bunch here, not 22 for sure, but we already see an athlete making the running, looking pretty good running style up front there. So this athlete, I'm not so sure which club he's from. I don't have the colors with me, but it's a boys 1,500 meters on the 17 at this time. Athlete number 255 running here. If we see athlete number 255, this would be, we'll get it for you. We have athlete number 762 and 211, athlete 457. We can see athletes from this South City Rising Stars for sure. So it's a good group of athletes. They're not leaving each other, and the tempo seems to be a pretty good tempo for now. So that's the boys on the 1,500 meters. They've completed one lap already, and they are on the second lap. So they're down the back straight for a second time. And you could see the athlete in the black and white top, black bottom, white top. He's leading. He's been doing that since the start. Let's see if he can maintain it through to the end. Athlete number 255, and that will be an athlete So let's see as they make it down to the end. This is the second lap. They're coming through. Seeing 285. So into the third and penultimate lap. That athlete has led from start right up through to the end, and he's doing well. His stride is looking pretty good. We see another athlete from the Carrico Athletic Club. He's also doing well. He's hanging on to the coattails of that athlete in 255. We will get the name in a short while, but they're looking well. 1,500 meters open for boys on the 17. Athlete number 255, that's Adriel Mitchell of Fusion. And he is challenged by the athlete from the Carrico Athletic. That's 457. 457, that's the athlete from Roses, Henrik Francois of Roses. So he seemed to have taken over the lead, 255. Still running well. But Roses 457 is challenging him. And this looks as if it's going to be a very good race coming through to the end. It's going to be a cracker because they are so well bunched up. It's athlete from Roses and the athlete from, you see the athletes from South City Rising Stars. And make at the back end, it is the final lap. They are looking well. Let's see what will happen. Athlete 255 is still in the running. And the other athlete, that's Adriel Mitchell of Fusion, is looking well. The athlete from Roses is also looking well, and he's trying to sneak in on the inside, not necessarily the best tactic to employ when wanting to pass someone. So let's see what will happen. And now they're making it a burn. It's going to be a burner to the finish. Now this athlete, I did not get his name, but he's really moving. He's motoring down the final bend. He's entering into the straight, and I don't think that athlete will catch him. 2-1-1. That athlete from finish line, he's doing well. So it's finish line that is going to win this one. 2-1-1. Nicholas Frederick of finish line, he's going to just storm through to the finish line, winning by quite a margin from the athlete 255 out of Roses. Joe?
Well, there you saw it, quite an exhilarating race. That's the sort of race that calls for speed, endurance, tactic. We made reference to finish line athletes when he made the first attempt to cut on the inside, and you did highlight that is never the best tactic to employ. And he figured it out, went on the outside, and certainly he got the desired result. Baited each other, baited the athlete from out of Fusion, and certainly it paid off. It paid dividends as he came away with a win. Quite an excellent race.
And you can see he was really pleased. The smile on his face, it just told a real story. He was really pleased with it. Nicholas Frederick of finish line, taking the 1,500 meters on the 17 boys.
You kind of get the sense that he paced himself. He believed in his ability, and he just a matter of waiting his time that he would make the final push. So there you have it. Nicholas Frederick, in a time of 4 minutes, 29.05. We have Adriel Mitchell, 4 minutes, 32.85. And you have Henrik Francois out of Roses, which is a club out of St. Vincent. Yeah, Roses Academy out of St. Vincent, and the Grenadines occupying the 3rd spot. Quite an excellent run there. And that was the completion of event. The men's 1,500 meters open, not anywhere close to either the games or the stadium records, quite slow. The games record 3 minutes 54.97, set back in 2011. But certainly for the purpose of having attended and participated in the games in 2023, he can safely say he came away a champion.
And so that was round 1. It seems as if we have another round coming up. Joe, you might be able to tell me.
We have another round that is coming up. It looks as though let's look to see who we have in here. And let's just make sense of it. We're just going to confirm if we can finalize the list here for you. Right, so the next round, it's going to be another flight of some 20 athletes or so. And just to give you an appreciation as to how it goes, there is altitude. There is Douglas Joshua, Isaac Joseph from Runners, Davine Barrington from Guyana. Yes, there's Sindran Bentic from Mustang, which is a club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Miguel Cape, a local secondary school here. Livron Thomas, Aces, Grenada. Matthews from Roses. Williams of South City, Rising Stars, a local club. Finish line from Grenada in Alexander. There is Zale Spring from Mustang out of St. Vincent. Guyana is in there, in the person of Javon Harris. There is Jacob from South City Rising Stars. Zachary Hepburn from HP. Antoine Blackett from Fusion. Then there is Leron Batiste, TNTC, a club of Trinidad and Tobago, no doubt. Sass is in there in Devontae. There is Alwai Barrow from HP. There's Cameron Henry, and completing the cast, Michael Duncan from Roses, which is from St. Vincent. And another athlete there is DeAndre Oliver from Mustang, from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yeah? So that would complete the suite. There's a mix of Grenada, Guyana, St. Vincent, So I think basically that's what's going to be Grenada. I mean, if you are going to bunch them into Adams clubs, nationalities, it's a bunch of clubs from St. Vincent against another clubs from Grenada. And there is two lone athletes, two athletes representing Guyana. So we see exactly how this one plays off. It is the men's 1,500 meters open, and we'll see how this one pans out. And certainly, Adams, we look and see how the race unfolds. It's one of those races you would agree. It calls for multiple compartmentalization in your head. What do I do? Some people they play tag. Others will decide they will stretch the field early and then conserve and then kick again. There's some folks who can kick from day one because they have that doubt in themselves. They have the stamina. They have what it takes.
Yeah, for me, and that's why I love the distance races, because you can see thinking, and thinking match with speed, endurance, strategy. How do I approach the race, as you would have intimated? Do I front run? Do I backpack? Do I run from the middle? Do I have the wind up from 2 laps out? And all of those, you can see them in play. As we do this race, this open, we could look for Antoine Blackett. He did tremendous. He was a tremendous success at Intercol 2023. So that's one name that we know that is going to be in the mix for this. We have to look out for Antoine Blackett. I think E.J. George would have been in the under-17s. He didn't run, but I know that we can pay attention to Antoine Blackett at this time because he would have done well at Intercol 2023.
Well, Tyrone Jacob is in here as well, and he's a perennial contender. So you can't ever, at no point in time, whether it's the middle running on the tracks or on the road, he of course he knows how to compete. So they are officially off. It's the 1,500 meters boys, and certainly we will see how the race unfolds as they just go through just about the first 100 meters, and they will continue to make their way through the entire pack. Yes, it would be interesting. It's always interesting when you so out front it's from SAS. That's SAS that is out front. That look as Cape it is
7-6.
Yeah, it's indeed it is SAS. For some reason the numbers have not. 7-6. Well, unless they've got the uniform all mixed up, because of course it says SAS on his T-shirt, but his registration number suggests that he's representing altitude. So that is sometimes the confusion that you have. But in fact, he is Josh Douglas. Josh Douglas, he's actually out front. As when it says on here that he's representing Altitude Club, but his outfit is labeled SAS. But that's where the conversation is right now, the 1,500 meters. Certainly, they have the luxury, Adams, of just having a little downpour. There was some time ago. We have in there, so Douglas out front, quite early as it is. Then we look at out of HP High Performance. He's that also in the mix as well. We're going to continue to. That's in the athlete of Alroy Barber. He is actually in there. So it is Jacob out of Altitude. It is Alroy from HP High Performance. And we continue as they continue to play the game of tag. Now you have the 2 athletes out of HP making the run. That is Alroy Barber and the other athlete being Hepburn. But here the change again. Douglas back in the frontal position. Again, reminding you, it is 1,500 meters. And that's in the men's open. And certainly we will see how this one unfolds. We see Ace is there. Liveron Thorne is in there. We continue to look for the likes of Jacob and others, but it is Douglas continuing to lead the pack. Certainly, looking at his face, it's quite a telling story. Seems to be a little bit of grimacing, and he seems to be digging deep quite early. So certainly we see how, whether or not he's able to maintain. Let's see whether or not he's able to maintain. Not, we seem to have lost track of him for just a bit. Is it that he dropped out or? No, he isn't. But we're looking at the race as it unfolds. 1,500 meters. They go down at the back end of the track again. You have there from Ace, Liver on Thorn. He has taken a frontal position as they continue to gather momentum. There's Thorn still in there. From South City, Rising Star. That's Jacob is also in there. We have the other athlete from HP. That's High Performance Club. They also in there. Let's continue to manage as they continue to pick their spots, bid their time. Who is it going to be as they head down the 100-meter mark again? We continue to look at them. It is Thorn, Liver on Thorn from Ace. Well, of course, he's been moved. She's been passed there by the athletes out of HP. And certainly that is athletes at Hepburn. So we wait for the official times, but from all indications, it would have been Hepburn that took the winning mark. And certainly, as you look at the race as it unfolds now, Adams, it is always the case. You look at how it started with Douglas taking the frontal position, the other athletes. You always bid your time, wait, when do I conserve, when do I kick? Your thoughts on how the race unfolded though?
Well, I mean, one could have recognized that Douglas mismanaged his race very easily. You could have seen that he felt that this was a final lap. You spoke to the grimace that was on the face, and because he really was taking it out from 300-400 meters, and you could have seen that he mismanaged. When he got to the finish line on the penultimate lap, if he felt as if he was finished, and that's why he never recovered. I am impressed with the athlete from High Performance from St. Vincent, because he seemed to have managed the race a lot better than the others. Was able to wind up with about 300 meters to go, catch Liver and Thorn with the last 60, 70 meters, and was able to power pass through to the finish line. So good run by the athlete from High Performance. Liver and Thorn might probably have said, you know, maybe I should have held out just that little bit and allow him to draft me before I go after him. But nonetheless, Zikri Hepburn from High Performance, he deserved the win because he managed his race the best. Liver and Thorn in second from Ace. Shaquem Williams, South City Rising Stars, and Antoine Blackett, Fusion Athletic, whom I think I look forward to seeing him do well. He looked as if he had a lot left in him. I think he did not manage his race well. Maybe it's because of the time of the year, but he had so much in him coming to the finish line. Had he decided to do that, let's suppose, a few meters out, I think the result could have been different. But again, you see what management of a race is all about here, Joe.
Indeed. And certainly we always keep saying you have to wait until the race unfolds. And one of the challenges too, I mean, it's always easier for you if you were running against a field of athletes that you know. At least you know their strengths. I mean, in this case, this was quite a mix here of athletes from Trinidad, Guyana, and you may probably question whether or not they know each other. High possibilities that they don't. Maybe after today that conversation changes. So you sort of never really quite sure as to what the strengths exactly of these athletes are. So you're forced now to compromise and reconsider what tactic you are going to use. But we're keeping our eyes on the field. Look, there's a host of events happening at this time. There is the athlete as high jump. It is. That's the. Let's get the actual age group that it is. We're probably just going to flip back. It's supposed to be men's high jump, supposed to be in progress. Yes. Lewis. And we'll confirm it. Yes, so what you see now doesn't make even a fault. Yes, that is Jadoni Lewis from SAS, We just had a failed attempt at a meter 75. So happening simultaneously on the field is the men's high jump, and that is in fact an open event. The field will confirm, it seems to have been withered down a bit, but it started with 16 of the athletes, and we certainly see if we get an appreciation as to exactly who they are. But that failed attempt, Adams, we saw there, was from a young athlete from SAS, that's Lewis. Also happening while we speak, there is the shot put. So certainly you'll get an appreciation. That's the shot put, and we confirm for you exactly who they are that's competing in that event, and that in fact should be the open shot put open, as it is event number 35 here. So we have the middle distance races in the 1500 meters that was just completed, and there's also the shot put, and there is the high jump. Also to come as the evening progresses, the women's javelin open is also part of the afternoon conversation. So we keeping our attentions and our eyes peeled as they attempt 180. As they attempt 180, that's in the high jump.
Just before you continue, the results have been placed up for the 1500 meters open males. Of course, Zitri Hepburn took it away. Livron Thorn of Ace in second, and those are probably the important ones that you probably needed to know. Thorn of High Performance and Livron Thorn or Hepburn of High Performance and Thorn of Ace, first and second respectively.
But we're looking at the lineup for 100 meters. We will give you confirmation as to the age group category and the participants for that event. But keep in mind is that what you followed here is live coverage of the 2023 edition of the Whitsuntide Games taking place inside of the Kirani James Athletics Stadium, and certainly the picturesque Kirani James Athletics Stadium. Some have argued if you can tell it. I did promise this morning that if anybody could find me any other stadium or a stadia that is as picturesque as the Kirani James, I will dance the limbo right here, and I will put that argument to rest.
Yes, and we have girls 100 meters, dash under 15, both boys and girls. We're going to get a feel of if there are hits in a short while, but it is the under 15 100-meter dash for both boys and girls that's taking place, and I think that's the finals.
That should be the final.
That's the final for the under 15 girls dash.
That's in fact the final. We'll attempt to put our hands on the. We'll attempt to put our hands to see if we can get the athletes for the event. But we'll. So this is the final, and we give you the lane assignment. We're in the lane number 1. Kenisha Richards for high performance out of St. Vincent. There's Harana Patterson for Mustang out of St. Vincent. Tishona Bascom for St. David's for Track Blazers. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Track Blazers. There's Shakina Dixon from HP in there as well. Kayla Arlene for CAC in Carriacou. There is Rachel Etienne from MVP, that's a club from Grenada. And there's Ariana Miller from HP out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So there's St. Vincent in 1 in HP, Mustang in 2 for St. Vincent. There's in lane 3 and 4 for Track Blazers, Grenada and Grenada. HP again. So it literally comes down, as we probably did, because we always did say the athletes from St. Vincent, a contingent 200 strong, that they've come here to contend. And so it's St. Vincent, it's HP, Mustang out of St. Vincent in the names of Richardson, Patterson, Bascom, Christopher, Dixon, Allen, Etienne, and Miller. Your lane assignments, Adam, for the next event on the track, and it's a final event. Event is the girls 100 meters dash in the under 15 category. You care, Adams, to make any early predictions?
Well, the truth of the matter is the athletes from High Performance Dixon, she ran a very good time. She looked pretty good. Bascom also from St. David's Track Blazers, she ran very well. And so I am thinking that Dixon will have something to say. Bascom will have something to say. Of course, St. David's Track Blazers are always well coached. They recently had Track Blazers Athletics just a couple weeks ago up in St. David's. So she must be on form. I think she's up for it. So I think the St. David's Track Blazers, they will be hard to beat. But Dixon, I think, will have something to say as they get ready to face the starters.
Well, based on the qualifying times, we keep our eyes in the middle. Bascom, Christopher, Dixon, and if need be, Aline from Carriacou, CAC. We get ready, 100 meters. The girls, under 15. And they're off, and let's see how they position themselves. We're keeping an eyes out there in lane number 4 and 5. There is Christopher. There is also Dixon from HP. But I think if we look at it, we call it, it seems as though it was Kayla Christopher from St. David's Track Blazers that seemed to have etched that one there. We wait the official times, but from all indications, it's a win for her. She ran out of lane number 4 in a time of 12.64 seconds. That's Kayla Christopher. And we have in the second and third, Shakina Patterson from HP, a club of St. Vincent, and Kenisha Richards from HP, yet another club in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In third place to Shauna Bascom from St. David's Track Blazers, which is a local club. So there you have it, and remind you that that's the final race. So we say congratulations to young Christopher. We're moving on to the boys under 15, and we did say to you from since earlier times that this race is going to be a cracker. It promises to be a cracker. Again, we get the official lane assignments for you in just a bit, but certainly just looking at what's happening on the field, certainly we keep our eyes on lane 4, 3, 4, 5. We wait for the official casting for you. But we getting ready for the boys. It's the boys under 15, sorry, and it's the 100 meters dash final. There's no if, maybe, perhaps tomorrow, or wondering what if. Delivery must come now. This is the time. We do the lane assignments. Running out of lane number 1. It's Kamal Joseph for South City Rising Stars. In 2, Nasari Nash from St. Vincent. There is Ethan O'Geese in there as well for Finish Line. Delran John for SAS. Brian Scott that is, for Burnett. Okay, so we've just done a revision of the lane assignments. So we have Nasari Nash from St. Vincent running out of 2. Ethan O'Geese runs out of 3 for Finish Line. Delran John for SAS. Brian Scott for Burnett from Trinidad. We have out of Nathan Cumberbatch representing the club EVTC. That's from Barbados. Also in there, another Trinidad club from Trinidad, Burnett. There's Kamal Joseph for South City Rising Star. Nathaniel Alfred Bernard for South City's Rising Stars. So we have St. Vincent in 1, Grenada in 2, SAS, which is another local, was a school out of them. Number 3, Trinidad, Barbados, Trinidad, Grenada.
We expected the competition really to be lanes 3, 4, 5.
We'll see this one. We saw them in the prelims. We know that Delran John from SAS, He's a true contender. Brian Scott out of Burnley. So too is Nathan Cumberbatch out of EVTC from Barbados. Let's see how this race unfolds. It is the boys 100 meters dash in the under 15 category as they assume their position in the blocks on the status orders. Nash, O'Geese, John, Scott, Cumberbatch, Goodrich. How does this one go? Okay, they're off even Stevens. Look at, we continue to keep our eyes on them in the middle of the pack. We see Delron John. Scott is there. Cumberbatch is here. As they run into the finish line, it is in fact a victory, a win there for Delron John. Was chased by Scott from from Burnley that is. But we continue to just look at it on the replay, and they got up there quite a bit of a late start. He's pumping, digging deep, looking over to see what the finishing time is, and it's an easy victory there from Delron John for representing SAS, 11.61. There's Brian Scott from Burnley, 11.67. And there's Ethan O'Geese for finish line, 11.81.
No surprises there, really. As we said, the running was going to come from 3, 4, and 5, and it did just that.
They said they're probably thinking, wow, these guys, are they young versions of Houdini? Or I mean, we're going to continue with it. We just saw the boys under 15. And certainly it's all 100. These are all finals. We're moving now to the females. Again, it's some 45 clubs and countries, and that's in here. And for those of you who probably you're not sure what those clubs are, the regional clubs, we have Rosedale from St. Vincent, Burnley, that's BAC from Trinidad, Concord Athletics Club from Trinidad, High Performance from St. Vincent, IDAT from St. Vincent, there's Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua, and there's Phoenix Athletics out of Trinidad, Mustang, among others. But we're looking now at action in the high jump, and as I said, all of this is happening simultaneously. It is the high jump, and we're looking at as event number 31 from finish line. That's DeAndre Smith. That's DeAndre Smith we've seen on screen. And he is quite a successful attempt at 180. Again, the field started at 16, and we will get confirmation as to exactly where we are in the process. But we also get in back on screen the girls 100 meters dash in the under 20. And it is Janisha Spencer from PTC, Phoenix Track Club. Kamisha Dominique from St. David's Track Blazers. Shanti Augustine, MVP. Joelyn Dowden from PTC. There is Naya Brown is in the mix as well. Carisha Curtin from Concord. Naomi Holder is also in there. So too is Michaela Smith. Your assignments for the next event on the track. The girls, Bernard, 100 meters.
This one is pretty difficult to call. This is going to be really competitive. The two athletes are from PTC, and what is it? Carissa Curtin, lane 6. They should provide most of the running today.
So PTC, a club out of Antigua. That's Phoenix Track Club. St. David's Track Blazers. There's MVP, local club here from Grenada. So there is Antigua, Grenada, MVP, local PTC out of Antigua. And we're going to continue, certainly. It's really and truly going to be an exciting one. And there is also Proforma Track Club out of Barbados. So we're going to keep our eyes in the middle of the track. MVP, Phoenix Track Club, Proforma Track Club out of Barbados, and there's Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago. That's your lane assignments for the next event on the track. The girls 100 meters, in the under 20 category. And again, these are finals. Spencer from PTC, Dominique from St. David's Track Blazers, Augustine, MVP, Dowden, PTC, Brown, Pro Farmers, that's out of Barbados, Curtin from Concord, and Holder from EVTC, and there is Smith from Pro Farmers Club. As they await the status orders.
And we seem to have a false start in lane 7. With the naked eyes, it seems as though there may be some.
Well, I'm agreeing with you. I saw some early movements in 7 as well as 4. Is it a case that one agitation from one lane triggered the other? We'll wait for the official. Let's take a look at the replay. It was definitely action out of lane number 7.
That's Naomi Holder.
Yes.
EVTC.
And that's Extreme Velocity Track Club out of Barbados. So, just definitely a motion by her, but we wait for the official communication from the officials. Does she get her sending orders, or would they determine that there were some other secondary elements at play that may have caused the agitation? But we await 100 meters. And it was clear movements.
It's very clear movements.
Clear movements there by Holder.
In a sense, it seems as though it was an imbalance. Let's see what the officials will determine.
Let's see what they do.
We know in a lot of jurisdictions the penalty is extremely strict.
It's always interesting when they seem to be taking a while on the deliberations. So it means there must be other elements that is in play outside of what we saw. Is it a genuine is she just losing her balance? They would make that determination. But as you say, we're looking at the lineup. Janisha Spencer from PTC, Phoenix Track Club, that's out of Antigua. Kamisha Dominic, St. David's Track Blazer, local club. Shanti Augustine in 3, MVP, a local club. Jerlyn Dowden from PTC, another club out of Antigua. Brown.
And seems she has gotten a respite.
Well, the heavens may have smiled at her. The heavens may have smiled at her.
So the field has stayed intact. All 8 athletes, they will be lining up for these finals. These are very, very, very competitive finals here.
Spencer, Dominic, Augustine, Dowden, Brown, Curtin, Holder, Smith. The lane assignments for the next event on the track. And they're off, clean start, as we keep our eyes in the middle. Shanti Augustine, PTC, Pro Farmers. We continue to look at them. Out of lane number 4, it's Joylyn Dowden from PTC. That's Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua that seem to have copped this one. We're just going to wait the official result, but from what we saw, the way we called it, as we look at the replay, it is Dowden in 4, Augustine in 3. I mean, Augustine has now been left in a trail of nothing. It is clearly a victory there for young Dowden.
Very dominant, actually.
Quite dominant. And
Very
we
dominant.
saw her in the opening rounds. So officially, it is PTC Club out of Antigua in a time of 11.79. That's by Joylyn Dowden, representing MVP Club Grenada, Shanti Augustine, second place in a time of 12.06. And there's Naya Brown, representing Performance Club out of Barbados in a time of 12.13.
Interesting to know that Dowden came into this meet really with a time of 11.77 as her season's best.
Right.
And so she would have just
she's-
about where she normally.
She's within her range. She's plenty within.
Yeah, this is where she's at normally.
Okay.
And Augustine would have come in here with a 12.31 as the best time for the year, and to do a 12.06, so she would have exceeded. She would have done very, very well in terms of her season's best compared to what she would have just posted at 12.06.
We continuing with the action, and it should be the under 20 boys, 100 meters. We'll await the official details on it. But keep in mind that simultaneously there's other events on the field. There's high jump that's in progress. But we're going to be focusing our attention on the middle right now. The lane assignments. And as we take a look at high jump quickly, just completing 185. I just need to get a confirmation of his number, but it was a faulty attempt though, at clearing 185. And that was Williams. Yes, that's Dion Williams out of CAC. Eyes back on the track. Lane assignment. Ricardo Williams, some high performance. Occupies lane number 1. Jamar Saunders for IDDAT from St. Vincent in lane number 2. Samuel Green is in lane number 3. Emilio Bishop for South City Rising Stars. Kyle Lawrence from Chat. That's a club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There's Ravel Webster from Concord. Sean Rafal from EVTC. And there is Brian Isaac from SAS.
Marlon Martin would have had the games recorded 10.
And they're off. They are running. We're keeping our eyes in the middle of the pack. Middle of the pack, there's Emilio Bishop from South City Rising Star. There's also Kyle Lawrence in there from from Chat out of St. Vincent. But we look at the replay and we wait for the official, and they are off even Stevens. Nothing to separating them. They're quite early. There is Emilio in 4, Lawrence in 5. Also pushing is Weber on the outside. But as we slow it down, it seems from where we are, it is indeed Kyle Lawrence. Kyle Lawrence taking this one. So that is St. Vincent. Kyle Lawrence in a time of 10.54. Ravel Webster from Concord in a time of 10.56. And Emilio Bishop from South City Rising Stars. So Lawrence from Chat, that's in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There is Webster. Yes. Webster from Concord. And Concord is a team out of Trinidad and Tobago. And South City Rising Stars, Emilio Bishop finished in 3rd from South City Rising Stars. That's a local club, 10.63.
Very, very competitive race. Lawrence would have come into these meets just about the.
But while you
10.50. That was his. That's the time that he came in at his best time for the year, and so he did 10.54. So again, he's keeping up in what he has been doing all year. 10.54, 10.50 is his PB for the year.
Well, we're going to get his number, but he just cleared. We get the height as well in just a bit. That's in the high jump. That's in the high jump. I just need him. I'm just going to confirm. I'm just going to confirm. That's for the high jump. That's Ronaldo Parks from South City Rising Stars. Field attempt there at 185. Field attempt at 185, and that failed attempt as the athlete out of finish line.
Next
That's
event,
DeAndre Smith.
next event on the track would be the 100 meters for Open International. The big girls, women actually.
But while we await them, there is shot put. Well, so too is the high jump. So too is the high jump as well, as we continue to keep a nice mix of things. High jump on one end, discus on the other end, and we also be getting ready. We await the 100 meters dash Open International. As we go back to the high jump, an attempt now from Dion Williams from CAC out of Carriacou. As you go into his run-up, Williams from CAC attempting 185. Unfortunately, no, he was not able to clear that height. But also happening as we speak, the shot put. It turned out to be a foul attempt. Of course, you can well appreciate there was Antoine a bit of a shower downpour earlier on.
Yeah, I think that would have helped the athletes somewhat in some of the events, maybe not necessarily in the throwing events.
Abandon run.
It's, very quickly, we have an update for you in the results from the field event that would have gone earlier. The men's discus Open and International. That event was won by Umar Sandy of 50.00 meters. Andre Spencer in second position in 39.79. There's some distance in there.
But while you were doing that, we had there an athlete from South City Rising Star that's clearing 185. So the competition continues to tighten. They strangle and noose around each other to make sure that they don't lose track of one another. We also seem to be quite a good throw. It is an allowed throw. As we see, we go back to the action in here. Finish line. It is the high jump. And we're looking at that's DeAndre Smith. And he's attempting an abandon. Had to abandon that one. So we're looking at DeAndre Smith on screen. Well, that was for the high jump. So we continue to go back and forth. Smith attempting 185. The agony, the hung head, it tells the story all by itself.
185. Just to wrap up quickly here, in third position, the men's discus throw Open and International. In third position, with 38.68 meters, was Adrian Thomas. So again, first position, Sandy from University of Trinidad and Tobago. In second position, Andrew Spencer from IPDAT in St. Vincent. Third position, Adrian Thomas from Carriacou.
So what we provide you there was some results from the discus throw Open and the men's triple jump. It was?
The men's triple jump, the results as follows. Javier Cato from Exceed, 13.30 meters. Sean Henry in second place in St. Vincent's Grammar School, 12.82, and Dequan Edwards from Mustang.
So that's in fact a clean 1 to 3 that they have completed there.
All from St. Vincent.
All from St. Vincent and
Correct.
the Grenadines.
Correct. 13.30 meters. a triple jump under 17. That's some good distance.
It is, in fact, and it's a clean sweep.
That's quite commendable distance. 13.30 is under 17.
Well, we know that they are smiling as they completed. They did the 1, 2, 3 in that event.
And in the women's open and international long jump, there are two athletes. They're both from South City Rising Stars. Brunel Thomas, who had the first position, and in the silver medal position was Christine Charles with 4.73. Brunel had 5.79 meters.
So we can see it's quite balanced competition, no doubt, as we did anticipate. I mean, the St. Vincent contingent, some 200, just about 200 strong, and what is a complete field of just over 900. So certainly you can well appreciate that the expectation to deliver is quite high from the Vincentians, those here, and those certainly, and that's following was in fact a TNR communication production. Do encourage you to share the link and get others in on this conversation.
So it's a women's 100 meters open and international. Gabrielle Taylor in lane 3, Brunel Thomas in lane 4, Kiana John in lane 5, T.L. Laborde, in lane 6, and Kelsey Lambert in lane 7. 5 athletes in this one.
There you have it, your lane assignments for the women's 100 meters dash. Taylor from Barbados, that's from Performers Club. There is Brunel Thomas from South City Rising Star Club, local club. Kiana John, that from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There's Tia Laborde from Mustang out of Trinidad, out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And there's Kelsey Lambert from VTC.
I think this one is pretty open.
We got to keep our eyes on the track and see how this one pans out. Has this the tail? Is it a tail that's already written and well established? Or is there yet a twist to this saga in the 100 meters dash open women? Taylor, Thomas, John, Laborde, and Lambert. We'll see and continue to look and see how the conversation unfolds. We're going to keep our eyes on the tracks. I don't think anybody's going to trust to put their money where their mouth is. Not sure if they that big, bold, and brave enough to do this as they settle into the blocks. The women's 100 meters dash open. And they're off and running. Early, even start. As we look at them, Taylor, Thomas, getting onto the 400, the 500, the 50 meters mark. But out of lane number 4, it is Brunel Thomas from South City Rising Stars that seem to have made our jobs quite easy. We'll get the official time. But unofficially, it is Brunel Thomas from South City Rising Star that took the first place, and coming in second from all indications would be Laborde out of lane number 6. We get the official times on this one. Indeed, so in first place, Brunel Thomas, 12.43, and it's Tia Laborde from Mustangs, 12.51. Gabrielle Taylor, performers, 13.16, and there's Lambert from VTC. Again, to let you know, South City Rising Star, Brunel Thomas, that's a local club from Grenada. Mustang out of Trinidad, out of St. Vincent. Performers out of Barbados. Out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And VTC, which will be Velocity Track Club out of Barbados. That was the completion of the women's 100 meters. We looking now at action in the discus. That's a fold attempt. I look across, I see the man, president, in fact, of the Grenada Athletics Association. That is Conrad Francis. He's made his way into the room, and you know, whenever you see the man Conrad walks into any room, well, I may choose not to stand for different reasons because I'm an old man, not compared to him, but I normally save my energy for having to drill him because he's quite a resourceful man that is full of energy. Yes. So joining me is the man Conrad Francis, president of the Grenada Athletics Association. Conrad, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to all listeners, both local and in the diaspora.
Well, let me just throw it right at you, though. I mean, we literally 3/4 ways through day one, session 2. Your thoughts so far on the games?
Well, things are going pretty good. I think we had a very slow start, albeit we started on time, and that's very important in the meet, you know. And the events started flowing very nicely until we had a little glitch with the system, and we fell back a little bit, and then we had a little drizzle again. But all in all, I think we are catching up with the time, because it is very important that we follow our schedule. And I must indeed say that the events are flowing not exactly as we wanted, but we were almost there. So in that sense,
because
I'm saying we're having a good games.
We did intimate that in terms of the flow of the events, that there seemed to be quite a reasonable flow and speed of things. So certainly we must say kudos to you, because what's important, though, and we're going to get into that as we go deeper into the interview. Certainly you are using these games as a template for that is which is to come for Character 2024.
Yes, definitely. We are testing some of our systems, not all, but some of the more important ones. And the whole management of the games is one of the aspects of it. Although it is very difficult for us to manage these games, and it is bigger than Character in the sense of the quantity of athletes that we have participating here in this meet. We have close to 900 athletes competing. You know, and
well, just hold a thought on that, because on screen we're getting ready for the men's 100 meters open, and certainly we're going to provide you the latest assignment. And I'm happy to have a former athlete and coach here with me to do this one. We're looking at the lane of assignment. Shaquille John out of Concord runs out of lane number 1. Matthew Graham for UTT sits in 2. Darren Morgan for HP High Performance Club runs out of lane number 5. Omari Lewis for Concord. There's Raheem McCalman out of Stallion, occupies lane number 5. And it's Andrews Denny out of Chat, a club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's nestled in lane number 6. There is young Cummins, Christine Cummins, that's for EVTC, that's in lane number 7. And there's Jaden D'Souza from Phoenix Athletics Club. That is the lineup for the next event on the track. John, Graham, Morgan, Lewis, McCalman, Danny, Cummins, and D'Souza. And again, we did highlight the fact that you're looking at the final now. It is quite a compliment. Trinidad, Barbados, St. Vincent, well, we're going to call it. You can't. Do you want to trust your instincts and make any even predictions, early predictions?
I would not want to predict it, you know. But
I was just trying to set you up.
Yeah, but it's quite interesting that it's a real regional feel. It's just a pity that we do not have any local athletes. They did not qualify for the finals.
It's unfortunate. We also seen that the long jump is in process, but we cast our eyes back on screen, in the middle of a screen, for the finals, so the men on 100 meters dash. And they're off, all clean sweep. We can't look at them. Morgan in the middle. Oh, there is Lewis, pedaling his way, steaming his way down out of lane number 4. That's Omari Lewis out of Concord. He seemed to have been the one that has separated himself from the rest of the pack. Yes, Omari Lewis from Concord. We'll get the official times We get the official times on this one, and remind you that Concord Athletics Club is a club out of Trinidad and Tobago. As you look at the replay, I mean, it's light and day between himself and his followers. They try to play. They must have, if you ask me, tried to play catch up in their head, but it didn't quite translate on the field. Conrad.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race, and the time tells it 10.29 with a win of 0.1. That's a pretty good run. I mean, he had a very good start. Good drive phase, very powerful drive phase, and he transitioned beautifully into the acceleration phase. And then he was very upright and nice in the maintenance phase, and that's what you want to see in a sprinter.
Let's just go through the official time. It is Lewis, 10.29 for Concord. That's out of Trinidad. Raheem McCalman, 10.57. Darren Morgan, 10.74. And you have Matthew Graham from UTT, 10.76. We see in progress and the long jump. But just to get heading back into the conversation, you're quite satisfied with what you've seen thus far. You've put some. You want to mention any of the systems, specific systems that you've put in place that you opted to test?
Well, one of the first systems that we have tested is our transportation system, because we had to transport the athletes from the airport to the various hotels and places of abode. So that in itself was a challenge, coordinating all the arrival times, transportation, getting our liaison officers to be on board. So these were two of the systems that we really tested. The liaison officers had to be coordinating with transportation, had to be coordinating with the executive members. So that went pretty well thus far. The other testing is getting in the departure of the athletes, and also the transportation, bringing them to and from the competition site, training at first and then competition. That in itself it's a huge task. And we had the chair of that committee is Mr. Jesmond Prince, ACP Jesmond Prince, and he's doing a wonderful job thus far.
I'm happy that you mentioned transport. Internally on island, that went quite fine, but I know there was some disappointments for teams and kits.
Yes, as you know, regionally there are serious difficulties with regional air transportation, and St. Kitts could not make it down, and they were trying also to get a charter, and that did not come true either. So they are not here with us, and it's a pity, because they are trying to qualify their relay teams for international meets, and they do have some pretty good relay runners, and it's a pity they are not here.
So on screen we're looking at the men's high jump, and that's in progress. The field started at 16. We're giving appreciation for exactly what has dwindled to, but what we've seen, we just saw a jump there from Lennon Williams from SAS, and we continue to monitor the events on the field. We wouldn't spend too much time on what's happening. Of course, you seem quite satisfied with day number 1 and looking forward to wrap up day number 2 and get a closure on the first day. Let's look forward to it. And we know what the games were of particular importance to you, because as you intimated, it sort of sets the tone, or is used as a template for CARIFTA 2023, and we know there is excitement in the camp, not just at the Athletics Association, but I think even for all of your stakeholders, local organizing committee and others.
Yes, as you know, CARIFTA is one of the biggest meet, if not the biggest junior meet in the entire world, and the entire world focuses on CARIFTA at the time. So Grenada is well placed to showcase our talent, or to showcase our culture, and to showcase our people. So we are very excited about it. This is our third attempt of hosting the games, and we have done pretty well over the last 2 years. In 2000 and 2016, And we are going all out to ensure that this one will be the best ever. And not only the best that we are hosting, but the best character games to have hosted since its inception in 1972. So we are working exceedingly hard, although we do not have a lot of time, but we are confident that we can pull this off. So with the support of the entire nation, the support of our government, the support of the commercial sector, and we have already started working. We have already sent out sponsorship letters. We've gotten some very positive responses from various sectors, and we are very hopeful that the entire nation will rally behind us and ensure that we give a good show next year.
Well, indeed, we just saw there an attempt by athlete 609, that is Kevon Modest from South City Rising Star. Certainly we continue to give you full appreciation of what's happening on and off the track. If you're just joining me, with me, it's President of the Grenada Athletic Association, Conrad Francis. I can't help but notice how committed you are when you say we are going to make 2024 character the best there is.
Yeah, because I'm confident because we have a very good team to put this together, and I cannot help but reiterating that we have a long history of hosting big games. This Whitsuntide is a games that is on people's lips through the Caribbean. These games have started in the 1950s and has continued with there were patches when it was not hosted. There were certain heights, certain periods in our history. But we've always bounced back and host very good games. So we have a long-standing history of hosting big games. And next year's character games would be even bigger. We are confident because we have the resources, we have the human resources, people with the organizational capacity to make that happen. And so we are going to ensure that we use all the resources that we have. And we are calling upon all the volunteers to come out and volunteer for the games, because it's through the volunteerism that really makes the games happen, because we cannot pay for the services of all the people that are needed to ensure that the games is a success.
I'm going to ask you, Conrad, a very blanket and bold question. I'm assuming, yes, that you have worked out a budget for the games. In terms of the costing for the games, you said you've made an appeal to Corporate Grenada to assist with the process. Where are we percentage-wise, so at least the general public could get an appreciation that when you make an appeal for the general public, where are we in terms of funding?
Well, as you know, we have just started, and I would say we probably have about a 2% commitment. Right? We know that the government is backing us fully, because in order for us to bid for the games, we must have gotten that commitment from government that they are going to support.
But hold on, but that 2% that you speak certainly does not in any way represent government's involvement.
No, yeah. I was referring to the commercial sector.
Oh, the commercial sector.
Yeah.
Okay, just a 2%. Yeah.
Because government alone cannot do it, and maybe should not do it. The government alone. You need to get all stakeholders on board.
But right? in terms of the bill to cover the games, outside of what government is offering, how much is government's input into this? In terms of percentage.
Well, I will say government, it will pass maybe 50%.
Okay.
50%, because when you take into account the track needs resurfacing, that is a very huge task from the government. And other aspects that they will help us with our budgetary plans.
And specifically asking, it's always good to know that government is playing its part. Athletics, though, track and field, character. We've gone past the days where we just come to a meet and we sit and look at guys trying to blaze it away on the trail. It's become color. There's the excitement, the involvement of technology. We have sand, sea, sun. We know we can sell that.
Yeah.
How much of a challenge, or where are you when it comes to the integration of the other technical elements to the game?
Well, it's not so much a challenge for us because since 2000, we have embraced the technology in the sports. We have upgraded our equipment. No longer we have hand timings. We do all our meet with electronic timings. We use the field links for measuring. No longer we are pulling tape to measure the throws. And we've been practicing that and doing that for over 20 years now. So we are well pleased to present our good games with all the new technology. So we are embracing it. We consistently try to upgrade our equipment. We have a very handy piece of equipment on the way coming, and we are well placed to do so, both in terms of the equipment that we'll be using, and also in terms of developing our human resources, the technical knowledge and the technical skills they would need for us to give a complete, make the games a complete success, embracing all the areas that we have to cover.
I know you said that you traveled to the last games, and we can well imagine that you would have had your team there that was surveying, taking notes. Anything that you can tell us that you've learned from the last games that you are planning to add to the new games, to the 2024 version, that can add value into what persons can expect?
Yes, we had a team of observers. The Bahamas games, as you know, they have hosted quite a number of character games in the past, I think, maybe 6 or 7 of them. So they have in-depth knowledge in terms of implementing, executing our character games. So we look at their strengths and we look at their weaknesses. And what we observed is that at the Bahamas, they had some problems, they had some difficulties. So it probably was not one of their better games. But certainly they had some very good things for them. And one of the things that we have observed and implementing in this Whitsuntide Games is the fact that we observed that the warm-up area was very well done, had good control, and the reason for that is they were operating 1 call room. Usually we do 2 call rooms. So if you go to the back in the warm-up area, you will see a completely different setup from any other meet that we have hosted in Grenada, and that is because we have taken that tip from the Bahamas because we thought that was well done. And we are testing it for character games, and for all our games next year leading up to character, that's how we'll be doing it, to really polish it up to make sure that when character games comes around, we could even do it better than what the Bahamas.
There've always been those who would always say they're quite, surprised and amused as to how Grenada would beat out the likes of Trinidad and Tobago. I think the votes went 16-3 or 16-4 in our favor.
Yes, it did. And
is this somebody that had a magic wand and you went around?
No, there were some factors that were responsible for that. One is that we were well prepared. We had a very good presentation, and also it boils down to the hospitality of our people. The fact that people came to Grenada in 2020 and 2016, and we put up a very good show in those games, and people always want to come back to Grenada for another character games. So in other words, it was long overdue, because remember, after we hosted character in 2000, we were supposed to host again in 2005, and then hurricane, in 2004. So we waited a very long time until we hosted one in 2016, and then we came back in a brand new stadium, and people were like in awe in terms of what we were able to produce. So, I mean, many people met us after we won the bid, and they said they can't wait to come to Grenada. The Bahamians are planning to come in the droves. Already people are asking us to reserve rooms for them. Reserve. Do we have any accommodation sites, any hotels, any Airbnb that they can live in?
Let me take into that, because I was going to segue into that, because we're getting ready for another of the medal presentation ceremonies that's taking place now.
the medal presentation for the girls 100-meter dash, open and international. Third position from Performance Track Club in a time of 13.16 seconds, Gabriel Taylor. Second position represented Mustangs Track Club in a time of 12.51 seconds, Teria Laborde. And your winner represented the South City Rising Stars in a time of 12.48 seconds. Your winner, Brynell Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the girls 100 meters open and international. And the medal presentation for event 11, the men 100-meter dash open and international. Third position from High Performance Track Club, Darren Morgan, and he ran that in a time of 10.74 seconds. Your second place finisher from Stallions Track Club, Raheem McCalman, in a time of 10.57 seconds. And your winner, Omari Lewis from Concord Track Club, and he did that in a time of 10.29 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of event 11, the men 100-meter dash open and international. And this concludes the medal presentation for this set of events. We want to thank Mr. Jeremiah and Mr. Noel for assisting in this presentation.
Thank you, Kwame, and the rest of the team for that medal presentation ceremony. Conrad, I know you have a lot to do, and certainly we know it's been a long day. We talked about, you said, Grenada, it was long overdue, and that is here. One of the important elements that always becomes a concern is accommodations. What's the plan for that? What sort of conversation have you been having with other stakeholders?
Yes, it is a concern. As you know, the Grenada, the room stock is not great, and we do not have any hotel in Grenada that can host all the athletes that are coming into Grenada, so that we can set up a games village. It's one hotel. So this is a challenge to us. But we have already started the process in terms of contacting the various hotels and checking out the various room stocks. Mm-hmm. And very soon we will be making definite moves in terms of doing down payments for these hotels. And I say it's a challenge for us, right? Because one, in terms of transportation, it becomes very easy when you have a games village and everybody lives in the same hotel. Mm-hmm. But when that is not the case, then it is a challenge in terms of the transportation. They have to go into various different places to collect people. You know, that in itself could be very worrisome. But we've done it before, and what we usually look for is to have all the hotels along the route. Right. Along the Grand Anse route towards the stadium. And that's one of the systems that we have tested for these games. Right. Yes, we've had a couple of people going off route, you know. One group staying in cafe, you know. But yeah.
In most parts, they're within a central
area and along the route to the stadium from the airport.
Airbnb has been a growing mode of accommodation in more recent times. Have we explored that possibility, done the research, and have we made an appeal to Grenadians in any form or fashion to take advantage of the opportunities?
Yeah, the Airbnb situation is good for spectators that are coming, but not in terms of for the athletes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yes, we are appealing to people with their Airbnb to make it available during that period to host our athletes, because we have a lot of people in the diaspora, and I know they are listening. A lot of people are, you know, ready to come. They have given their commitment already that they will be in Grenada for the character games. So it is an opportunity for business people to earn some dollars, because you know the games impact on the entire economy.
It really truly impacts every strata of the economy. I know you have to run. I'm just speaking here with the president of the Grenada Athletics Association, Conrad Francis, but certainly you will do me the honor, though, of sitting this 400-meter meet with me. It's a girls' 400 meters dash under 20, and we look at the lane assignments. There's Tawana McLean of Performance Club. There's Amia Samuels from Finish Line. Keila Liebert from IVB. Shanti Augustine, MVP. Rhea Flanders from MVP. There's Rianne Price from EVTC. Ziana Bean from Finish Line. And there is Kayla Flavini from VTC. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track. We'll keep our eyes on what's happening. As you can well imagine, Conrad in the middle of the pack. Liebert, Augustine, Flanders, and certainly we wouldn't want to keep out of the conversation possibly, but we'll see how this one pans out.
Yeah, well, Shanti Augustine, she has run around 56 seconds for the year, but I'm not too sure, but the other girls in the race, so we'll see what happens.
We'll see how it pans out. The girls 400 meters dash in the under 20 category. McLean, Samuel, Liebert, Augustine, Flanders, Price, Bean, Flavini, in that order, as they are off and running. Early days yet in the 400 meters as they make their way down the back end of the track. 400 meters is it. We see Augustine is there in the middle in the middle of the pack. So too is Flanders from MVP as they continue to make their way. They Liebert, in fact, won. She won her heat in the prelims at a blistering time, and she's certainly stretching the pack as she moves. They move into position for striking. In pursuit, though, it is Shanti Augustine, but certainly running all by her lonesome self in lane number 4. It is Liebert, and she certainly is going to make easy work of this as she did in the prelims. It's the same order from the prelims. The only difference we can tell you is the margin of victory. It is Liebert and it's Shanti Augustine in lane number 5. In fact, Conrad, that's the same order they did in the prelims.
Yeah, I did not see the prelims, but what I would say that it seems to me a very conservative race. The first 200 meters was rather conservative. And then Liebert, she picked up from about 150 to go, and you know she looked good form. Although the time, you know, for under 20 girls, yeah, pretty good time. However, Shanti is not one of her best times for the season, but you know, pretty good still, because she also ran the 100 meters about an hour ago, so it's pretty good.
Well, history would remember it. They wouldn't remember what happened prior, but they would remember that at Whitsuntide Games in the girls 200 meters under 20, Liebert finished up the clock at 55.21, Augustine 58.13, and Tawana McLean 1 minute 00.52, the top 3 finishing times. Again, Conrad, thanks for being part of the conversation, and certainly we know that going forward that Character 2024 is going to be a continuous conversation on the lips of every Grenadian.
Yes, definitely, and we are very hopeful that the media, GBN, and all the news houses will give us the full support, and even if we do not say or pay for an ad or whatever, but we will hear it on the lips of all the announcers, including you, Joseph.
Conrad, forgive me for the laughter. I just needed to get at the little pressure point of the build-up. I like that, you know. You figure you could probably try to set me up on national TV.
No. I know deep down you have sports at heart.
I have sports at heart. But I tell somebody I have sports at heart, but I have my monthly paycheck at heart. Anyway, thanks for that. Conrad Francis, president of the Grenada Athletics Association. It's early days yet as you get ready for Character 2024. Thank you, Conrad. For those of you, the lights are officially, it is on at the national stadium, and certainly we calling on you wherever you are. Make your way down again as Grenadians. Whatever part you can play, you can play. Of course, we want to encourage you to be part of this conversation of putting Grenada in the best position possible, so that we can offer the best that we can for the games next year. We continuing with events action on the track, moving out to the boys 400 meters dash in the under 20 category. We provide you with a lane assignment. Joachim Sylvester runs it up 1 for SAS. Amani Mascot Beckles for EVT Season 2. Simon John per performance runs out of 3. Elisha Williams for St. David's Track Blazers Grenada runs out of 4. Right next to him on the outside is Raquel Telemark from St. David's Track Blazers. Jaden Phillip from MVP occupies lane number 6. Tegan Peterkin from MVP occupies lane number 7, and Jeremiah Dixon from Concord runs out of lane number 8. You know what's interesting here, and I'm liking this? It's a 400, and I'm seeing a strong presence of a lot. I know Kirani's probably smiling now. He's saying, you boys are getting this 400 thing down to pack. Looking at the clubs, SAS from Grenada, EVTC Barbados, Performance out of Barbados, St. David's Track Blazers in 4 and 5 for Grenada. 7 MVP is in 6 and 7. Another club from Grenada, Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago. 5 clubs out of Grenada, and you have Barbados, 2 Barbados, 1 from Trinidad. This one is going to be a cracker. I mean, believe me, we'll keep our eyes peeled, because if you flinch, you blink. If there's a fly on the wall, leave it. Mosquito is trying to nip at you at the back of your head. Adams, I say leave it alone.
Well, this is what track and field is all about, to be honest, Joe. When you see the best in Grenada continually competing against each other, it can do only one thing, and that's push them to better times, stronger mentality, greater attitude, and an understanding of where they want to be in terms of track and field. So when you see the likes of Telemac, Williams, Peterkin, to name a few from Grenada, competing honestly and frequently against each other, it does wonders, because all they want to do, good friends as they may be, is come back to beat their friend. And then you have it sprinkled with a few athletes from overseas, Barbados, Trinidad. You cannot want a better setting for 400 meters at this time of the year with our boys here in the under 20 400 meter dash. It is really looking to be one where a good time will be set.
Let's see how this one pans out as we look at the lane assignments again. Sylvester Sass in 1. Mascall Beckles out of UVTC is in 2. John, Elisha Williams, Telemac, Phillip, Peterkin, Dixon. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track, which I promise you, if I was a man of luck and turn, I was going to invest some money in there, but unfortunately, I'm not into that. Those of you that's into the NLA and other events, you could probably do that. But certainly, I promise you, this one is going to be a cracker of an event. We've seen them in the prelims, and this lane is going to just take us a bit of an excitement, no doubt. A bit of an excitement indeed. For those of you just joining us, this is in fact, we're stretching late into the evening on day 1 of the Whitsuntide Games 2023, coming to you live from the picturesque, well-lit Kirani James Stadium in Grenada. And certainly we want to say thanks, the feed coming to you through the hard-working efforts of TNR Communications. So we want you to be able to appreciate what is happening. But we await. There's a general warning, a warning to the entire field. We say thanks, Adrian, thank you for that. But we continue to wait with bated breaths.
So Jaden Phillip put his hand up and wanted some time out. It's a green card for the field, just a warning. And I think all the guys understand the rules that surround them. So they're going to be on the P's and Q's, as we would say. But this, again, as I said, if you're not down here seeing this with your natural eyes, you're going to be missing a treat. 400 meters here. Williams, Telemac, Phillip, Peterkin.
That was out of lane number 2. That's a man Mascol Beckles from EVTC.
That's in Barbados, from Barbados.
From Barbados. That was there was no argument as to whether or not that was not even a flinch. That was not a flinch. We'll wait for the official we look at the replay again, and he was out quite early. Not sure what he heard, what he thought. We look for the official response from the field. We see the official is moving in his direction. And it's a warning. So it's a warning as we see a little bit of downpour, a little bit of rain. We are happy that they did indicate there was going to be a 31% chance of rain. Let's assume the weathermen got it. They got the 30% right. But Adams,
yes,
we await. You can feel the tension in the arena. The boys, 400 meters dash, under 20. Sylvester, Mascol, Beckles, Williams, Telemac, Phillip, Peter.
And they're off.
And they're off officially. The 400 meters, boys under 20. Motoring down the backstretch. And I'm telling you, this one is going to be a classic. Down the backstretch, they make their way. Simon is in there. So too is Elisha Williams. Telemac is in there as well. And so too is Jaden Phillips. As we get to about the 200-meter mark. Let's see. Telemac is in there for St. David's Catholic. Jaden Phillip is in there. We continue to look at them as they head. Just get ready for the final bend at the top of the 100 meters. And it is running out of lane number 5. That's Elijah. That's not Elijah. Lane number 5. Well, Telemac is not. It's out of it running out of 4. It is. Well, we did say that this one was going to be an exciting one. I look at Telemac's face. He has more questions than answers than we can provide. Anything that we can provide. I don't think even Google can actually help him. Can help him right now. There's Jaden Phillip
of MVP.
That we probably need to go back. I think they both probably, from all indication, it is Jaden Phillip. Then we have nipped him right on the line. I mean, there you see Telemac making the final thrust, final push. And it is, in fact, he made it in. So it's Jaden Phillip from MVP in a time of 47.29. Raquel Telemac, St. David's Trailblazer, 47.31. Elijah Williams from St. David's Trailblazers, 48.57. And Tegan Peter King, 49.09. And bringing up the top 5, Joshua Sylvester, 49.72. Adams, your thoughts?
Well, it was a really good race from my end. I mean, if you look at the race, I think what would have happened is, let's look at Raquel Telemac. Telemac, I think, misjudged his race, to be honest. But you cannot take anything away from Jaden Phillip, who decided that out of lane number 6, I am going to go. I'm not going to bother about who is to my right or to my left. I am going to go. And I think Telemac lost sight of where Jaden was and probably was more paying attention to those on his inside and forgot that there was Jaden Phillip, who is a very good customer anyhow. And so he won his race. He deserved to win it. But Raquel Telemac is left to rule what could I have done in terms of strategy to win that race.
Well, come the day, the question is never about what I've done prior and what I'm going to do on the day itself. And I think Philip understands that Telemac he has a strong finish. He has a strong finish, no doubt. And certainly, and so from some point, he dug deep and he decided, you know what? When do I kick? And that's what the question is. Because you know, once you start to push, Telemac is going to come after you. And he has a strong, strong, strong finish. Those long legs are going to literally propel him forward. And he decided, you know what? 50 meters to go. I am going to go for it. What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? It's now or never.
And that's correct. And so I must give Jaden Phillip all of the kudos that he deserved. He worked hard. He gave it his best shot. And he ended up deservingly winning this 400. He has bragging rights in Grenada at this time. The time not bad, actually. 47 plus for both of them, 47.29, 47.31. We are hoping to see them dip below 47 into the 46s.
We're getting ready for the 400. But you know what's the one thing I took away from it? Not necessarily being biased. I mean, we keep saying we're looking for the day when you can find a Grenada 4x4.
That's correct. And that's why I'm talking about deep and below the 47 into the 46s and the 45s.
To make the
we will get it. With training, we have a good crop of 400 middle distance runners that we believe can take on Rikyle, Elisha Williams. Kind of disappointing for how Elisha finished this race. Yeah. Maybe he's not at his best. Maybe he has some injury. But Elisha is one of the strong lads who would finish a race, and he did not finish with the way he normally does. And I look forward to it because I think Elisha has tremendous potential. The physical gifts and so on, he can do well.
But congratulations, though, to Philip. Congratulations, though, to all of the athletes. We move now to the men's 400 meters dash open. And so you can well appreciate. We look at the lane assignment. Simeon Adams out of Guyana occupies lane number 1. Slater for HP, that's high performance, occupies lane number 3. Nestled next to him in lane number 3 is Reginald Morton. That's for Phoenix Athletics Club. Michael Francois runs for Ace out of lane number 4. There's Troy Mason for Ace out of lane number 5. Nikeli Lewis of Concord out of Trinidad runs out of lane number 6. Zamali Felix for Ace runs out of lane number 7. And Adim Peters for Ace runs out of lane number 8. Again, 400 meters. Again, we're noticing a strong presence of qualifying clubs for Grenada. In fact, all of the clubs qualifying in the 400 comes out of Ace. So it's Guyana, HP,
out of St. Vincent.
Out of St. Vincent.
Concord out of Trinidad.
Yep.
And the rest making up the field, Ace.
Ace. I think the only person that we probably missed out there is Phoenix Athletics. They're out of Trinidad.
Yep.
Phoenix. So that's the line. That is the lineup. That's there. Guyana, St. Vincent, Trinidad, Grenada, to Ace, Concord, Grenada, and they are officially off. The men's 400 meters dash open, international. We look at them as they position themselves down the back bend. Now as they head into the back straight, who is it going to be? In the middle of the pack, Francois is there for Ace, so too is Troy Mason and Nikeli Lewis for Concord. As they get to about the 200 meters mark, and they continue to position themselves for the final kick. Francois is there with them. So too is Troy Mason as they hit the final bend and they come towards home. Running out of lane number 4, there is Michael Francois. Troy Mason is straddled a bit behind him, but it is Francois from Ace, and that is going to take it. Ace 1, Ace 2, and we have out of lane number 3, it from Phoenix Club of Trinidad and Tobago, Phoenix, and that's Reginald Morton. And there you have it. We're looking at the replay now, and I think we all know that Francois Adams, he believes in himself. He knows his ability.
Correct. Really honest running, Joe. Really, they ran honestly. and earnestly. They gave it their best. And Michael Francois and Troy Mason, they really were at the top of the game at this time. 47-20. Would have loved to see them dip below 47. Reginald Moulton of Phoenix Athletic, 48-21. Simeon Adams of Guyana, 48-52. Nicky Lee Lewis, Concord Athletic, 48-72. Slater of HP, Zimali Felix of Ace, and Adaim Peters of Ace, rounding out the 8. But well done, Francois, Mason, and Moulton.
Indeed, congratulations to them. An excellent race, as there was no shortage of disappointment. The only disappointment there is in that last event, it's for those who they thought of being here and they're not here, or they thought of looking at it online.
Yes.
And maybe they went to the supermarket and they missed it, and then they probably have to depend on maybe, of course, going back and watch it secondarily. But certainly, it was a great race. Reminding you, this is live action inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. This is, in fact, session 2, day number 1 of the Whitsuntide Games inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And we certainly, we see Grenada is out. The rain continues to threaten. It continues to threaten. And certainly, I mean, the athletes would not, you would not have mind earlier in the day, a little bit of a sprinkle, because the humidity was quite telling. It was up in the region of 81%. And so, but certainly the rain is threatening here, but folks are holding their grounds. Up next.
While the rain comes, we have some results of the NACAC Heptathlon event. And at the completion of 4 events today, we have in the lead Shari Hawkins of the United States. Her combined points is 3,798 points. Closely followed by Erin Marsh, also of the United States, 3,788 points. Shayna Burns of the United States, 3,706 points. And then we have the 2 athletes from Puerto Rico, Elizabeth Felix, 3,390 points, followed by Colon Camona, and she's 3,214 points. So Shari Hawkins of the United States, at the end of day 1, the first 4 events, she's leading at this time by a mere 10 points. And so everything to play for tomorrow. I'm sure she's going to sleep. She's going to strategize, because Erin Marsh is right on her coattails and not too far behind Shayna Burns, also of the United States. So tomorrow they have the long jump, they have the javelin throw, and a couple other events. But after 4 events today, it is Shari Hawkins, NACAC combined events, the heptathlon, leading by 10 points from Erin Marsh of the United States.
So they've completed 4 today, and there is 3 tomorrow. The last being that of, you said, the long jump, the javelin throw, and the 800 meters. And it's important that individuals understand the hept as it is. It is not over until it is 7 events, and you accumulate points as you go along. You improve your times, you get more points. And certainly tomorrow is literally starting all over.
Everything to play for tomorrow, because each event has to be treated as the first event. I want my best throw, my best jump, my best 800, and I'm going to... The interesting thing about the hep and the decathlon, those multi-events, is that to a great extent you are competing against yourself. Yes. Because as you improve your time, you also improve your point standing. So maybe you don't have to come first, but you can improve your point standing by improving your jumps, your throws, and your runs.
And I think that's what's important for persons who are following the event, to have an appreciation for the marking, the score system, right? The idea, each event, to improve on it. Understand, it may not necessarily be your best event, but what you try to do in each attempt, you try to improve on your previous mark. So we'll see the ladies are going to go home, they're going to go rest for the evening, for the night, and they will come back fresh tomorrow, and they will contend for the title. 3 events in the hept. There is the long jump, the javelin throw, and to give appreciation for the events that they had today. They did the 100, the high jump, the shot put, and the 200 meters. Yes, so again, we say congratulations. Well done, not congratulations. We say well done so far to Shari Hawkins, who is out front, and by mere 10 points We see how that translates itself tomorrow. We continue to keep our eyes on the track. What we expecting next on the field is the girls' 200 meters dash on the 17. And again, the rain continues to be a bit of a challenge, but if the umbrellas are out, I think most Grenadians, they just come prepared. You know what? Whatever happens, win or lose, rain or no rain, we are in for the long haul. And you've seen persons on both sides of the stadium, Adams. I mean, certainly we're hoping though that tomorrow that the numbers will rise.
What we can say is, well, that's one. We really do hope that the weather will hold to start with, so that the folks at home will be encouraged to come down. So we're really hoping that we have good weather. I must also commend the running of the events. I think we were on time until the rain popped in. We should have finished around 7:15, but when you look at the events that we have and the time that were lost, I still think that we are on time. We still have the 200 meters dash on the 17 girls. This will be followed by the women's 3,000 meters, so we still have quite a couple of events to come. The women's 3,000 meters, and then you have some relays. Girls 4x100 meter relay on the 17, boys 4x100 meters on the 17, women 4x100 meters open and international, and men 4x100 meters open and international. So we have a total of 7 more events to go on this calendar, and Joe, we're hopeful that the rain will relent and allow us to complete, allow the organizers to complete the schedule of activities for today without going too far into the night.
I think they've done well. Not the fact we have to highlight the fact that there were a few breaks. The scheduled stop time was that of 7:15, which we're just about approaching now. So you put into consideration the stoppage times that we've had, half an hour, 45 minutes thereabout. It sort of works its way back in, and certainly the organizers will feel proud that while we've gone past, it is within good reason, and you can always say, you know what, it wasn't me. It was, in fact, the rain. The rain. Blame it on the rain. Why not? Just blame it on the rain. But we look in what's happening on the track.
The girls 200 meter dash on the 17, and we have in lane number 1 Vincent of Concord Athletic. We have in lane number 2 Genevieve Mann of I'm going to give you the name of that club in a short while. Shania Jacob of Exceed. South City Rising Stars, represented by Shaphonia Houston. Concord Athletic, also represented by Patrick Symphony. Alina Decoto of MVP. Camille Phillip of Finish FLSC. And Brianna Talbot of AWAC. So we have a full field, and we have some really good horses here, Joe.
AWDC, that's Albin Wildcats Athletics out of St. Lucia, and I think it's about the first time for the day we actually...
actually, I've been trying to remember Abilene, because the AWAC and the Abilene is so different. Yes, but I've seen a couple of the athletes for the day. I think they've tried well. They've represented themselves well, and so Abilene is in this. It's good to see one of them in the final, and I think that would encourage them. Yes, out of St. Lucia.
I think it's just a few clubs we've not heard much of, and it's good to know that they are competing. They are there. So we have Trinidad. We have 2 clubs out of St. Lucia. AWAC. We have Exceed, which is from St. Vincent. We have South City Rising Star, Grenada, Concord from Trinidad, MVP from Trinidad, and
Finish Line.
And Finish Line. A local club. So certainly the balance continues. I'm not sure if the local clubs assume that because they're at home that they would just come and dominate. But we're happy that we've seen competitive, really active competition among all of the clubs and the countries that's represented here.
Yeah, there's no, with athletics, Joe, there's no home court advantage. You must go out and do it. They say the crowd, of course, is the sixth person, the next person that you have working with you and gives you that additional 0.1 second of speed. But let's see.
It may probably work for the games where there is a break. You go to first quarter, you can come and re-strategize. For these events, when the gun goes off, home court, back court, whichever court you're in, is a track that they all know. You just have to run. You must deliver. So again, we are looking there getting ready for the start of the girls' 200 meters dash in the under 17 category. The under 17 category. We await the status orders. There is Tanique Vincent from Concord, Genevieve Mann from AWAC out of St. Lucia, Shanique Jacob from Exceed from St. Vincent, Siobhan Houston, South City Rising Star, Grenada, Symphony Patrick, Concord from Trinidad. There's Aline Decoto, and they are off Kamali Phillip and Brianna Talbot. 200 meters dash on the 17 girls as we stretch late into the evening as they head for home, running out of lane number 5. We see Shafoni Patrick from Concord. She's being stretched by Shafoni Hostin from South City Rising Star. It is Hostin, Patrick, Hostin, and I would think unofficially it would be Symphony Patrick out of Concord. That may have edged her out on the line. Shafoni Hostin, she was pushing. We look at the replay. Patrick is in the purple. Shafana is on the outside in the purple and white. And I think officially, it is Patrick from Concord out of Trinidad and Shafana Hostin from South City Rising Star there in 24.76. I think she did well to break up whatever party the others were planning. So Patrick, representing Concord Club out of Trinidad, 24.72. Shafana Hostin, South City Rising Star out of Grenada. Alina Decoto from MVP, Grenada, 25.73. Shanique Jacob from Exceed in St. Vincent. Kamali Phillip, finish line. And Genevieve Mann from AWAC out of St. Lucia. So there you have it. That was in fact we just saw the girls 200 meters Adams, and
actually lived up to expectation. I was certain that it's going to be a tight race between Shafona Houston and Symphony Patrick, who looked well in the prelims.
They both
so
looked well.
It was not surprising. You know what has happened. I mean, of course, you'd have preferred to see Shafania win, but Symphony really ran well, and those Shafania made a dash to the finish and tried to catch almost on the line. It just happened by a chest. Symphony Patrick was able to come away with it. The folks out of Trinidad and Tobago would be proud and jumping.
Well,
Shafania Hussein, we were looking to come back for another day.
Well, for Symphony, they're singing quite a song in Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, I'm not sure if they're playing it. Somebody's doing it on a double tenor or a single tenor. But we know somewhere they're singing a song and playing it in Trinidad and Tobago. Again, it is... We late into the evening on day number 1 of the 2023 edition of the Whitsuntide Games, and we're making way for another 200 meters, and that is in the boys under 17. We give you the lane assignments for the event. Quanel Pear, MVP, a club from Grenada, runs out of lane number 1. Aidan McIntosh, MVP, runs out of lane number 2. They have Cleon Joseph from PTC that runs out of lane number 5. PTC Performance Track Club out of Barbados. Kyle Ned nestles in lane number 4 for SAS. Michael Redhead for St. David's Track Blazer runs out of lane number 6. Randy Jones for CSC Carriacou, he runs out of lane number 8. Aidan McIntosh is in 2 for MVP. And Jaden Dovich from Performance, that's out of Barbados. Did I get it right?
PTC, I think Phoenix Track Club might be out of Antigua.
Phoenix is actually from, yes, they're from Antigua, and that club, the
performers might be out of Barbados. Yes, they're out of Barbados.
Performers, yes, they're out of Barbados. Performers Track Club, yes. So there you have it, your lead assignment. Pierre, MVP, Cleon Joseph, PTC, Ethan Sam, MVP, Kyle Ned, SAS, Mikael Redhead, Track Places, Randy Jones, CAC, Aiden McIntosh, MVP, and Jaden Dorridge, Performers. And that is the lineup for you. MVP Club, Grenada, PTC Club out of Barbados, MVP Grenada, SAS Local Club, as they await the status order. Redhead from St. David, CAC, represented by Randy, MVP Aiden McIntosh, and Jaden Dorridge from Performance Club. That's the assignment for the current batch on the track, and they're off. A nice, clean, even start. Who is it going to be? Who decides to make the early run? Sam isn't there. You're expecting him to at some point to start to shift gears. So too is Kyle Ned and Mikael Redhead. As they come down the middle of the pack, it is Sam running out of lane number 4. Kyle Ned on his outside. And there was Cleon Joseph from PTC on his outside, on his right shoulder, his left shoulder that is. But certainly, when it's all said and done, it came out as an easy victory. Is there ever an easy victory? But definitely a win for Ethan Sam, running an Ethan Sam from MVP Club. And certainly all in a day's work. Adams?
Good run for Ethan Sam. He's continued to hold true to form. His performances have not dipped below the standards that he had set for himself. And it's really nice to see that Ethan Sam continues to perform at a very, very high level. Of course, Kyle Ned out of SAS really reminds us of Fred Curley at this time. And if he can take a page out of Fred Curley's performances, he will do well. And again, it's iron sharpen iron, as we say. Ethan Sam, Kyle Ned, they shall be around for a while. God forbid that any injuries would come to them. They have done Grenada proud. So,
and we have Cleon Joseph out of PTC, out of Antigua, taking up the third spot. That's the final order of the boys 200 meters dash in the under 17 category.
And what has looked good is also to see Randy Jones from the Carriacou Athletic Club really also giving a good performance for himself. So they didn't, I mean, you just cannot leave the fact that the folks from Carriacou do not see themselves as second anymore, but can really compete with the best. So Carriacou Athletic really doing well also.
And I think we have to really appreciate, and maybe by extension what's happening in Carriacou, could possibly, we can argue, is a reflection of what's happening by the neighboring sister territories, St. Vincent, and certainly what's been happening. They've gone with the days when Carriacou and athletics wasn't synonymous. There was never a time when you put the two of them together. And now more and more, but I must say, not just in athletics, even in academia, there is 2 secondary schools on the island. But certainly, Adams, whatever they're doing, it is working, and I say, let it continue. So again, Ethan Sam, 21.90, Kyle Ned, 22.07, and Cleon Joseph and PTC out of Antigua, 22.13 seconds, Adams.
Well done, guys. We're really happy to see those performances as we get ready for the women's 3,000 meters open run. And we're sure going to have some good runners there. Again, following up on the performances at Intercall and at National Champs, you have people like Annalisa Brown, who is going to be running the 3,000 meters. She's proven herself to be a very able and strong runner who is capable of great performances. And let's see who are the regional athletes that she would have to compete against, and see how she can improve and do even better. So we have quite a big field that is gearing up for the women's 3,000 meters run, open and international.
Some 16 of them. Annalisa, we take it from the top. Amir Samuel from finish line. Casey and John is also in there. Angelisa Cork from Roses, and Roses, a club out of St. Vincent. Casey and John, HP, high performance, that is. Also in there's Sophia Thomas from HP. There's Naira Dijon is also part of the conversation. Layla Carter from Mustang, another club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it's Nicole Pascal from St. David's Trackblazers. There's Annie Logie from Finish Line. And Princess Jeremiah from SAC. From the Sharina Nelson from South City Rising Stars. There is Marissa Edwards from Mustang. Maya Henry, and certainly that would make up a 16-man pack, Adams. And this is one of the races that it takes a grind, it takes a while to play itself out. It's a kind of one of those events that it is never easy to call it, because the race has enough time to fold, bend, to work out the kinks and the twist that is in it. That's what you see in as the race unfolds, Adams. It certainly can be a tale of many different stories.
Oh yes, that's what those races can do, which is what makes them exciting. To be honest, the fact that so many things can happen.
Are they
this
really
race.
excited?
Yeah, I am, to be honest, those are the races I look forward to seeing. It's just my bias. I love to see people think and strategize and mentally do things. That's what I like to see as an individual. I just don't like wang, bang. Yes, it's always exciting, bang, and you go. You don't have to think about the 100 meters. You just have to get it right.
just run.
Get it right.
Get it right and move.
And move. This one, you got to think. You got to strategize. You got to figure out what's best for you. How do I get the best out of myself? Because it's something, as you said, that unfolds over a period of time.
Indeed, it unfolds over a period of time. Is the women 3,000 meters open international. And there's a field of some 16 athletes. But I'm guessing the sense, is that the full suite of them, or?
Yes, it is the full suite. It's a final, to be honest. Maybe all 16 are not there, but it is going to be a final.
Well, the reason why I'm asking that number, I'm looking at it here, and while they lined up together, you've noticed it now, and that that field looks quite a bit reduced, actually. It looks quite a bit reduced if you just do a count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. But it's either that or they're running them in.
It's a final. The DNS would be they did not start. So Henry,
Right.
Felix, Carl, Jeremiah, Fletcher, Deschamps, and another one they probably have pulled out, maybe due to niggles, little injuries that they may have had. But it's going to be a final, and we want to see how it unfolds. We're ending the day, and we're doing it well. I must say again, once hats off to the organizers who would have worked hard, and seen the benefits of hard work, and we really are happy with what's happening in Grenada. There's a level of energy and excitement and vibe that's taking place in this island at this time. 7.5 laps around the track, 3,000 meters, Joe. And as you said, so many stories can unfold in this race because of the distance that it is. And so we are hopeful that it's going to be not just a 3,000 meters race where you get a finish, but it would be a very good finish. 7:48. She is in the lead at this time.
Yes, it is early days though, as we gonna get the names on, as I say, get it on lockdown for you. As we get the name on lockdown for you, 748, that's Kenisha Pascal from Track Blazer that we're looking at quite early. Finish line is in there.
And we know Kenisha is one of the veterans of the distance races in Grenada. There's nothing Kenisha hasn't seen. She's represented Grenada throughout the Caribbean. She's proven herself to be strong. She's not just proven herself to be strong, but also has lasted long in the event. And that is a testimony to the fact that she's always kept fit. And she looks fit. And she has done well for Grenada. Grenada really has to recognize what Kenisha has brought to the table and how she can be an example to others. So let's see if the others are going to catch her.
We talk about the strategy, not just catch. The strategy for Kenisha, you always have to ask yourself, what is the ploy? Do I chase after her? If I chase, what would be her response? Is she going to hold back or is she going to kick? If I chase, how does it affect me managing my reservoir of energy? Is it going to deplete it, or do I trust myself that I have enough in the pack that I can go after her? And these athletes, they strategize. They try to stretch you thin because, as we say, they have faith in themselves, in their ability. And it will be good to see how the rest of the field actually responds
One of
to
the
it.
things that these athletes do, if they know that they're very fast finishers, they try to take out the kick from those fast finishers, stretch them early,
That's right.
take the kick out of them so that they will not be able to outsprint them because they would have lost that in trying to stay within catching distance. We see Kessie and John of High Performance probably deciding, I'm not so sure that I should allow that distance to open up much more. So Kessie and John of High Performance from St. Vincent, she seemed to be one closest, but that's about 30 meters down. So again, the veteran, the Iron Lady of distance running in Grenada, if I can term her that way, Kenisha Pascal out front.
We look to see how the rest of the field will respond, if at all they respond in any immediate way, or are they going to be satisfied with allowing Kenisha to hold her own, and they decide to jostle for the other position. So what we're looking at, in case you just joining us, is the women's 3,000 meters. Out front, it is Kenisha, and she's literally has established a pace, a momentum, a rhythm that is quite smooth. Adams, she seems quite steady in the pace that she set. And you're looking at her, the arms, the leg, everything, all in sync with each other. This athlete, number 3.
334, Afia Thomas, also from High Performance from St. Vincent. She is also going out front.
You have a batch here from finish line, a batch of 3 from finish line that is bunched in there. But we'll try to get a hold of where there she is, all by her lonesome self, and she is just grinding away slowly. You get the sense, though, that where she is, in Lonesomeville, I call it, she's probably just counting down the laps.
I think actually she's locked in.
She's locked in?
Yeah, I'm not so sure that her performance will dip. I think she's locked in. She's found a comfortable rhythm to run, and she's decided that this is my rhythm. Come catch me if you can. If you're better than I am, then just pour it on. But she's locked in at this time, and I don't think we'll see her dropping that tempo that she has established for herself as she goes around another 400 meters of the track. 7.5 meter rungs for the 3,000 meters.
It will take something, God forbid, onwards for her not to win this race from where she is now, or it may take something phenomenal, out of this world, for any of the members of the pack to decide, let me go and catch and play catch up. But We continue to look at the back. What we're looking now is at the back end of the field, in case you were just joining us. It's the women's 3,000 meters. And again, what we see we looking at is the back end of the field as they make another lap. But you have Kenisha Pascal, so dubbed, so passionately dubbed by Adams himself, the Iron Lady of those middle distances, as she set a rhythm. I mean, there's huge daylight between herself and any other true contender for second place. I think while somebody will finish in second place, contending is not really what's on their mind. Let me just finish the race, because I'm not sure there's anything you could do regarding Kenisha right now.
And again, she's not going to be encouraged by the back markers, whom she's going to pick off very easily. Those back markers are going to be her encouragement, being on her own. So, I mean, she now has something to look at, something to work with. We have finish line 200. I'm not been able to put a name to finish line 200, but she's keeping pace with the athlete from High Performance, that's for sure. And then you have 223 also from finish line. That is probably in about 5th spot, and she's not looking too bad either. But it is Kenisha Pascal all on her own, and I am almost certain that she would have picked up her first back marker, and that is going to be her encouragement as she goes around the Kirani James Athletic Stadium 400-meter track.
Well, there is the cool of the evening. Excellent evening. We have a bit of slight drizzle, some 45 minutes or so, and even earlier in the day. So the outside is quite cool. It's almost the ideal condition just to go for a little stroll in the park. Nothing too excessive in terms of delivery. But she's completed another lap as she continues to make her way around the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Certainly, if you're trying to put what you've seen into perspective, some of these athletes, they've been lapped once, twice, but certainly in the out front, it's Pascal, literally out there all by herself. And that's Kenisha Pascal from Track Blazers, as we can keep our eyes peeled on the women's 3,000 meters. How this one pans out. We continue to look on some of the other athletes in the mix out of South City Rising Stars.
Maybe we can talk about Kenisha, who she reminds you of. There's this she's a great Dutch distance runner. Sifan Hassan. I mean, she that's who she reminds me of at this time. I'm not saying she's in the class of Sifan Hassan, but she looks.
You've seen elements.
Yes, like Sifan Hassan. And she's just running. So she's picking them up very, very quickly. I'm not so sure. Wow. I have no idea how much wrong she's made at this time, but I am trying to figure out if she has not picked out half the field already.
And she's probably like one of the snipers. She's taking them down one by one, stalking them, hunting them down. We see in the back of her hand, we're not even sure which position she's in. That's from finish line. That's Annie Logie. The one position we know for sure as to who is where is that of Pascal. We know she is at the front of the pack. I think right now the pack has been stretched so thin at varying points. It's almost difficult to put them all together. We were just seeing in the view there, Casey and John from HP, but back on screen that's Casey and John from HP. Also on screen is Marissa Edwards from Mustang out of St. Vincent. she's been trailed. And tonight you're not even sure whether or not she's actually been trailed or they just been bunch being lapped from different times. But we can tell you that this race, Pascal certainly have a comfortable grip on it. And here she comes as she makes her way home, literally running against herself, the clock, and probably thinking, I probably have some unfinished soap opera, one of those sitcoms maybe on Netflix that she hasn't quite finished. Well, now she can dust herself off, go get a shower, and say, you know what, let me get my device out and do a little bit of binge watching for the evening.
Well, I suspect there are others out there who have 3 laps to make still on the track. It's almost unfair, Joe. That she's finished, she can go and change, drink water, and the others are still on the track. I mean, it was that a dominant performance that she put out. The others were really not in her class. I mean, almost unfair to say the least. But she's just, destroyed.
I think from the momentum coming on the field, what we'll be looking at is fighting for positions. Second place from finish line. That looks as Logie it is. Yes, that's Annie Logie from finish line. She takes the second place position. And in third place, from South City, Rising Star. At least I can identify her by her number, by her color. Let's confirm her name for you from South City, Rising Star. That is Shania Nelson. So that completes the top 3. That completes the top 3 for you as we continue to look at the rest of the field.
I'm not even sure that the judges and so are sure who has to do some other laps. I am certain about that.
Well, not to put any dark cloud to hang over our officials. I would assume reasonably that they have done this often enough. My only concern is that I saw a call for a medic, and up until now, nobody has attended to her. And it's not a question of whether or not there are MTs available. We know that there is. So the Stranglers, they're in. I think the last of the crew is making her way in. That's Layla Carter from Mustang. I think she's just about, to complete the run as she crosses the finish line. So I think this officially, this is the end of the women's 3,000 meters Adams, a race that Pascal set the tempo from day one. She made the kick, and I'm thinking that maybe there was a measure of disappointment. In fact, I don't think the race is quite finished. I think we've actually done this a bit prematurely. We're seeing an athlete just about 110 meters mark making her way in, and another over on the 200-meter mark. Not able to pick up the numbers from here, from the distance. But as you said, so there you are. Thank you to my cameraman. That's Marissa Edwards from Mustang, a club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She's making her way in. And I want to say thanks to my production team for assisting me with that. And bringing in the last of the Stranglers.
I'm not sure it's the last. Let's see, we still have another from High Performance.
Right, that is John, Keezy John. Number 3 or 6, if you ask me, should be the last one in. It's always good, though, when you see athletes, notwithstanding the fact that they winning is out of the picture, but they finish in the race Adams.
Yes, it's always a.
It speaks volume.
Yes, I think that's the character that we try to build in our boys and our young people, that you don't give up, you don't throw in the towel, you're going to have a bad day ever so often, and that's life, having a bad day. You will not be the best in everything, and you have to understand when you're not the best, you're going to do whatever you can that is at the peak of your best and try to improve from there. So, yes, I love when folks finish no matter what.
Yeah, that's the sort of qualities that makes the difference between an athlete and a premier athlete, and an elite athlete. When they understand, and there's these values that you can't put your hands on them, those intangibles as they are, that just makes you a better human being. I mean, we saw, for instance, what Kirani, of course, the embracing and greeting your competitors. And you've seen how it has transcended to athletics in Grenada, even on the international scene, where, you know what, well done. Because I remember Mr. Ashby, my old principal, used to say, you're only as good as the person, the field that you've competed with. You can't win if you run on your own. There's no second place if you run by yourself. So in order for you to be a winner, to be first in your field, you have to compete against a field. And certainly you have to be able to show them respect and acknowledge them for their participation.
And that's where Kirani stands out in athletics in the world, and he's known for that. That's one of the hallmarks of that he's left, the legacy he would leave on the international scene. A gentleman who respects his peers, who respects his competitors. Win, lose, or draw, he's going to show respect for them all. That's what you try to build in terms of character for your nation, your family, your household, your church, wherever you're. That's the character you want to build in everyone.
It's many of the intangibles that so very often our young people have not embraced wholeheartedly. And, you know, your ability to say, finish the race, the ability to acknowledge your competitors. It doesn't matter what position they end. You win, you lose. And even when he doesn't win, he still goes around and say, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be part of this great event.
It cannot be said better. And so we have come to the end of the 3,000, and we're into a couple of the relays that we're going to get going in a short while, and then day one will be completed.
Day one will be completed. There's no, I don't think there's enough words to describe what we saw today, and certainly we'll have a conversation when we get a chance to wrap. But we're looking now at the 4x100 meters relay, a mix of under 15 and under 17. The lane assignments as they are. Lane number 1, IDAT out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lane number 2, HP out, that's HP. There's AWAC from St. Lucia, finish line, Grenada, Concord from Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad, MVP from Grenada, Mustang from St. Vincent, and CAC from Carriacou. You wouldn't have forgiven me, would you?
Absolutely not.
So folks, we're getting ready for the girls 4x100 meters as we're going to tell you when we're winding down, getting ready for curtains pull on day number 1. But we're not going to do it without the final kick and the final shades of different colors on this, the 4x1. IDAT, HP, AWAC, F. So it's IDAT from St. Vincent. HP is also in there. AWAC from St. Lucia. Finish line, Grenada. Concord, Trinidad. MVP from Grenada. Mustangs and from St. Vincent. And their neighboring partners, CAC, out of Carriacou.
Yes, Carriacou Athletic Club. And it's only now I've really gotten the St. Lucia team underneath my brain fixed. Abilene Wildcat Athletic Club. You know, and I think now that we're going to remember it. So you have St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Grenada, Trinidad. It's a really good mix of the islands here.
Pretty good mix of the islands. Remember the names, because come tomorrow we'll be having this conversation all over again. But have no fear, we're here. We'll remind you who they are. Even for us, Adams. I mean, after what, from 11 to 9.
We're just getting some. This is not
it's-
fair. I have a friend who messaged me some time ago, and that since around 12 o'clock, and asking me to say, and that was done in all honesty, to see if we can place the clubs with the countries. And it was extremely difficult being given a short notice. So I had to let my friend know that. And imagine we're getting to the end of the day and we are just beginning to feel comfortable with the names and the colors and the numbers. So hopefully tomorrow, my friend, it will be a lot
But then
better.
what is one of the challenges, though? Because we saw, remember for one of the Grenadian athletes, we saw on the status sheet it says altitude, but they were in a SAS uniform. So some of those are the challenges that's not seen. But we look at the 4x100
they're
meters,
off a good
and they're
great
off.
start. No.
Well, that brings a halt to proceedings. A recall. We'll get the reaction from the officials on the field. What they saw, some athletes are still seems in a bit of a quandary.
Confused.
Yeah, as to what's happening here. I wasn't me. Let's take a look. From lane number 8 immediately.
And lane number 1.
Let's look. I'm getting the sense, but I was keeping my eyes on the athlete of lane number 1. The very one that had the confused, maybe it wasn't the confused look. Maybe it's more like, really? I hope they didn't see it. I hope they actually didn't see it. But the lane assignments, that out of Jamaica, out of St. Vincent, that in 1. HP, High Performance is in 2. AWAC, the Wildcats, out of St. Lucia. Finish line, Grenada runs out of 4. Concord from Trinidad is in 5. MVP Grenada occupies lane number 6. The Mustang ladies are in lane at number 7. They came down by the boat, but trust me, they have some fire under their hood. And finishing up the line, Carriacou Athletics Club in lane number 8. So, immediately to the front end of your screen, right on the right. That's 134. That's your athlete there from Carriacou Athletics Club. So it's a general warning. That's the green card. The general warning to the entire field. Well, okay. I was just looking and not seeing number 7, but she's sitting on the corner. I was wondering whether or not she had reasons to leave. So, HP, AWAC, Finish Line, Concord, MVP, Mustang, and CSC. Your lane assignments for girls, 4x1 meters in the under 15 and under 17 category combined. And they are officially off. Clean start by all athletes as they get ready for the first handover on the back curve. Who's making the handover first? MVP is in there, so too is Mustang. We continue. Let's look at, they go down the back stretch. Who is going to do it? Make the handover first. Nice clean handover. And here they come. But they continue to stretch it thin. MVP isn't there. Finish line isn't there. As they make for the final handover. It is out of lane number 6. That's lane number 5. That is Concord. Concord it is. That is tearing away down the field. Out of lane number 3, look as AWAC out of St. Lucia. Unofficially, it is Concord out of Trinidad, AWAC out of St. Lucia, and we'll get the finishing position for the third finishers in just a bit for you. We wait the official one, but we can tell you that it was Concord as a club out of Trinidad and Tobago that won that one. The girls 4x100 meters, and they stop the clock in 48.88 seconds. AWAC out of, that's a Wildcat ladies out of St. Lucia, 50.31, and MVP 473 out of Grenada, 50.53 seconds. Finish line 51.24. High Performance Club 52 0.05, and Texcac Mustang and Idad. So the completion there of event, the 4x100 meters combined, under 15 and the under 17. Again, for those of you that if you're just joining us, we say better late than never. Welcome to the party. You start late, but you'll be with us early tomorrow because we do this all over again. It is the back end of D number 1, session number 2 of the Whitsuntide Games inside the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And we're getting ready for another event. That's the boys 4x100 meters under 15. Who's it going to be? Racing runs out of lane number 1. High Performance is in 2. St. Vincent runs out of 3. South. So HPES, St. Vincent runs out of 3.
St. Vincent Grammar School.
Grammar School.
Yeah.
South City, Rising Stars are in 4. MVP, they are in 6. Carriacou Athletics Club, MVP is in 3, sorry. Carriacou Athletics Club is in 6. Burnley runs out of 7. And Idad, that's Burnley from Trinidad, and Idad from St. Vincent occupies lane number 8. Again, these is a combined on the 15, on the 17 boys. And certainly we've seen some really excellent performances, Adams, I mean, so far from the under 17s.
Yes. I think we can say that we've seen good running, good track and field from the under 17s. I mean, we could not desire much better this time of the year for track and field in Grenada. We've seen those guys run, and we really want to applaud them for coming out and putting on a show here at the National Stadium.
Well, not just any, quite a show, quite a spectacular show. Indeed, one of the highest performance. Because these are the kind of meets, really and truly, while you may say we agree, it's for developmental purposes. There's certainly, it makes no allowances for mediocrity in any way, form, or fashion. The officials are spot on, doing that what you have to do, and everybody gives 100%. So we're looking at the next race, the next event. Number 1. Racing out of 1. HP's there. St. Vincent Grammar School. South City Rising Star Grenada. MVP Grenada. CAC Carriacou. Burnley from Trinidad. And Idad from St. Vincent and the Grenadines as they on the status orders. And it's a clean start from the full slate. Well, they go to reset mode. We await some indication from the officials, Adams, as to, let's look at them. Yeah, well, there is some movement there.
A lot of movement.
I mean,
yeah, I think he will be given a red card in lane number 2.
Well, I don't know, whatever he has on that engine there.
Yeah.
Lane number 2 from High Performance. Whatever he has under the engine there, his atoms, the molecules, the protons, there was a lot of vibration out of lane number 2. Let's see what the officials, what would be the
card?
What would be the card, indeed. We await. Is it a red that says you're gone? Is it a general one into the field? Interesting.
Well, I agree.
Okay.
I hate disqualifications based on run fast.
Well, I never want to disagree. It is what it is.
So I know I would not have the air of those who are sticklers for rules.
Well, Adams, I mean, I don't want you to start that conversation now. I mean, from where we sit, unless the officials are saying to us on the ground, there are other factors in play that we are not seeing, feeling, hearing, or even have access to.
We can manufacture the factors, so, and I think some factors have been given. Let's say the officials, they have the final say.
Let's see.
Yeah.
We look as we go into reset mode, and they are officially off. HP, St. Vincent Grammar School. South City Rising Star MVP as we get ready for the first handover. Here we go. If they continue to move to MVP is making a move out of lane number 5. Finish line is also. Let's see who's there as we continue. We look at them as they hit the bend. That's at the 100-meter mark as they'll head to the final handover. That is Sam collecting, and he is gone. There's light, huge daylight between him and the rest of the field. St. Vincent Grammar School is motoring on the outside in lane number 2. So too is South City Rising Star. But out of lane number 5, we saw it was another athlete from MVP, that is, that came in to finish, that finished to bring the curtains down on that one.
So Ethan Sam is just continuing his stellar performances throughout. We pray that he will remain well. But I think the Carriacou Athletic Club has done well. As a matter of fact, they sneaked in for second, and that's what I think we were struggling with, because the Carriacou Athletic Club really did sneak in. They looked well, had a bad handover in this third leg, and then they really came strong, really motored through to the end to catch that athlete from St. Vincent Grammar School or High Performance.
Yes.
And that's what created the issue. But the Carriacou athlete, they were looking well for the final handover until they messed it up.
So the official reading for you: MVP 43.09, CSE out of Carriacou 45.39, St. Vincent Grammar School 45.42, South City Rising Stars 45.91 to bring up the top 4 for you in the boys 400 meters, and that's the under 15 and under 17. We continue to look at Sam again, and he's just having this breakout year. And somebody could probably also say hi to Russell John, one of our stadium operators. We just caught him kind of just idly drifting. We saw you, Russell. It's been a long day.
Yes.
And it's interesting that where he is, the camera has been all day. But this time of the evening, you know, your mind goes different places, your legs. You just want to say, what? Let's bring this day to a close.
Yes, Mr. Russell, we did see you. But he's done a tremendous job. The stadium announcers have been really fabulous today. We're really happy to have had them with us, and I know tomorrow will be another long day for them and for everyone. But I think there is satisfaction in the product that have been created here, and I think Whitsuntide 2024, we're already looking forward to a tremendous spectacle.
Indeed, day number 2 is going to be really great, super great. And of course, Byron, we hope that there's nothing out of the ordinary that comes. There is a weather that we can't do anything about, and it's been rather cooperative for the greater part of the day. If the forecast, and we probably get a chance to look at the focus for tomorrow to see whether or not there's anything close to what today offered. Humidity was, the numbers were up there 81% early in the day. Today, this morning, Adam started off quite windy as well.
Very windy.
Quite windy this morning.
Very windy.
But
it really, when the rain came, the wind died. And so there was negligible wind or no wind at all as we end the day. So everything would have been in, record, whatever the times are, fair, genuine times. I heard someone talk about the cost of the games some time ago, maybe today. I mean, they were wondering if the price could not have been lower in order to bring more people into the stadium. That's a discussion I think the organizers will want to have going forward. I'm not talking about this year, they've already made up their minds. But, I tell you something, cost is based on demand. And if
I tell you, the issue of cost is always going to come. But I mean, understandably, the persons who are generally, they are interested in coming. But when you look at the multiplying effect, Adams, honestly, I think what probably Peter has to start doing, it may take a lot much more. I don't know if it's necessary. Some of you, listen, either you want to come or you don't want to come.
Price and demand go together.
It goes demand. If you want
supply,
it, supply, demand.
Supply, and if there is a demand, then the price is going to think if there's not a demand. So price, demand, think price. So
And the price is also hinges on the quality of the product. If the product is good, Adams, for the customer.
If the demand isn't there, still, so you have to look at the demand.
Well, let's also put our eyes, peel our eyes back onto the screen for
I
the
know
women's.
you don't want to touch that.
I never want to touch that. My brain's a little bit too wary to even try to dissect that one. But it's a reasonable argument. Price is always going to become a reasonable question. Some would argue $25 more than reasonable. But you do the multiplying effect. A friend of mine, she came. She had, as an adult, she came with her 2 kids. One 19, the other one, 15. So 25 for the adults.
And 25 for the 19-year-old too.
Thank you. And they plan to be back tomorrow.
All right.
So now you understand the sort of dynamics in play. But
again, when you want the vendors to sell, the vendors don't care about what you charge at the gate. All they want to see is people inside there purchasing the product, and the vendors have to pay. And
you've been twisted, though. You might think you pay to come in, and I can see a family, Adams, easily, if you're here since morning, spending $150 if you come with a family of 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
You buy chicken and chips, $15, $20. You get a couple of rungs of drink. We don't have the luxury as Blondell, though, to enjoy some other to sharings, to enjoy from his sharings, but certainly we hope tomorrow.
But we want many people. We want lots of people to be down here tomorrow. Maybe you can do a promotion to bring in more people.
Listen,
yeah, the first 500 people pay $20.
I see that's why you're not at the LOC.
You do a promotion, so if you get here by 11 o'clock.
Well, let's look for it. Mustang out of 1, Finish Line in 2, Pro Farmers out of Barbados in 3, HP from St. Vincent is in 4. This is the international one, the women's 400 meters, and the off field, as we can see, has been whittled down to 3. So they're just literally running for 1 to 3, as you can well imagine. First handover as they motor down the backstretch. Finish line isn't there. Mustang as well as Pro Farmer. They continue to monitor them as all the ladies pedaling away down the backstretch. The call is up, and they continue to make their way. Mustang, Finish Line, Pro Farmers. Final hand. Oh, that's a bit of a bubble. She did manage to stay on the inside. That's Performance out of Barbados. But out of lane number 3, that's Mustang from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She started to step on the accelerator. Well, girl, you may have 900 or whatever horsepower was under that, but these Performer girls, they know how to hold their own. They had a bit of a bubble there in the final handover, but she did enough to recover and to come away with a win in a time of 49.54 seconds. Mustang of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 50.13, and Finish Line from Grenada, 52.34. And that's the order of the women's 4x1 opened relay, Adams, and certainly it was just a matter of ensuring who gets the baton and rung first. It was just the 3 of them.
Well, I mean, the performers will go to Barbados feeling that it was well worth the trip. They came, they did not return empty-handed, so really, really nice, really happy for them. But of course, 3. So Finish Line, their bronze. Mustang out of St. Vincent, silver. Performers out of Barbados. So Barbados, St. Vincent, followed by Grenada in this one.
Well, I'm telling you, as we get ready for the men's 4x100 meters, we've continued, we've had the conversation on varied occasions as to when would the time be right for Grenada to field a 4x100 squad that could move to the next level. The lane assignments for the upcoming event. Out of lane number 2, HP in lane number 2, Grenada in lane number 3, Grenada lane number 4, Concord from Trinidad is in lane number 5, and from Finish Line, lane number 6. And that's what the lineup is expected to be.
So high performance, Grenada in 3, Grenada in 4, Concord in 5, finish line in 6.
Maybe we are going to see a high performance from Grenada.
And we must consider that Grenada has a team that is selected. Yes.
Yes. And we haven't heard much of them for the.
That's correct.
Much of them for the day.
So we have Elisha Williams, who and Grenada has 2 teams. So I don't know which of the group make up both of the relay teams, but you have Elisha Rikyle, Samuel Green, Tegan Peterkin, Emilio Bishop, Jaden Phillip, Grenada and USA, Junior Charles, Michael Francois, Troy Mason, Adaim Peters, and Shavin Charles. And so that's why we have 2 Grenada teams, because there's 8 and we have quite a few of those. So we may not know exactly which team is made up of which group of guys, but I guess they would have what you might call a real competitive banter between and among them as to which team will come first.
I am not going to stretch my mind to wonder. I'm going to await. The anticipation is ripe. We are going to await the teams. Interestingly, though, we're not sure why the delay that we've seen. We would have assumed reasonably by now that they've made their way onto the field. In the interest of time, we've already gone past the pre-established closing time, which was early 7 o'clock. And I can also imagine that some of the athletes, because some athletes have been here since early days.
Yep.
And let me know if
8:30, 9 o'clock, a number of athletes have been here, but quite a few of the younger ones have already left for home. I can say that.
You talk about the athletes, though. Could you imagine our technical team? I got here relatively early when I came. They had to be here. They had to be here to make sure that this broadcast, and I must say kudos to them that we got an 11 o'clock start. And of course, say thanks to Nazim, thanks to Blondell and the rest of the team.
TR Communications.
TR Communications. They've done an excellent job to make sure that we had an on-time start with the games. Again, we're still awaiting the presence of the teams on field. Not sure the reason for the obvious absence on field. And we're not seeing anyone at all. We keep that as it is. But Adams, we coming down to the back end of the day?
Yes, the final event of the day.
It is the final?
Yes, it
is.
is.
It is the final. I was probably thinking it's probably either the penultimate. No, I didn't realize it was actually the ultimate
It is
one.
a 4x100 meters men relay open and international, in which Grenada is fielding 2 teams. And then you still have finish line from Grenada fielding another team, HP from St. Vincent fielding another team. We can't find them as yet because they're somewhere around. I am sure that the folks are going to search and have them lined up and ensure that we get this thing going.
But it's interesting. I'm not even seeing the officials, the immediate officials that would govern the game, the actual event itself. I'm not seeing them. But certainly what we've seen is some really excellent performance from a day. And I guess maybe what we can do is start wrapping up in anticipation of that day. The day, of course, Adams, it started with quite early. Well, the broadcast started at 7 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, the day started, the Whitsuntide Games started with the women, the NACAC women that took part in the HEPT. And I know earlier on we did have a conversation regarding that, the first 4 events, and how their position going into day number 2.
Yeah, and the truth is, as I told you before, I was really happy that these international athletes could have been here and we can see what they are doing so that our athletes can pattern themselves after them. And they did some tremendous work. I looked at the 200, I looked at the shot put, and I think the discus, and they showed what international athletes do in order to be at the top. And that, for me, was a great mix of the NACAC event as well as our local and regional competitors coming in. Of course, starting with the under 11s, under 9s. Under 9s, and we saw some really good performances from the under 9s, both boys and girls. The clubs and schools that took part, they represented their clubs and school well. Of course, we cannot go without me saying, hats off to the students at South St. George. who represented South St. George in a very positive way, as well as to all the other athletes who represented clubs and so on. So well done. Then we had the under-11 girls and boys, and we had some good performances. We can Worm, we've had Leo Rose Charles, we've had a number of really good performances from those athletes. The under-15s, who can you forget? How can we forget our under-15 boys and girls who did well? Our athlete from GBSS, Ethan Sam. You have Auguste out of Fusion, just trying to get some of the names. The under-17s, we've had really good performances, and I think the day when we saw the 400 meters for under-20 males, where you had that Philip guy winning just ahead of Telemac. It was really, really competitive, but Ethan Sam was a standout male athlete. As far as I am concerned, I'm here this evening.
We saw, of course, in the 3000, that stallion performance by Pascal from Track Blazer. But just to give you an appreciation, we're getting ready for action on the track. And I think the 4x4, the 4x1, literally, if you ask me, it's the icing on the cake on day one. The question is whether or not you want butter icing or you wanted the hard sugar icing. Make up your mind, Adams.
I won't.
What icing are you looking for? Butter icing is really quite easy. But you end up dancing on. The problem with that one is though the heat. When the heat comes out, it melts away. The other one, the sugar one, it takes a lot more to cake it and bind it. But once it's completed, listen,
you have a really good taste.
You have icing for days and weeks to go. But straight enough, I was never a fan of icing though.
Well, that's why I didn't want to choose.
I'm not a fan of, I normally refer to it as covering of the cake. I don't want to cover it.
Not a fan of those at all.
I'm not a fan of it. But certainly we're getting ready for the 4x1, the ultimate, the final event on the day. And there is HP, there's two teams out of Grenada, there is South City Rising Star, and there's a fourth one in the mix that we are going to provide you. Let me look at the uniform. So the two Grenada teams, I see Mustang isn't there. I know that team out of HP is also in there. But we're going to wait till the official start. We're going to wait till the official start in just a bit. We're going to wait the official start in just a bit, and certainly it's going to bring the curtains down on day number one. As you said, we're looking in the female category. There was, I must say, I'm going to get her name in just a bit. We saw that ding-dong back and forth between herself and
Chiffonia. That is Symphony Patrick out of Concord. I think Concord out of Trinidad.
Out of Concord.
She looked pretty good. Honestly, she
solid.
looked smooth. She looked solid. And I think that is a good marker for Chiffonia as she prepares for next year, please the Lord. So I think those are awakening moments that let you know, well, I'm good here. I think I am on top of the peers in Grenada, but there is always another level to go, and I think that Chiffonia would appreciate that as an athlete. So, yes, Symphony Patrick looked pretty good. I must say that, too.
You're only as good as the people that's there with you to push you to the next level, and that's how growth and development takes place. You peak, and then you wait for the next evolution that allows you to go to the next level. And certainly that competition between herself and Symphony Patrick out of Concord in clubhouse in Trinidad, it can only do wonders for her. And you certainly hope, though, but you know some athletes, they don't have the mental fortitude to when they don't win. Because
when the going gets tough, as you would say. Yeah.
Going gets tough, that's when they have to get going. And you'd hope that today serves as a really just highlight to her, listen, I am good, but there are always going to be others better than myself. How do I allow myself not to crack and push myself to the next level?
Correct.
That's the conversation that she would have. Again, I seem a bit disappointed that this final 4x1 has eaten up the greater part of 10 minutes. The greater part of 10 minutes. But for those of you that's following the feed, we want you to stay with us. Again, because we are back tomorrow. We are back tomorrow, and I want to look across to Team Blondell so we can confirm the start tomorrow. I know today the game started at 9, the broadcast actually started at 11.
Yeah.
But it certainly is late into the evening, and there just seems to be nonchalant, quite relaxed down there.
And I mean, you don't undo all that you would have done so well throughout the day.
Yes.
You don't undo it. Maybe when we at the primary school or at the schools, we say maybe they want the lights to come on, but
well, the lights has been on for quite a while.
We probably want the fireworks.
Well, we want the fireworks in the 4x1. That's what we want. But certainly, that snail-paced progress that's been employed right now, you don't want to start bashing anybody.
Absolutely not.
But at the same token, you don't want the last thing that you remember is that the final event of the day took forever.
Yep.
It took forever. It is taking a while, and I'm not really quite sure what information they can be trying to gather right now. I'm really and truly not sure. Are they switching?
Probably some switching is taking place at this time. You can see some switching, and that I think is because when we look at the Grenada team, both Grenada team were in 3 and 4. We saw the Grenada team in 1 and 2. But something might have gone wrong somewhere, and that's the truth. When I saw them in 1 and 2, I thought, well, maybe it was just what it's supposed to be. But yes, when we looked at it, it was supposed to be 3 and 4.
So maybe they've gotten that figured out. It's been a long day, and well, I don't know if I had to say maybe thanks to Mr. Lane. He probably figured it out. I'll find it from him if we take any bragging rights for it.
Yep.
But certainly, Lane is there. We see Albert Joseph. And Albert Joseph is one of the coaches that played an integral part to the emergence, the growth and development of Kirani James. You know, we hear about Kirani and we think more of his international coaches. Names are coming to my head now. But certainly...
Glanville. His coach.
Oh yes. I'm having a senior
Javi Glantz, sorry.
Javi
Glantz.
Right.
Yes.
I thought I was losing it.
No, actually I said Glanville because I got another name kind of modeled in my head.
Okay.
Javi Glantz.
But
it did not begin with Javi Glantz. And Javi Glantz admitted that it did not begin with him. He just managed to be able to refine a product that he got.
Was already put together.
Put together. And that was the...
Okay. It's like, seriously, it's almost becoming. It's becoming.
Made sure.
It's almost becoming a last lap comedy. Comedy here.
And as you talk about the Javi Glantz, I think we need to just step back very quickly. You have Alvin Cloudland and Charlie Francis, all of those who really were pioneers in Whitsuntide Games many moons ago. Cloudland passed, and I mean, may his soul rest in peace. And so on. So it's good to talk about those people who pioneered Whitsuntide Games, and we are seeing now the evolution, the growth, and that new awakening. And I think it's now going to become a staple, something that the institutions of Grenada is going to ensure that remains.
And bind to.
Yes, and I'm also hopeful that the exchange programs that we see that have come to Grenada in such a great, energetic way that our athletes would have the same opportunity to go to Trinidad. Remember, Trinidad used to have the Southern Games. Yes, and we used to have athletes going down to Trinidad. I am hopeful now that we'll have that renewed investment in those things, and we can now go down to Trinidad. We can go to St. Vincent, we can go to St. Lucia. They're coming here, so now let us reciprocate those and make it where our athletes have an additional incentive to want to do well.
Well, talk about coming to the Isle of Spice, and I certainly hope we get in, because Grenada is going to be hosting the CBN Win Lotto Windward Islands Games, the school games, from July the 22nd to the 9th. July 22nd, from the 22nd to the 19th. Right, so that should actually be the 22nd of July to August, because the date is all. Alvin, please, do better than that. Yeah, but that game is coming up. It goes into July, straddle between July and August. It is straddle between then. Alvin just tell me the reason what's happening on the field, but we can't. That's a conversation.
Yeah, but you see, again, you look at what's happening in 2023. Look, we're into the first 5 months of 2023, and it's been so active in Grenada on all fronts, but on a sporting landscape. It's been a tremendous amount of activity in Grenada within the first 5 months, and it hasn't stopped as yet. There is still Win Lotto Games, which is a really big games that is held throughout the Windward Islands. And of course, a lot big teams travel from Dominica, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent to Grenada. And of course, the Vincentians have a leg up on everybody else because they're always here.
Well, indeed, as we get ready at some point, finally, we're ready to run off the final event of the day to bring the curtains down on day number 2. And I see Joseph gesticulating quite fervently, seeing a bit disgust. I hope it's a good branded garbage bag he has there that could deal with whatever frustration that he's reeling out on it. But certainly, we continue to wait. You can look at the athletes as well. Huh? They're trying to do whatever it takes to maintain their composure.
How many minutes now, though, we've been?
I could safely say almost 15 minutes. And because we remember we were waiting for them, we then started the recap, hoping that they would just finish the race and be done with. So certainly, this, if you ask me, would be one of the great moments of what's happening. My understanding, it has to do something with the officials on the field. But whatever it is, we hope that.
I hope it's not an official or officials that would have probably gone on strike for some reason. And so they've compromised some.
I hope not. I'm almost tempted to tell you, but I think my producer is trying to whisper it to us, but I am not reading his lips that well. It almost sounds comical, though. It almost sounds comical. Or maybe, what I can say to you, though, the plan was, this had to be timed. You come, and you leave at a particular moment. Transport, when I was speaking with the president of the association, he says they need to time those elements. And from what I'm understanding is that the officials did not take into consideration that we've had some delays. So it came to a point where some officials, my understanding is, they had to do what they have to do, and that, in what I'm understanding, is what's creating the delay. Remember, I kept telling you that there's an absence of officials on the field.
Well, that's why I wonder if there was a strike.
Well, last race. Well, folks, wherever you are, we know we can already appreciate the frustration. But as he says, as we're saying, we have not been given any official info from the field. We just get it through our sources. That some parts of the delivery and planning they got right in terms of transport, but I think we hear the call that we've been waiting for quite a while. We've been waiting for quite a while. Grenada in 3 and 4. Concord is in 5. HP is in 6, based on my memory, because and
HP's
St. Vince, HP's in 2.
Yes.
And It is finally they're off and they are running. It is the men's 400 meters open. So let's see. They go down the first bend for the first handover. Grenada in 3 and 4. More there you see Concord motoring away down the back straight. Who is going to hold on to them? HP is also there. St. Vincent is doing their due. But it is Concord on the second leg as they hit the top bend and they head to the third and final handover. Up is the call. Up is the call, and well, it seems as though it is all but over from where we are. Concord is pushing, but here comes Grenada. Look at this. I'm almost don't want to amuse myself by joining in this sort of comedic relief at the end of the day.
But he had to have something to take off the frustrations that we would have had. And I think he's done that. And I mean, for what is what, it's not something we would encourage. But at least folks are going to leave the stadium with something to shout about.
And they were so we see. There's Bobby is in there, Telemac is in there,
yes,
Emilio is in there. Quite a mixed squad. The rest are coming from the others. Well, okay, I think the party is official after the long wait. Grenada doing a 1-2 in the final event of the day, the 4x100 meters, and certainly so it is. Grenada 41.18. That's the B. The B squad, then the A squad, 41.86. Concord out of Trinidad, 41.98. HP out of St. Vincent, 42.56. And finish line from Grenada, 43.89. Adams, final event of the day, has brought the curtains down on our broadcast, a broadcast that started at 11 o'clock this morning. And here we are, Adams,
at 8:30.
At 8:30. But we started, of course, doing our summary of the day. But let's see if we can. Let's see.
But
how do we summarize?
The truth of the matter is, I think we've done quite a lot of the summarizing, the highlights of the day's activities. And I think we have tried our best to paint that picture of the organization that has gone so well. The fact that we've had so many athletes coming over, that is a highlight also. Almost 900 athletes represented and coming from overseas. Quite a couple hundreds have come from overseas. That for me is a tremendous success story that the Grenada Athletic Association can take. In general, we have seen, again, we have spoken about the performances. We've seen really good performances. People continuing to perform. And then we've seen, of course, Kenisha Pascal, whom, as I said, for me, I dub her the Iron Lady of distance running in Grenada for the last number of years, showing that she's still not a spent force, but she's still able to compete at a very high level. As I said, for me, those are really great success stories that we've had. Of course, at the end of the day, got a little bit blurred, but that doesn't take away. I mean, you would have wanted to have your 100%, and you made what you call it's your own error, unforced error from an organizational point of view. But we still have to give kudos to the organizing committee. They did a fantastic job.
Indeed, they've done a fantastic job to bring the curtains down on day number one. A broadcast. It started with a HEP, as we established, and has ended with the 400 meters, and has quite positioned us for an early start again on day number 2. Again, some of the athletes that certainly stood out. We say well done to all of the teams, but in particular the teams out of St. Vincent that came with a contingent some 200 strong. 6 clubs coming out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The likes of Carriacou also in the mix. Among the regional clubs that are here, there's Concord Athletics Club out of Trinidad and Tobago. High Performance from St. Vincent. IDAT from St. Vincent. Phoenix Track Club. There's the Guyana Defense Force. There is Maximizing Athletic Potential from Trinidad. And there's Excel Track Club from St. Vincent as well. And Extreme Velocity Track Club out of Barbados. Some have argued that what the Federation, what CARICOM and OECS probably is having a difficulty in doing, that the Grenada Athletics Association, we say hats off to them, Adams, they've done a spectacular job. Spectacular job in the way the meet was run. The showers came and created a bit of an offset, but we've both agreed that in terms of the planning, execution, what happened, the officiating, that we've given them a 99.99%, barring though the last, the 4x1, whatever may have happened there. Yeah?
I am on board with all of the sentiments expressed, and again, and probably from my end, just to see the how active this year has been for Grenada in terms of athletics, and it's still not over as yet. It gives me great hope for the future for our athletes, and we really do hope that our athletes pay attention to what's happening, up their game, so that we can move from regional to international level. We have the examples in front of us, the Anderson Peters, the Kurt Felix, Lyndon Victor. We have, of course, Kirani James, who is a legend in Grenada for track and field, and he's still running at a high level. So there are good examples that we have to follow, and I'm just hopeful that our athletes will take those on board.
A lot of examples that we can follow. They came, they saw, and they conquered some 900 strong athletes, 45 clubs and other countries that came to Whitsuntide's 2023 inside of the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. I want to say thanks to the organizers of the meet, the Grenada Athletics Association, for a phenomenal job. We want to say thanks to our technical team, the entire team at TNR Communication, Blondell, Nazim, the entire team, the cameraman on the outside. To you, Adams, certainly we've been part of you. It's always a pleasure with you. Bernard Antoine.
Cannot forget.
Cannot forget. It's your boy, Joseph Cadeau here as part of the entire team, encouraging you, make your way home safe. Journey to those of you that's probably you have to get transport to head home. Be safe, you have to drive home. Be vigilant, and remind you, if you're drinking, don't drive. If you're driving, don't drink. From all of us here at the team, from Kirani James Athletic Stadium, we say so long, good night. We'll be back with you tomorrow for day 2 of Whitsuntide's 2023. So long, everybody. Good night.